I just crossed over to become the son of destiny for a minute, and I saw the words Destiny's archvillain on my brother's head. At this moment, I was stunned. I am the son of destiny, but my brother is the Destiny's archvillain. What should I do? However, the next second, I was almost scared to faint, because there were also words on my brother's head, Destiny's great slayer. I instantly collapsed. Is there still a way out for me like this? At this moment, I had just opened my eyes and saw my younger brother staring at me with big eyes. Second brother, you're awake. Then I saw the system prompt. Liu Dian, the main antagonist of destiny, aims to enhance his own luck by targeting the son of destiny, possessing a powerful destiny antagonist system. Looking at the prompt information given by the system, I felt some doubts about life. I only heard him say with a smile, "Brother, you can't even beat that waste Ye Chen. You're so embarrassing." At his words, my mouth twitched. I knew my brother was going to snatch my luck value again. As long as he strikes me, the son of destiny, he can gain antagonist value. Just as my brother said, a few days ago I lost to Ye Chen from the Yi family in a competition, and I was unconscious for several days until now, and I'm still considered the son of destiny? I seriously doubt the value of the son of destiny. However, I didn't feel anything about my brother's mental blow. Losing is losing. It is well known that the protagonist being abused at the beginning is basic operation, and the more brutally the protagonist is abused at the beginning, the more powerful the system will be. So, I remained calm inside. At this time, my younger brother saw that I had no reaction, and the system did not prompt him with information about gaining villain value, which made him somewhat puzzled. As a time traveler, his destiny is the great villain system, which counters the destiny system. Perhaps the firepower is not enough, and another blow is needed. So he whispered again, "Are you even worse than trash?" My brother grinned innocently, believing that this statement would surely strike a blow to his good brother. After all, the brother is the son of destiny, with his own dignity and pride as the protagonist. However, the system still did not respond. At this moment, I spoke up. "Brother, you're right. I'm not even as good as trash." Upon hearing this, my brother was stunned. Is his brother really going to give up completely? This won't do. If the older brother doesn't work hard, the younger brother will be sad. Only the son of destiny can forge ahead, so that this great villain can reach the pinnacle of life. "Brother, I was just kidding. Don't be angry. You were once the pride of the great wilderness, and I am proud of you. Keep it up. You are the best." The younger brother dared not strike me again, but instead encouraged me. At this moment, I leaned down and whispered in his ear, "You are a big fool." Upon hearing this, the younger brother was suddenly shocked, almost unable to believe his ears. Although I often trick this brother, he has always been very tolerant of me. How could he say such words? He had a vague sense of foreboding. At that moment, a strong gust of wind hit, and with a smack, I slapped him directly across the face. My younger brother's small body quickly retreated several steps, staring at me in disbelief. The grand villain of destiny was actually slapped in the face by the child of destiny, detecting the host's first slap to the destiny villain, reclaiming 10,000 points of luck. Upon hearing this, I was overjoyed, finally turning the tables for the child of destiny. At the same time, Liu Yudian's system also issued a prompt, "Ding," detecting the host's first encounter of being slapped by the child of destiny, losing 10,000 points of villain value. I, the grand villain of destiny, was actually slapped in the face by the son of destiny. At the same time, he immediately put on a pitiful expression. "Whoa whoa, brother, you actually hit me." I shrugged and said naturally, "As your older brother, it's only reasonable for me to discipline a younger brother who speaks without restraint." Liu Yudian didn't expect me to act so abnormally. As the saying goes, when things go awry, there must be a demon. After waking up, he felt that something was off. Just as he was about to find an excuse to slip away, he saw a tall figure standing at the door. This person was our eldest brother, Lu Fengyan. At 20 years old, Lu Fengyan was already tall and sturdy. When I looked at my eldest brother, the system prompt sounded, "Lu Fengyan, the great nemesis of destiny, suppresses the son of destiny to enhance his own villain value, possessing a powerful destiny nemesis system." Lu Fengyan leaned against the door, with a wicked smile, watching his two younger brothers fighting each other. He did not speak, just quietly watching on the side. As the great nemesis of destiny, he has taken away millions of destiny values from me over the past 10 years. However, recently, the third brother, Liu Yudian, has also started targeting the second brother, which makes him very unhappy. Big brother, Liu Yu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He knew that with this big brother around, he wouldn't be able to benefit. However, Lu Fengyan didn't even look at him. Yunzhong is right. It's not excessive for an older brother to discipline his younger brother. At this moment, Lu Fengyan only had eyes for me. As for the third brother Lu Yu, if he wasn't his own younger brother, he would have killed him long ago and let him steal his luck value. Big brother. Second brother. Then I'll go first. Lu Yu saw the situation was not good and fled in panic. However, no one paid him any attention. At this moment, Lu Fengyan slowly walked up to me, with a doting expression on his face. My dear brother, how did you end up like this? Lu Fengyan reached out his hand towards me, as if wanting to touch my head, but I instinctively moved aside. As the great nemesis of fate, Lu Fengyan's only purpose in coming here today is to continue to demand. Faced with such a dissatisfied brother, I am also very troubled. I can't beat him in a fight, and I can't escape. My dear brother, why are you avoiding me? Lu Fengyan's mouth curled into a mischievous smile. The more his brother fears him, the more accomplished he feels. And at this moment, I am awakening the old man in the ring. Master, it's time to take action. At this moment, an old voice sounded. What action? Who are you taking action against? The old man in the ring had just woken up, and he was watching the two brothers quarrel with interest, purely wanting to be a bystander. After all, a little friction between brothers is normal. Moreover, he had already taken action during the last martial arts competition, and had been asleep ever since, only to wake up now and take action again. This prodigal thing really doesn't consider himself a person. Catching his own master to fleece is nothing to be proud of. In an instant, 1,000 thoughts turned through Grandpa Ring's consciousness. Of course it's to my arrogant and conceited brother. Lu Yunzhong read in his mind without hesitation. It's always better to strike first than to strike later. A soldier is a soldier. Those who think of themselves as thinking of backstabbing are either fools or pretenders, and in the face of harsh reality, they will only become someone else's stepping stone. Junior apprentice. I have long said that in order to become a truly strong person, one must learn to hold back. Otherwise, master, when a man's spirit is crushed, he has no fight left to become a strong man. Lu Yunzhong interrupted the ring-old grandpa. I need to succeed and rekindle my fighting spirit right now, so I can only entrust my arrogant and conceited brother. Apprentice, have you thought about it? Do you really want me to make a move again? Old Grandpa Ring hesitated, a little disappointed in this disciple. What I mean is that you cooperate with me, master, as long as it allows me to teach my brother a good lesson. Lu Yunzhong said decisively. Ugh, fine. Grandpa Ring sighed deeply. Lu Fengyan looked at Lu Yunzhong, whose face was changing color, and his evil smile intensified. Second brother, you're so second. As he spoke, he extended his hand toward Lu Yunzhong again. Big brother, I'm warning you, don't touch me. Lu Yunzhong said with a gloomy face. Oh, yeah, so what if I just touch you? Lu Fengyan's hand violently grabbed Lu Yunzhong's head. Snap. Chapter 3, Face-Punching the Great Nemesis of Heaven's Destiny. The crisp slap resounded throughout the small courtyard, and at the same time, it was like a thunderbolt exploding in Lu Fengyan's ears. Dumbfounded, Lu Fengyan planted himself on his back and fell straight to the ground. He didn't have time to react when the small hand lunged at his face with thunderous speed. Who would have thought that his second brother, who had always been stoic and obedient, would turn on him, his elder brother? Suddenly, ding dong, detected that the host has been hit in the face for the first time by the son of Heaven's Destiny, losing 10,000 points of chi value. A system beep suddenly sounded in Lu Fengyan's mind. Ding dong, detected the host's first face punch to the great nemesis of Heaven's Destiny, reclaiming 10,000 points of chi value. At the same time, a system beep sounded in Lu Yunzhong's head. Approaching. Ding dong, detected the host completing the hidden quest, punching the Heaven's Destiny villain and Heaven's Destiny nemesis in the face respectively, obtaining the system reward Chaos Bloodline. Chaos Bloodline. Doraemon. It was as if an ancient bell had rung in his head. In that instant, Lu Yunzhong only felt his blood begin to boil. The power from the ancient flood slowly awakens, like a god awakening from slumber. A terrifying aura and majestic power spread in all directions like a tidal wave. Lu Fengyan sat dumbfounded on the ground, his entire body frozen. Sure enough, the chosen one is just so unreasonable. Even if he had been wool-gathering from him for 10 years, he would still be able to turn the tables in an instant as long as he had a chance to catch his breath. At the same time, the corners of Lu Yudian's mouth, who was hiding in the courtyard entrance and secretly observing, kept twitching. As expected, he is the son of Heaven's Destiny come the son of Chi, my second brother YYDS. The ring's old grandfather was so excited that his crying voice came out. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chaotic power. Worthy of being my chosen disciple. Lu family, council chamber. A quarter of an hour ago, 20 high-powered family elders sat in the large council chamber. Patriarch Lu Tianba's brow was furrowed. Today's topic was very heavy. His second son, Lu Yunzhong, had a private date with Ye Chen, the third son of the Yi family, and ended up being beaten and seriously injured. It was even in a near-death state at one point, and even if it survived, it would to become an invalid. The most important thing was that this appointment had ignited years of conflict between the Lu family and the Yi family. Tian Ba, that child in the clouds has caused a big trouble. What are you going to do about it? Grand Elder Lu Tianyu took the lead. In the existing power system of the Lu family, the power of the Grand Elder was second only to that of the Patriarch. If the Patriarch is laid off, he, the first Elder, would logically become the new Patriarch, so Lu Tianyu taking the lead was completely expected by Lu Tianba. What does it mean to be in big trouble? Is dueling with Ye Chen a big trouble? Lu Tianba's tone was indifferent, not the least bit moved. He had already thought of a set of words on how to absolve his son. Private fights are forbidden among the sons of any great family, as well as being repeatedly prohibited. The final disposition depends on whether the private fight results in a loss or a win. The winning party will not only not suffer from the punitive disposition of the family, but will even be secretly rewarded. But the losing party would be miserable. Not only would they have to suffer the scorn and humiliation of the entire family, but they would even have to face severe punishment. That's why private fights in the world's great families have always been considered to be a gamble on all honor and prospects. If you win, you're flat on your back. If you lose, you fall off a cliff and never recover. It is an ancestral tradition to strictly prohibit private fights. Not to mention the fact that Yunzhong kid hit a stone with an egg. He was so self-indulgent and disgraceful that he caused my Lu family to lose face. The Grand Elder sneered. Blame Lu Tianba for giving birth to 3 good sons. It is a pity that these 3 sons have been at odds since childhood. Not only do not agree with each other, but instead, one by one, they fight among themselves, stirring up the Lu family. The only somewhat broad-minded oldest two, Lu Yunzhong, was originally a heavenly pride, but as a result, he was hardened by the oldest and the oldest 3 and turned into a loser. Lu Tianyu even knew that the reason why Lu Yunzhong had a private fight with Ye Chen of the Yi family was all due to Lu Fengyan and Lu Yudian. If Lu Fengyan and Lu Yudian hadn't been egging them on and arching fire from them, Lu Yunzhong wouldn't have crossed the line to challenge Ye Chen. Ended up in a wasted position, with such a good nephew assisting him. Why would Lu Tianyu worry that the patriarchal seat would not be his own? Lu Tianba frowned. It seemed that the Grand Elder was going to show his cards today. It had been a long time since Lu Tianyu had directly addressed him as Tianba. Ever since he took over as Patriarch, the people of the family had been addressing him as Patriarch. At the same time, Second Elder Lu Tiantian also said in a conspiratorial manner, Tianba, a child's faults should be borne by the father. And you just said that Yunzhong is not considered to have made a big mistake. Which is reasonable. Lu Tianba's heart instantly sank. He didn't expect that even the second elder, who had always been on good terms with him, had turned against him. The family crowd saw that the first and second elders had gone down, so they did not hide. So they accused Lu Tianba of teaching his son poorly and dragging the family down. Only the 6th elder and the 9th elder are kindly. 6th elder, words can't be said like that. The matriarch has paid a lot for the Lu family over the years. How could he have any extra energy to discipline his children? 9th elder, that's right. The 3 children, Feng Yan, Yunzhong, and Yu Dian, are all heavenly prides. All the more reason not to implicate the patriarch because of what happened to Yunzhong. Lu Tianba cast a grateful gaze towards the 2 elders. There were a total of 20 elders in the Lu family's council of elders. Those who could still stand up for Lu Tianba at this moment were either die-hard loyalists or true men of justice. At this time, the 3rd elder, who hadn't spoken, suddenly said, "Let me say a fair word." 3rd elder Lu Tianxiong was a blood brother from the same mother as Lu Tianba, and possessed no small amount of power in the council of elders. Lu Tianba had been waiting for him to speak, and as long as Lu Tianxiong was willing to help him at this time, then victory or defeat was yet to be known. 3rd elder, please speak. Lu Tianba nodded. This dear brother of his was finally willing to come forward. Everyone knows that I'm blood brothers with the patriarch, but in this matter, I am absolutely impartial. Lu Tianxiong's face was solemn. The elders nodded their heads, and the corners of the mouths of the 1st elder and the 2nd elder rose slightly at the same time. Lu Tianba heart thumped. An ominous foreboding surged. I only heard the 3rd elder calmly say, the matriarch has indeed given birth to 3 rebellious sons. Lu Tianba was shocked in his heart, not expecting his own brother to backstab him as well. This stab in the back really caught him off guard. So what? All 3 of my sons have the qualifications of great emperors. What about you? Lu Tianxiong smiled faintly. Big brother, you're so busy with your day-to-day work. I'm afraid you don't know yet. The son of the Grand Elder's family, Lu Kibo, was accepted as a personal disciple by the left protector of the Green Cloud sect yesterday. If we're talking about Great Emperor's qualifications, I think that boy Kibo is the one with Great Emperor's qualifications. When these words came out, the scene immediately resounded with murmurs. The elders nodded their heads in agreement after some discussion. The Qingyun sect was one of the 10 great sects of the Great Desolate, and its strength far exceeded that of most of the great clans. If he could be taken under the banner of the 10 great sects, his future would be unlimited. This was the Grand Elder's arrogance. Chapter 4 Lose. Let him lose. Lu Tianba's face gradually became gloomy. He didn't expect that the Grand Elder's son, Lu Kibo, had actually been taken under the Qingyun sect's tutelage. Now almost all of the entire Lu family knew about it, except for him, the patriarch, who didn't know about it. How ridiculous is this? It seems that today the child in the clouds will not be able to escape the punishment of the family clan rules. Poor Yunzhong, the child is still lying in bed with serious injuries. And what do you think should be done with Cloud? The Grand Elder coughed dryly. Of course it is disposed of in accordance with the clan rules, dismissing the ancestry, abolishing the cultivation, and driving out of the family. The crowd couldn't help but all suck in a breath of cold air at the words. The Great Elder's methods are quite ruthless. The corner of Lu Tianba's mouth jerked viciously. What did these few short sentences represent? You want to scrap the second son of his completely, don't you? The second elder, on the other hand, smiled and said, in addition, the patriarch also bears an unshirkable responsibility. Should be closed for a year? The size of the clan affairs by the eldest elder in charge. Other than the 6th elder and the 9th elder who looked at each other in disbelief, the faces of the other elders actually didn't have the slightest bit of surprise on them. Obviously there were some things they had communicated beforehand. It turned out that the main reason for today was to take over his position as patriarch. The 3rd elder struck while the iron was hot. In that case, let's vote by a show of hands. After saying that, he actually took the lead and raised his hand. And when the elders saw that even the patriarch's own brother had taken the lead and turned against him, one by one they followed and raised their hands. Of course, the Grand Elder himself didn't pull that old face to raise his hand and vote for himself. Of the other elders, all of them raised their hands except for the 6th elder and the 9th elder who did not raise their hands. Lu Tianba's heart thumped. It seems that today this patriarchal seat is not allowed to be let. Ha! Isn't it just a crappy patriarch position? What's the harm in not taking it? Lu Tianba angrily got up and was about to leave. Suddenly, an incomparably powerful and terrifying aura flooded him like a tidal wave. He froze for a second, then jerked his head in a certain direction. Elders one and all were also greatly alarmed. Such a terrifying power. Could it be? At this moment, the entire Lu family's experts were all startled by this terrifying chaotic bloodline aura. Almost at the same time, several powerful auras quickly flew towards the small courtyard where Lu Yunzhong was. Lu Tianba fully operated his body's true essence and appeared in the small courtyard a few moments later. The other elders followed one after another. At this time, there are already several gray-haired old men standing on the fence outside the small courtyard. Lu Tianba quickly and respectfully stepped forward to kneel and salute. Tianba pays his respects to the great ancestor, the upper ancestor, and the old ancestor. The other elders also rushed forward to salute. The 3 white-haired old men were none other than the previous patriarchs of the Lu family. No need to be polite. Tianba, this is your child, isn't it? I look a bit like you. Tai Zhu slightly raised his hand, and a soft force held it up. It was my untalented second son, Lu Yunzhong, who caused a great deal of trouble for the Lu family. Lu Tianba looked towards the middle of the small courtyard, only to see that his second son, Lu Yunzhong, had broken a hole in the roof at some point, and his entire body was suspended in mid-air directly above the roof. A lurid aura from the distant past rippled out from his body in wave after wave. Oh, caused the Lu family a great deal of trouble? Tell me, the old ancestor said indifferently. I'm just afraid that if I speak of the trouble, I'll scare my ancestor. Lu Tianba sighed. Oh, tell me. The upper ancestor raised an eyebrow, and he really raised his interest. This boy Yunzhong lost a private fight with someone. Lu Tianba revealed a pained expression. Crowd, with that acting, it would be disrespectful not to give him a small gold medal. Ha 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 ha. I thought it was some kind of trouble. Shangzhu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lose. Let him lose. Let him lose if he likes to lose. Lose enough. The great ancestor gently stroked his white beard. There was a smile on the old ancestor's face that he couldn't hide. This child's chaotic bloodline has awakened. It will be hard to lose in the future. What? Chaotic bloodline? A tremor ran through Lu Tianba's body. The sixth elder and the ninth elder who had followed them both had happy faces when they heard this. The other elders were grimacing. As for the grand elder, his entire face had turned black, as if he had been poisoned with some kind of poison and was about to die from it. Legend has it that when heaven and earth first opened, the world was in chaos, and countless ancient gods absorbed the power of chaos in the midst of the chaos, and then possessed the power to destroy the sky and the earth. Awakening the chaos bloodline meant that Lu Yunzhong had an ancient god bloodline within his body, capable of absorbing the power of chaos between heaven and earth. Such a horrifying bloodline is a unique existence when looking at the entire great wilderness. As the chaotic bloodline gradually awakened within Lu Yunzhong's body, the terrifying aura grew stronger and stronger. The originally clear sky gradually grayed out, and within a 100-mile radius there were fierce winds and lightning. Countless gray clouds descended from the sky, as if to envelop the entire world. The entire world was chaotic, as if it had returned to the state when heaven and earth first opened. The crowd had long been forced back by that terrifying force, and the Lu family's upper ancestor and old ancestor were no exception, with only the great ancestor barely holding on. As for Lu Yujian and Lu Fengyan, they had long since run out of the Lu family. Being villains, both brothers are very conscious of being villains. Don't die when the man of the day is shrouded in the aura of the protagonist, because if you don't do it, you won't die, and if you do it, you will die. When the terrifying aura reached its peak, countless lightning bolts converged over the Lu family, forming a brilliant ball of thunder that flashed with electricity. The great ancestor let out a cry of surprise. Not good. This child's chaotic bloodline has actually attracted chaotic thunder. The thunderballs fell and wrapped Lu Yunzhong, quenching his body. At this point, even Taizu couldn't hold on and backed away. Taizu, we have to find a way to save that child in the clouds. An anxious look appeared in the eyes of the upper ancestor. The Lu family had managed to produce such a supreme demon. How could it be ruined? The great ancestor shook his head. It must not be. With our strength. Hold up, only 3 more cupped ashes. A look of despair appeared in the old ancestor's eyes as he sniffed. The terrifying power of lightning, not to mention using it to quench the body, is slightly close to a little bit will be turned into ashes. From afar, second elder Lu Tiantian's face was gloomy as he said, the chaos bloodline is actually as terrifying as this. But how can he, a 10-year-old child, withstand such terrifying power? I'm afraid he'll be reduced to ashes. Lu Tianxiong also nodded his head. Not bad. Although this great nephew of mine has good talent, his fate is not favorable. Yunzhong. In the clouds, Lu Tianba instantly felt like he had fallen from heaven into hell. Originally, he was ready to shout, my son Yunzhong has the qualifications of a great emperor. As a result, before he could shout it out, his son, who possessed the qualities of a great emperor, was going to meet the great emperor. If it wasn't for the sixth elder and the sixth elder pulling him, he really wanted to rush up and block the terrifying chaotic thunder for his son. At this moment, the entire Lu Yunzhong, who was in the very center of the chaotic thunder, was in a state of confusion. Isn't it just awakening a chaos bloodline? Why is it like the end of the world? Chapter 5, A Great Emperor's Talent. The countless thunderbolts were like a chain, locking Lu Yunzhong firmly inside. The fine electric light kept blossoming like the most splendid fireworks. Looking at the wildly agitated thunder and lightning around him, old Grandpa Ring's soul trembled. My living father, awakening the chaotic bloodline is certainly a good thing, but you didn't say it would attract chaotic thunder. The Ring old Grandpa's biggest regret right now is accepting Lu Yunzhong as a disciple. Who is not good to choose but this naive batch? This is great. Not to mention resurrection and rebirth. This time even the dregs may not be left. I didn't want to. Teacher. Lu Yunzhong was aggrieved. After just a few breaths, he had already felt an unprecedentedly great pressure. Thunderbolt, pinning him down with absolutely no recourse. He looked up at the heavens in the light of the thunder. The sky was like ink, and the electricity was like a snake. He looked up to the sky and shouted, my destiny is mine and not God's. Ding dong. Detecting that the host is overbearing and the son of heaven's destiny is well deserved, you may consume 10,000 points of chi value to dislike chaotic thunder. Ha 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 ha. Sure enough, the son of providence is just so unreasonable. I want to dislike this thunder. I will destroy this chaos. I'm going to up this dome. The Ring old Grandpa was dumbfounded by what he heard. This kid is afraid he's not crazy. This thought just surfaced in his mind, only to see the surrounding lightning suddenly lurched. It was as if for a moment all the throbbing thunder and lightning had been frozen in place. The next scene that horrified Grandpa Ring appeared, only to see Lu Yunzhong stretch out a pair of tender little hands and gently grab forward. Unavailable. The Ring's old grandpa let out a desperate deathbed scream. outside the Lu family mansion. Everyone had retreated hundreds of meters away. The corner of Grand Elder Lu Tianyu's mouth rose slightly, revealing a sinister smile. He's dead. I'll be the head of this family. As soon as he spoke, a white light flashed. Snap! The crisp slap was extraordinarily loud. The Grand Elder only felt as if his mouth had been hit head-on by a small mountain, and his entire body fell to the ground on its back, which actually dared to sneak up on Old Man. Lu Tianyu's first reaction was that Lu Tianba had done it, and the current Lu family had no one to be his opponent at all except Lu Tianba. So, with a carp, he rolled over and raised his fists just as he was about to counterattack, but when I fixed my eyes, there stood before me, Teizo. His whole body was in a daze. What? It looks like you're still ready to take a shot at me? The great ancestor's face was gloomy. He had just heard Lu Tianyu's words. I didn't expect the Grand Elder of the hallowed Lu family to actually wish for the death of the Lu family's heavenly pride. Simply assholes. Puff. The Grand Elder instantly fell to his knees, not daring to squeak, facing this absolute old monster of the Lu family. He didn't even have the slightest bit of courage to resist. Tianyu knows he's wrong. Rubbish thing. Just by virtue of you also want to inherit the position of the Lu family patriarch? Taizu pointed at a shivering big yellow dog not far away. It's not your turn to make that dog the patriarch. Woof woof woof. The big yellow dog not far away seemed to have understood the meaning of the Lu family's great ancestor, and immediately responded a few times. See, dogs know how to be grateful. Taizu was so angry that he almost ascended to heaven on the spot. Pity my Lu family's #1 heavenly pride, actually dying under the chaotic thunder. Woo woo, the great ancestor cannot help but old tears. Let the old man watched his own offspring's heavenly pride fall is really difficult for him. But right at this moment, the chaotic thunder in midair suddenly shook violently. The terrifying power caused a burst of spatial ripples to spread rapidly in all directions. These spatial ripples looked like water waves and were very inconspicuous. But the truth is that anyone who dares to come a little closer will be torn to pieces. It's over. It's actually provoked spatial ripples. My son Yunzhong's life is so miserable. Lu Tianba thumped his chest for a while. The crowd couldn't help but be shocked and retreat backward. Quite a few elders followed suit and pretended to cry with their eyes blindfolded. After all, even the patriarch of the Lu family and the great ancestor had cried. It was really uncharacteristic for those who were juniors to not follow suit and shed a few tears. In the distance, the two brothers, Lu Fengyan and Lu Yudian, looked at each other. Lu Fengyan blasted his fist on the boulder next to him, shattering it to pieces. Groove. Second brother is finished. We'll have to rely on ourselves from now on. Lu Yudian, on the other hand, wailed as he cursed in an extremely childish voice. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I haven't even developed yet. Second brother can't die. The two brothers were really crying. As villains, without the aid of the son of Qi and the son of heaven's destiny, life was suddenly hopeless. It's like obviously having a hang-up and not being able to turn it on. That's just torture. Big brother, why don't you go help second brother? I think second brother can still be resuscitated a bit more. Lu Yudian wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. He was literally crying to death. Big brother Lu Fengyan at least wool gathering for 10 years. And he just wool gathering for 5 years. This gap shall not be hung up by big brother in the future. His tears fell even harder at the thought of a dismal future. Groove, why don't you go and resuscitate? Lu Fengyan glared at his third brother, really wanting to slap this punk. I'm still young. Lu Yujian once again used her cute technique, her big eyes staring at her big brother without blinking. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm not big either. Lu Fengyan cursed. Was this something that could be resolved by age? Just as the elders managed to squeeze out 2 tears and were ready to bawl their eyes out, a childish voice suddenly came from above the sky, and that voice laughed arrogantly. Ha 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 ha. I'm going to dislike this thunder. I will destroy this chaos. I'm going to up this dome. Ha 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 ha. I'm going to dislike this thunder. I will destroy this chaos. I'm going to up this dome. This voice echoed above the sky, piercing straight through the firmament, as if it really wanted to dry the firmament to the ground. The crowd was horrified and hastily stopped crying, looking together into midair, only to see that in the midst of the entangled and flashing lightning, a child in his teens was crazily flinging his hands around a lightning bolt dozens of times thicker than him, laughing out loud while still shouting, I want to dislike this thunder. I will destroy this chaos. I'm going to up this dome. Crowd. The Lu clan's great ancestor was the first to react and couldn't help but turn from sadness to joy as he excitedly said, ha 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 ha. My clan's Yunzhong really does have the qualifications of a great emperor. Lu Tianba froze for a moment and laughed along. Ha 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 ha. My son Yunzhong really does have the qualifications of a great emperor. In the distance, Lu Fengyan was even more overjoyed. Ha 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 ha, my brother Yunzhong really does have the talent of a great emperor. Next to him, Lu Yudian hurriedly wiped his tears. Ha 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 ha, my brother Yunzhong really does have the qualifications of a great emperor. Meanwhile, above the sky, in midair, old Grandpa Ring wept with joy. My disciple Yunzhong really does have the qualifications of a great emperor. Chapter 6, The Chosen One. A 10-year-old child was not only able to survive the chaotic thunder, but was also able to place the thunder in his hands and dance with it. What does that mean? But anyone with a bit of eyesight already understands what's going on. When unfathomable paranormal phenomena occur in a person, the only explanation is the chosen one. Meanwhile, the Yi family in Acropolis. Ye Chen stood proudly at the top of the 7-tiered tower, his eyes staring deathly at the little kid in midair who was 3 years younger than himself. Lu Yunzhong, you really are my chosen one. Ha 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 ha. The corners of his mouth revealed an evil smile, originally thinking that Lu Yunzhong would fall in this way, and that no one else in the great wilderness would be able to help him comprehend the sword Dao. Never would I have expected that this Lu family's second oldest had come back to life and seemed to have become even stronger. A trace of inexplicable excitement surged into Yi Chen's heart as he gently pinched his right index finger and thumb. A bit of sharp, cold aura gently danced in his fingertips, pulling out a few sword blossoms. That's right, that was the strongest killing move in heaven and earth, sword intent. And he, Yi Chen, was the #1 heavenly pride of the Yi family that had not been encountered for hundreds of years. Ah Chen, my mother finally knows why you call Lu Yunzhong the enemy of a lifetime. This person is by no means a mere mortal. You can have such a vision. Enlightenment is still above Lu Yunzhong. The rise of my Yi family is unstoppable. A slender and beautiful silhouette slowly floated up to the top of the tower and landed beside Yi Chen. The woman's stunning face gazed at Yi Chen with deep emotion. She gently stretched out her jade arm like congealed fat, wanting to embrace Yi Chen into her arms. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen dodged away with a slight dodge. Mother! Children are big enough to avoid their mothers, Yi Chen said in a cold tone. This mother of his own is just too gorgeous to be true, and he has a fully adult soul as a traveler. In the depths of his soul, it was hard for him to think of this mother as a real mother, since his memories from before he crossed over were preserved. A person can only have one mother, and his feelings for her can only be pinned on the one he had before he crossed over. But then again, the one in front of him was his de facto mother in this world, and that gave him a very complicated feeling. The woman smiled faintly at the words, and in an instant even the sky was a few minutes brighter. You're only 13. Where's the big one? She tried once again to take Yi Chen into her arms. Yet Yi Chen had already turned around and floated down. The woman was stunned for a moment, a bit at a loss for words. Why was the baby boy so cold to himself? Is my mother really so disliked by him? There was more than a little bit of hopelessness in the woman's eyes. She was a failed mother. The Lu family in Acropolis. Ha 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 ha. I want to dislike this thunder. I will destroy this chaos. I'm going to up this dome. Chaotic thunder appeared to be intertwined by countless lightning thunderstorms. But it was actually a thunderstorm in the chaotic world, because this thunderstorm was so violent that it split into countless streaks of lightning that were connected by countless tiny lightning bolts. What appears to be fragmented and separate is in fact an inextricably linked whole, and Lu Yunzhong only needed to grab one of them to play with the entire thunderstorm. Of course, the prerequisite was to be able to carry the destructive power of chaotic thunder. As Lu Yunzhong tossed and turned like a river, the chaotic thunder gradually coalesced together, eventually transforming into an incomparably thick pillar of thunder. Only his two small, boyish hands were violently raised above his head and stabbed at the sky. In an instant, the sky lit up with a brilliant thunderbolt that plunged straight into the sky, as if it was going to poke a hole in the upper realm. At the same time, all the people who were watching the spectacle all subconsciously closed their eyes. The light, unseeable. When the light disappeared, the sky was clear overhead. Thinking back to the scene just now, it was like a lifetime ago. In the Lu family residence, Lu Yunzhong had already sat back down on the bed again, only that there was another hole in the roof. A moment later, 3 silhouettes appeared in front of the bed like ghosts. These 3 people were none other than the Lu family's great ancestor, upper ancestor and old ancestor. Ha 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 ha, Yunzhong really does have the talent of a great emperor. The great ancestor couldn't stop laughing. He hadn't laughed so heartily in a long time, especially since the party had experienced despair and come back from the dead. The joy in his heart was 100 times greater than before. In one word, yes. At this time, Lu Tianba had also arrived at the scene and was thrilled to see his precious son unharmed. Pops, what are these 3? Lu Yunzhong hadn't met the three ancestors, and although he knew that these three were the supreme figures of the Lu family's ancestors, he couldn't quite tell them apart. Oh, this is my Lu family's great ancestor. This is my Lu family's upper ancestor. And this is my Lu family's old ancestor. Lu Tianba introduced them one by one, his face beaming with happiness. Yunzhong meets the great ancestor, upper ancestor, old ancestor. Lu Yunzhong's face was respectful as he directly kowtowed 3 times to the 3 ancestors on the bed. These were all old monsters of the Lu family, with heavenly cultivation, and would definitely become a helping hand in their own journey to the top in the future. So the minimum respect still had to be given. The 3 ancestors were not polite, and waited for Lu Yunzhong to kowtow 3 times before they all walked up to help him up. Good. Having awakened the chaotic bloodline and getting out from under the chaotic thunder, the future of my Lu family is promising. Taizu's old face was wrinkled together in a smile, like a chrysanthemum. Pitifully, my son Yunzhong was seriously injured during his match with Ye Chen. His cultivation was ruined, and now he has to start from scratch. Lu Tianba looked up to the sky and sighed. Tears were already welling up in his eyes. Look at the look of pathos on that face, so close to putting his hand out for a panacea. The 3 ancestors had long ago probed Lu Yunzhong's cultivation, and indeed there was no cultivation fluctuation. That amazing power was all due to the awakening of the chaos bloodline, and this son was able to fight against the chaotic thunder with his bare hands even though his cultivation was ruined. The old ancestor coughed dryly, patted Lu Tianba's shoulder, and pulled out a red lacquered wooden box from his bosom. Cloud child, here are 99 flaming talismans. If you encounter danger you can activate this talisman. It won't be a problem to deal with cultivators below the foundation establishment realm. Lu Tianba's eyes lit up. This blazing flame talisman wasn't that powerful, but it was superior in that the threshold for using it was extremely low. Even the first level of body refining realm cultivator can also inspire this talisman. Is a low-level cultivator home travel out of the necessary things? Yunzhong, why don't you quickly thank your old ancestor? The corners of Lu Tianba's mouth rose slightly. Lu Yunzhong took the red lacquered wooden box. Yunzhong thanks old ancestor. The upper ancestor pulled out a jade bottle. Yunzhong child, here is a bottle of jade tree spiritual liquid. This spiritual liquid can be taken by anyone below the foundation establishment realm. The body refining realm needs to be diluted 100 times, and the martial condensation realm needs to be diluted 10 times. It can help you to recover your cultivation quickly. Yunzhong thanks the supreme ancestor. The great ancestor then took off a string of pendants around his neck. Cloud child, this pendant is called the 7-star pendant. It is something Tai ancestor carries with him, and it contains 7 sets of formations, each of which is extremely powerful and can be inspired to be used when in danger. Yunzhong thanks Taizu. Chapter 7 The Beloved Maid. The next day, Lu Yunzhong lazily climbed out of bed. A good day always starts with the maid's wake-up service. The 14-year-old maid, Pauline, has always been Lu Yunzhong's favorite girl. Of course, it's the same Lu Yunzhong from before. In today's Lu Yunzhong seems to be just average. After all, he still preferred mature women, at the very least well-developed, or else he would be prone to starving his children later. Young Master Yunzhong, you were really great yesterday, and many people are saying that you have the qualifications of a great emperor at this moment. The maid, Pauline, was in a very good mood. Her own personal young master was in a great mood, and she herself would not be easily bullied in the future. After fetching a basin of water for the young master and helping him wash his face, she hummed a little song and twisted her slender waist in preparation for going to serve breakfast to the young master. Just at this time, an unexpected guest was welcomed into the small courtyard. Lu Fengyan similarly hummed a little song, all the way like no one's business. Crap! Looking at the entire Lu family, who dares to stand in his way? He is the first eldest son of the Lu family. Egu, Pauline maid, where are you going? Lu Fengyan stopped the little maid's way with a bad smile on his face. The little maid was busy taking a few steps back and sneaking a glance behind. The matriarch's family's eldest young master was living like an old colorful batch, and she didn't know how many times she had been taken advantage of over the years. But it can't be helped. Who let himself be the maid and others are the young masters? The man is the chopper and I am the fish. She wasn't even in a position to resist. Her own personal young master Yunzhong had also sought justice for her, but in the end, she was still severely humiliated as usual. Since then, Pauline had realized one thing. She simply could not afford to offend this great young master. Lu Fengyan reached out and touched Pauline's white chin, frightening the little maid into taking 2 more steps back. Young master, I am going to serve breakfast to the young master. Can you let me pass? Pauline blushed. At the age of 14, she was already out of her element, while the 10-year-old Lu Yunjong was still a complete child. On the contrary, the 15-year-old Lu Fengyan is much more mature, so sometimes Pauline faces Lu Fengyan with mixed emotions. A company need to check out the clouds first. Go! Lu Fengyan took a hold of Pauline's small catkin hand and rested his other hand on her fragrant shoulder. As a Heaven's Destiny Grand Nemesis, Lu Fengyan's Heaven's Destiny Nemesis system had long recognized Lu Yunjong's plain emotion towards Bolian. To use the judgment in the Divine Destiny Nemesis system, Pauline is the beloved maid of the Divine Destiny Sun. Whenever Lu Fengyan made a move on Pauline or bullied her in front of his second brother, Lu Yunjong would suffer a mental blow. At the same time, the Divine Destiny Sun loses his chi value, while he, as the Divine Destiny Great Nemesis, gains it. It's a tried and true trick. Erdi. Before even entering the house, Lu Fengyan couldn't wait to call out to his dear second brother. The second brother awakened the chaotic bloodline yesterday, and the chi luck value on his body should have been pulled straight up by the time this was done. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he must make a huge profit and get back the 10,000 chi luck value he had lost earlier. Lu Fengyan rushed into the house with his arm around his maid, Bao Lian, in a rush, only to see Lu Yunjong sitting on a chair with his eyes closed. Second brother. Big brother called you. Why don't you squeak too? Silly big brother B. What's the matter? Lu Yunjong didn't even bother to open his eyes. Lu Fengyan stumbled at his words and nearly fell on his face. Outrageous. Lu Yunjong is really too rampant. Lazi is the great nemesis of heavenly fate. He actually called me a stupid bee. How dare he? What a pissed off old man. Shame. It's just a strange shame. Ding dong. Detected the son of heaven's destiny inflicting a mental blow on the host, losing 1,000 points of chi value. The system beep sounded abruptly. Lu Fengyan was frozen. Groove. No. I must be steady. Lu Fengyan took a deep breath to calm his inner agitation. At the same time, the system beep in Lu Yun rang out. Ding dong. Detected that the host has inflicted a mental blow on the great nemesis of heaven's destiny, recapturing 1,000 points of chi value. Lu Yunjong raised an eyebrow. I didn't expect my dear big brother's spirit to be so fragile. A stupid bee just S up his defense. Come to think of it, after all these years, the Divine Order's son had pressed on without any decent resistance. Let's just say that brother Silly Bee has been playing downwind for 10 years. This moment suddenly encountered a headwind game, directly to the hole will not. Next to her, Pauline also looked dumbfounded. How had she ever seen her personal young master get the upper hand? But the eldest young master would surely retaliate wildly later, and she couldn't even imagine what she would have to face next. Lu Fengyan pushed the precious lotus fiercely to one side and walked quickly to Lu Yunjong. Second brother, I came to visit you and this is your attitude? He came up to Lu Yunjong and stared at him coldly. Lu Yunjong slowly opened his eyes and used to look at the little cutie, like eyes at Lu Fengyan. My dear silly big brother, I didn't ask you to come visit me. What are you making of yourself? At that moment, Lu Fengyan was stunned for a moment, then he immediately turned around and walked over to the maid, Bao Lian, and with a single stretch of his hand, he wrapped her in his arms. Oh, put your arms around your beloved maid in front of you. Let's see if you can still keep your composure. But when he wrapped his arms around Pauline and looked at Lu Yunjong again, he was shocked to find that his second brother had actually closed his eyes again. Not. What are you doing with your eyes closed? Lu Fengyan said in disbelief. I'm practicing the supreme technique that Tai Ancestor taught me. Hurry up and leave. Don't disturb me. Lu Yunjong continued to keep his eyes closed. His entire body just looked like a leisurely state, where it looked like he was cultivating groove. Lu Fengyan cursed, not knowing what mysterious technique his second brother was practicing. It must be very powerful if it's passed down from Taizu himself. Why don't you pass it on to me? I'm the great nemesis of destiny. The future of the Lu family must belong to me. Ding dong. Detection of host's jealousy towards the son of heaven's destiny. Loss of 1,000 points of chi value. Ding dong. Detected that the host has caused the heaven's destiny grand nemesis to feel jealousy, reclaiming 1,000 points of chi luck value. Asterisk. No. I must be calm. Lu Fengyan once again took a deep breath. What was wrong with himself today? Why it's so easy to lose control of your emotions. He organized his thoughts for a moment and suddenly grinned. Second brother. Aren't you curious about what I'm doing? Are you sure you don't want to open your eyes and see? Lu Fengyan suddenly reached out and grabbed at the maid Pauline's chest. Ah, big young master don't. Pauline couldn't help but lose her voice and scream in pain. Jia. Lu Fengyan let out the villain's exclusive laugh. Second brother, open your eyes and see. Isn't this your beloved maid? Lu Yunzhong slowly opened his eyes and smiled the moment he saw Lu Fengyan wrapping his arms around Pauline. Chapter 8. Let's see how I'm going to deal with this pair of dogs. The corner of Lu Yunzhong's mouth rose slightly, and his pair of clear eyes gradually narrowed into a slit. At the moment, he had a refreshing smile, like a big sunny boy. Lu Fengyan mouth jia. Laughter came to an abrupt end. A sense of foreboding surges. By all rights, the system should have ding-donged at this point to give an alert. Congratulations to the host for taking advantage of the Son of Heaven's Destiny's beloved maid and robbing the Son of Heaven's Destiny of 1,000 chi values. But for the moment the system was as if it had been gagged, not responding at all. What's going on? In the next second, he only saw Lu Yunzhong grinning. Silly big brother bye. You and my maid are truly a natural pair. Ha? What? Lu Fengyan couldn't believe his ears. Is this not your beloved maid? He questioned. Cut. Laozi is the great desolate's #1 heavenly pride. The female emperors have to kneel and sing their conquests in front of me. So how could I fall in love with a maid? Lu Yunzhong had a look of disdain in his eyes. Lu Fengyan was numb. No way. Absolutely not. This trick is tried and true. And the system has previously determined that Pauline is the second brother's beloved maid. And what does he mean? I'm the greatest nemesis of heaven's destiny. The greatest villain of the great wilderness and a maid? And a natural couple? Insults. It's just plain insulting. I'm so pissed off. And so on. Can't be mad. Never get angry. You have to lose your chi value when you get angry. The system's judgment can never be wrong. So Erdi is faking it. You're pretending. You must be pretending, right? He pointed at Lu Yunzhong, his eyes in shock. The kid must have just been playing it cool. Otherwise why would he have his eyes closed? Closing his eyes just didn't want to see the scene where he was slighting his maid. Very good. That's it. Pretending to be your brother is pretending. It is only such a worthless waste that thinks of hanging out with maids all day long. And my ambition is not something that you stupid bee can understand. Lu Yunzhong said, looked at Lu Fengyan disdainfully and closed his eyes again. Lu Fengyan's lungs were about to explode as he listened to his silly bee. Not. Where's the normally mild-mannered second brother? How is it that since yesterday, he opens and closes his mouth with profanity? Either you call yourself an old man or you call someone a loser. Either you call yourself a heavenly pride or you call someone else a stupid bee. Who the hell did you learn that from? His mind buzzed at the thought, as if he usually talks like this. Slot. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Ding dong. Detecting the host's egg pains from the Heaven's Destiny Son's anger. Losing 1,000 points of chi value. Groove. Lu Fengyan cursed angrily, nearly collapsing on the spot. Ding dong. Detected the host's chi's Heavenly Destiny Nemesis egg pain. Recapturing 1,000 points of chi value. The corners of Lu Yunzhong's mouth rose slightly. It was true that this stupid big brother of his had played too many smooth games. Hoo. Lu Fengyan quickly adjusted his breathing. No way. Be sure to adjust your mindset. Must get back in the game today. Since his second brother was pretending with him to the end, he had no choice but to fake it. Good. My dear second brother. In that case, how about you let me have Pauline? Lu Fengyan just couldn't believe it. Second brother would be willing to give up his beloved maid to himself. Even if he did give up his beloved maid, he would surely suffer a mental blow. When the maid, Pauline, heard this, her little face instantly turned red. At her age, she was at the beginning of her love life, and she could not talk about any love for Lu Yunzhong, a 10-year-old young master whose hair had not even grown. But it's not the same for Lu Fengyan. The eldest young master was rich and handsome, and he was one of the 3 great heavenly prides of the Lu family. Who wouldn't love him? The so-called day-to-day aesthetics. Don't look at the little maid's usual look of a frightened deer when she was molested. But in reality, a little girl who has been molested for a long time will also have a secret love for the person who molested her. A look at Pauline's blushing, pouty little face. Lu Yunzhong knew that the little maid had changed her mind. Then, of course, I chose to forgive her. Let's see how I clean up this pair of dogs. Men. Women. Lu Fengyan stared straight at Lu Yunzhong, oblivious to the fact that the Bolian beside him was gazing at him with deep affection, her eyes drawing silk. The corner of Lu Yunzhong's mouth lifted slightly. In that case, then I'll be an asshole old man and promise Pauline to you. I wish you 100 years of happiness and an early birth. Pauline blushed and lowered her head. Lu Fengyan was dumbfounded, and his mouth was still muttering and repeating Lu Yunzhong's words. 100 years of good luck? An early birth? Slot. Lu Fengyan was just about to speak when a bright laugh suddenly came from outside. Ha. What 100 years of good luck and early birth? Lu Tianba's face turned into a chrysanthemum with a smile, and he walked in with a joyful stride. Lu Yunzhong got up in a hurry. Asshole old man came at a really good time. Father, big brother said he wanted Pauline, and I agreed. Lu Tianba laughed. Fine, fine, I've heard it all. My son Yunzhong really does have the qualifications of a great emperor. I admire his broad-mindedness. Seeing his sons getting along so harmoniously, Lu Tianba was very pleased. Unlike other powerful families, brothers will only turn against each other and cheat each other. I am indeed my Lu Tianba's good son. Lu Fengyan took a look at his old dad happy like this. His heart thumped. Not that, Dad. Okay, there's no need to say anything. You two brothers are like brothers. My father is very pleased. Let's do what Yunzhong wants. From now on, Pauline will be with you. Lu Tianba waved his hand and directly sealed the deal. Ha! Lu Fengyan froze on the spot. What about the system? Why don't you grab a little bit of luck value at this time? Right. Fengyan Baolian is with you. Baochai will be with Yunzhong. You go and bring Baochai here. Lu Tianba looked at Lu Yunzhong with a smirk on his face, never taking a proper look at Lu Fengyan from start to finish. Although Lu Fengyan is the eldest son, and his talent qualifications are excellent, but in terms of broad-mindedness, he is much worse than the second. To come to the door and demand it for a mere maid is simply too disappointing. Not, father, Bao hairpin I really like. Can. Lu Fengyan was not happy at that moment when he heard that his asshole father wanted to exchange his personal maid Bao hairpin to Lu Yunzhong. Bao hairpin. He was genuinely fond of it. Lu Tianba's face instantly grimaced at his words. What? You still want the whole one dragon and two phoenixes? This oldest son is really getting out of hand. Originally, the big brother was supposed to give in to his younger brothers. But what happened? This big brother not only doesn't let his brothers go, but also keeps asking for more. Can this kind of person become a great man in the future? Dad. No. Lu Fengyan was still trying to struggle. Roll. Go get Baochai over here. Unproductive thing. Lu Tianba raised his hand and was about to give him a big BB pocket. Lu Fengyan fled. Chapter 9, I'm hungry. Ding dong. Detected that the son of heaven's destiny has caused asshole old man to become disappointed in the great nemesis of heaven's destiny. Recapturing 1,000 points of chi luck value. Ding dong. Detected that the great nemesis of heaven's destiny has caused the asshole old man to feel disappointed. Losing 1,000 points of chi value. Groove. Lu Fengyan roared. Waterloo. This was definitely his Waterloo in the life of the great nemesis of destiny. Young master, what is the matter with you? The eldest maid, Baochai, greeted her with a white jacket. She glanced at Pauline, who was beside the eldest young master, and a hint of surprise and doubt flashed in her eyes. Isn't this the second young master's personal maid, Pauline? How to follow your own young master? Lu Fengyan glanced at Bao hairpin, his gaze a bit erratic. Why do you call Baochai a big maid? Because she's really big. Let's just say that if you look at the entire Lu family, there is no female who is better developed than Baochai. Not even those 40-year-old full-time nannies can compare to her. The most crucial thing is that Baochai, the maid, was brought up by him. Now that he was looking at giving the big maid he had trained up to that bastard of a second brother, his heart was aching. Baochai, from today onwards, you don't have to serve me. Go serve Yunzhong. Lu Fengyan endured the pain. Recently, the second brother's popularity is flourishing. It is more appropriate to avoid the front for the time being. We cannot because of a maid to lose the value of chi luck again. Ah, great young master. Baochai flopped down on his knees. After serving the eldest young master for so many years, I thought I would follow him all my life. But I didn't expect to wake up to a change in the world. She'd been abandoned and pushed down by a little maid who was inferior in every way. Eldest young master. If Baochai has done anything wrong, the eldest young master can just beat me and scold me, but never drive me away. Baochai instantly burst into tears. None of the maids who were abandoned by their own young master had a good ending. Not to mention the fact that the eldest young master is handsome and is the firstborn son of the patriarch. His future is bright. It was so hard for him to grow up with the eldest young master. But when it came time to pick the fruit, someone else got there first. Lu Fengyan took a deep breath, and his face gradually regained the unruly and untamed nature exclusive to the heavenly fate great nemesis. What's the point of crying? Pauline doesn't know how to take care of people. So I'm just asking you to take care of my second brother for a few days. So go. Ah, so it is. Baochai obeys. Baochai hurriedly stood up and patted the dust of her jacket, the peaks on her chest gently trembling. Lu Fengyan swallowed his saliva, thinking that his second brother was only 10 years old anyway. What can a brat with no hair do? My bow tie is my bow tie after all. Humbug. Now all he has to do is turn Pauline into a second Bao Chai. Jia. Pauline. Follow me. When Bao Chai saw Lu Fengyan pulling Pauline's hand, a hint of resentment flashed in her eyes. A few moments later, the Lu family's second duke's alien residence, father and son, Lu Tianba and Lu Yunzhong, were kind to father and filial to son. At this moment, Bao Chai carefully whispered outside the house. Bao Chai has met the matriarch. Greetings to the second young master. Oh, Bao Chai, come in. From today onwards you will serve young master Yunzhong well, and whatever young master Yunzhong demands, you must not refuse. Got it? Lu Tianba's face was full of springtime complacency. His own son was worthy of having the qualifications of a great emperor. Not only is he exceptionally gifted in his cultivation, but he is also a few dozen steps ahead of others in terms of his heart, which is really very close to my father's heart. Bao Chai's heart was startled. Whatever the demand put forward? She nervously moved in and saw that the second male Lu Yunzhong was lying on the table fiddling with a string of 7-star pendants. On the side, Lu Tianba was looking at his son with a doting face. Bao Chai's heart is slightly settled. Fortunately the second young master is only 10 years old. Ask a 10-year-old kid what bad intentions he could have. Not long after, Lu Tianba left. Lu Yunzhong hung the 7-star pendant around his neck, revealing a childlike and innocent smile. Bao Hairpin, for the first time close to measure Lu Yunzhong, suddenly felt that the second young master was born with red lips and white teeth, boys and girls, and later grow up to be a handsome son. I do not know how many young women to charm. Bao Chai, I'm hungry, Lu Yunzhong said as he touched his stomach. Okay, young master, what would you like to eat? Bao Chai nodded obediently. From the bottom of her heart, she still loved children. I want to eat nai. Lu Yunzhong revealed a human and harmless smile. Ha! Bao Hairpin froze for a moment, wondering if she had heard wrong. Nai. I want to eat nai. Lu Yunzhong repeated again without hesitation. What kind of bad thoughts can a kid have? After all, I grew up with at least 2 bottles of Nana every day. You can't sleep a day without drinking. Young master, can't we just say another one? You're already 10 years old. Bao Hairpin squatted down and helped Lu Yunzhong straighten his clothes with some tears and laughter. Nana? Where was she going to find Nana? If you really want to find nai, probably only the old mom who serves Lu Yudian has it. I am going to eat nai. Lu Yunzhong said stubbornly. Bao Chai sighed. Fine. I'll go look for you then. No need to find I'm going to eat Bao Hairpin's nai. Lu Yunzhong blinked his big eyes with an innocent face. Being an old colorist, his greatest skill was pretending to be innocent. The old colorful batch that can't pretend to be innocent is the old pervert that everyone calls out. And the old colorist who would pretend to be innocent is a teenager in love. Ha! Bao Chai was instantly confused. But young master, Bao Chai didn't. Bao Chai has. Lu Yunzhong jumped into Bao Chai's arms like a child. No, he would have been a child. Jia. After not much time, Bao Chai said with a blushing face. Second young master. I said no. Lu Yunzhong contentedly nodded his little head. Well, then Bao Chai still have to work hard. Oh, Bao Hairpin's face has some. What the hell is effort? Ding dong. Detected the son of heaven's destiny taking advantage of the heaven's destiny great nemesis beloved maid, reclaiming 1,000 points of chi value. Meanwhile, the doors and windows of a certain room were closed. Lu Fengyan pushed Pauline down on the bed and let out a jia strange laughter. Pauline dropped to the bed, full of shock and panic, but she was already vaguely aware of what was going to happen next. Pauline, let young master love you well today. Let you experience the pleasure that yellow-haired boy in the clouds has never given you. GGG. After saying that, Lu Fengyan couldn't wait to pounce towards Pauline. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the system. Ding dong. Detected that the Heaven's Fate great nemesis beloved maid was forcefully taken advantage of by the Heaven's Fate son, losing 1,000 points of chi value. Asterisk. What the hell? He's already started before I even got started. This. Lu Fengyan's face turned green. Chapter 10, It's over. Lu Yunzhong reluctantly left the arms of Bao Chai. It was a bit of a mouthful, but of course good food should be savored slowly and preferably chewed. Piggy eating ginseng fruit, swallowing in one gulp is not possible. This thing has to be slowly tasted to have flavor. Barking. He smacked his lips and was about to go and teach his lovely third brother Lu Yudian a lesson when a sharp footstep suddenly came from outside the door. Such footsteps Lu Yunzhong was too familiar. Wasn't this his good big brother Lu Fengyan? Ha! My big brother of the injustice seed. What brings you here? Lu Fengyan had not yet entered the house. He heard Lu Yunzhong gave him a new nickname. almost a stagger, fell on the spot, died in place. Phew! He took a deep breath, imploring himself to calm down and never get angry. Once you get angry, your luck value will drop. Second brother. How can you address big brother like that? Lu Fengyan took a step into the house. Then he saw, Lu Yunzhong is lying in Bao Chai's arms. His little head is burying his chest. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Little brat, you get the hell out of there. That's my territory. Lu Fengyan's lungs were about to explode. Ding dong. Detecting the heavenly destiny's great nemesis of the heavenly destiny's son's chi egg pain. Recapturing 1,000 points of chi value. Ding dong. Detecting the great nemesis of heaven's fate being infuriated by the son of heaven's fate's egg. Losing 1,000 points of chi value. Second young master. You stop it. Bao Chai was also filled with shame when she saw Lu Fengyan arrive. You should know that you are the first young master's hand to train up. This just came to the second young master's side and you have already been taken so much. And you were even bumped into by the first young master. If she hadn't been so broad-minded, she really could have died in place at this moment. Lu Yunzhong grinned. Young master, I was not going to make a scene. Who let this unjust seed big brother come so timely? This moment shall not be taken while he is sick. Lu Fengyan face directly green. No wonder Lu Yunzhong, this kid tube himself, called the wrong kind of big brother. This time can really become a wrong kind of. Bao Chai, what are you doing? Bao hairpin panicked Lu Yunzhong from the arms to drag out, but Lu Yunzhong's strength is actually strange and incomparable. She tugged a few times, did not pull out. One can only say with shame and indignation. First young master. The second young master, he what? Tell me instead. Lu Fengyan angrily rebuked. He now couldn't wait to gar the second brother on the spot. He's going to eat Nai, said Bao hairpin, lowering her head, her face so red that it was about to drip blood, and her eyes were about to fall from her eyes. As a little maid herself, how could she resist in the face of the young master of the house? What? Groove. Lu Fengyan's eyes went black and he almost fainted. Ding dong. Detected the son of heaven's destiny taking advantage of the heaven's destiny great nemesis beloved made in front of him. Recapturing 1,000 points of chi value. Ding dong. Detected the heavenly fate great nemesis beloved made being taken advantage of in front of the heavenly fate's son. Losing 1,000 points of chi value. Lu Fengyan almost spit blood. I had known that I would not come. Just come to this moment. And lost 2,000 points of luck value. Lu Yunzhong. You stupid bee. How old are you? Still eating Nai? Get out of here. He finally roared and rushed over, pulling Lu Yunzhong out of Bao Chai's arms. Lu Yunzhong rolled his eyes. Injustice seed big brother. I'm still a kid. I'm still growing. What's wrong with eating some Nai? Don't you want to eat it? Lu Fengyan wanted to vehemently deny it, but after a careful thought, he couldn't help but blush his old face. How old are you to be eating Nai? Sandy is so small he doesn't even eat. Who says I don't eat? Before Lu Fengyan's words fell, he was interrupted by a childish voice outside the door. Just see Lu Yu Electric probing the little head. Is curious to survey the two brothers and the maid Bao Chai. When he saw Bao Chai organizing his clothes, his bright eyes showed a fiery and greedy gaze. Lu Yu Electric heart, or the wrong kind of big brother will play See Bao Chai, this maid how to develop so well it. But Ergo plays this shortcut much better, so I don't know if I'll have a chance. Seeing Lu Yudian suddenly appear and help Lu Yunzhong speak, Lu Fengyan was furious. Lao San, get your ass over here. Today, big brother is going to teach you how to be a human being. Lu Yudian wasn't stupid. How could she go over and give away her head? So she made a face at Lu Fengyan. Lulu, maintaining a naughty for Lu Yudian. Of course, he hoped that the second brother could pull back the wool from the elder brother. As a heavenly destiny villain he can only develop with the help of his second brother Lu Yunzhong. So the better his second brother develops, the more chances he has to wool gather. If you are strong in the clouds, you are strong in rain and electricity. So when Lu Fengyan and Lu Yunzhong clashed, he would not hesitate to stand on Lu Yunzhong's side. The basic principle is, I can weed, but no one else can. Now big brother Injustice Seed has come back to wool gathering, waiting to steal his rice bowl. If not for the fact that he was too young and couldn't fight his unjust elder brother, he would have wanted to beat the out of him on the spot. Similarly, Lu Fengyan did the same to Lu Yudian. If it wasn't for the fact that Lu Yudian was loved by the family elders, he would have beaten the out of this third brother. Lao Air, I'm warning you, if you ever do that to Bao Chai again, Lu Fengyan thought about it, and for a while he couldn't do anything about Lu Yunzhong. Brother Injustice Seed, what do you want? Lu Yunzhong clasped his hands together in an old-fashioned manner. Both Lu Fengyan and Lu Yudian were dumbfounded by this scene. Straight out of the box, right? Lu Fengyan's eyes rolled. The corner of his mouth suddenly rose slightly. And he grinned. Do you believe I'll play with Pauline to death? Lu Yunzhong shrugged with nothing to hang on to. You play. Feel free to play. You play with your Pauline. I'll play with my Bao Chai. We all well nigh not guilty of River Nai. Quite good ah. Lu Yunzhong revealed a childlike, innocent smile. And the next Bao Chai has long been confused. The big young master he actually want to play dead Pauline. The same words, the big young master also said to her. But that is not at all what play dead. That is clearly love. Is Mr. Big going to be done with Pauline? She was slightly lost in her mind. Was it true that all men were new and old? In that case, it's better to have small children like the second and third young masters, isn't it? Ding dong. Detected that the Son of Heaven's destiny has caused the loyalty of the Heaven's destiny grand nemesis beloved mate to drop. Recapturing 1,000 points of chi value. Ding dong. Detected that the Heaven's fate great nemesis beloved maid was attracted to the Heaven's fate son and her loyalty dropped. Recapturing 1,000 points of chi value. Lu Fengyan stunned turned his head to look at Bao Chai. Did not expect such a simple sentence actually let Bao Chai's loyalty drop. The most important thing is that Bao Chai is actually his beloved maid. Finished. Chapter 11, One Bite? A Punch? The corner of Lu Fengyan's mouth twitched. He did not dare to imagine how Lu Yunzhong would woolgather him next. Originally, he was prepared to use Pauline to pull the wool over Lu Yunzhong's eyes. After all, the system had previously hinted that Pauline was the second brother's beloved maid. But just a change of maids. Pauline does not work. But instead he himself because the hairpin was Lu Yunzhong wild wool. Stealing a chicken and losing it. Who can stand this? Lu Fengyan took a deep breath. Can't get angry. Can't be jealous. The mind can't be broken. I am the great nemesis of destiny. I will be able to save the day. He rolled his eyes and suddenly grinned. Second brother. How about this? Let's switch back. You see Pauline has served you for so many years. And Bao Chai has served Big Brother for so many years. Each other are used to each other. This change is definitely not adaptable. Lu Yunzhong shook his head decisively. Don't. Bao hairpin serves me. And there's nai to eat. Lu Fengyan. It's not. Can you stop talking about Nina in one breath? How old are you and you're still eating nai? Other people's kids have been weaning themselves off nai since they were 2 years old. What about you? Do you want some more face? Lu Fengyan's heart violently missed a beat. And the anger in his heart was a bit overwhelming. I just like to call nai in one mouthful. Lu Yunzhong revealed an innocent smile. Slut. Lu Fengyan cannot help but burst out foul language. Goddamn mouth and nai. Ding dong. Detected that the Son of Heaven's destiny has caused the Heaven's destiny grand nemesis anger value to explode, damaging the Heaven's destiny grand nemesis Dao heart and reclaiming 1,000 points of chi value. Ding dong. Detected that the great nemesis of Heaven's fate has been infuriated by the Son of Heaven's fate, losing 1,000 points of chi value. Lu Fengyan was shaken. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He never expected that a few casual words from his second brother would spoil his Taoist heart. No. It can't go on like this. Well. Eat. You can eat whatever you want. Don't say one bite of Nina. Even 2 bites of Nina is up to you. Lu Fengyan stomped his foot in anger and walked toward the door. When she heard this, Bao Chai froze in her tracks. Was this an order from the young master to her? So you can't even put up a token resistance from now on? Ouch. Outside the door, Lu Fengyan couldn't help but reach out and give Lu Yudian a big BB. When he passed by her, Lu Yudian was naturally powerless to resist and was beaten. Che, can't straighten out second brother. So take it out on me. What kind of man is that? Lu Yudian muttered. Saw his big brother stagger and almost planted. So he hurriedly slipped into the door to seek refuge in Lu Yunzhong. Lu Fengyan gasped gnashing teeth. But the thought that today has been the penis grip so much wool, or do not go in to find uncomfortable. So without looking back, he left the yard. Inside the house, Lu Yudian blinked her big innocent eyes and walked over to Bao Chai. Sister Bao Chai, Yudian also want to eat nai. He pouted his cute little mouth. 5-year-olds being cute is still a killer for women. Bao Chai blushed. But seeing how cute the little young master was, she couldn't help but want to hold him in her arms. But just as she was about to pick up Lu Yudian, a figure suddenly flashed beside her, only to see Lu Yunzhong rushing over with lightning speed. Snap. The next second, only to see Lu Yudian has staggered on his back and fell to the ground. He looked at Lu Yunzhong in horror, not daring to believe that. Ding dong. detected the son of Heaven's Destiny punching the Heaven's Destiny villain in the face in front of the maid, causing the Heaven's Destiny villain to lose face and reclaiming 1,000 points of chi value. Ding dong. Detected that the Heaven's Destiny villain was punched in the face by the Heaven's Destiny son in front of the maid, losing face and losing 1,000 points of chi value. Ergo, you hit me. Lu Dian people are numb. The previous second brother is not like this. What? Is it not okay for me as an older brother to teach a lesson to my younger brother who doesn't know how to be courteous, righteous, honest and shameless? Lu Yunzhong shrugged his shoulders, no pity in his eyes, and even wanted to laugh a little. No, second brother. How come I don't know propriety, justice and shame? Lu Yudian was dumbfounded. How old are you and you're still eating nai? Other people's kids have been taking nai since they were 2 years old. What about you? Lu Yunzhong angrily pointed at Lu Yudian's nose and questioned. Lu Yuden. Not. Why is that line so familiar? Isn't that what Big Brother just questioned him about? This turn of events? And he's using it on himself? So that's how it can still be played. Lu Yu electric eyes rolled in understanding. The only thing that can defeat magic is magic. So, he decided to dislike the second brother with what he just disliked the older one and see how he responded. I just love a bite of. Snap. Lu Yunzhong's backhand is a big than pocket, directly interrupting the casting. Lu Yu electric people are dumbfounded. Ding dong. Detected the son of Heaven's Destiny punching the Heaven's Destiny villain in the face in front of the maid, causing the Heaven's Destiny villain to lose face and reclaiming 1,000 points of chi value. Ding dong. Detected that the Heaven's Destiny villain was punched in the face by the son of Heaven's Destiny in front of the maid, losing his face and losing 1,000 points of chi value. Second young master. That. You hit a little lighter. Baochai frown in pain. The second young master is really laying down a deadly hand directly to the young master's face or swollen. It also has to be a blood brother who fights without mercy. And the main fight is a righteous one. I'll go easy on him now, but he won't go easy on me later. Lu Yunzhong rolled his eyes. Not. Second brother. On what grounds? Lu Yudian was really close to crying out. Second brother. If I remember correctly, you're 10 years old, right? You're 10 years old. And now you question me about the right of a 5-year-old to eat nai? What about you? What gives you the right? Lu Yudian did not understand the logic for a moment. Just because I'm your brother. Just by virtue of the fact that my fist is bigger than yours. He. Lu Yunzhong clenched his fist and let out a ha. Double standard. Two double standard. Woo. Lu Yudian finally cried out. Ding dong. Detected the son of Heaven's Destiny crying in anger at the Heaven's Destiny villain in front of the maid, causing the Heaven's Destiny villain to lose face and reclaiming 1,000 points of chi value. Ding dong. Detected that the Heavenly Destiny villain was exasperated and cried by the Heavenly Destiny son in front of the maid, losing face and losing 1,000 points of chi value. Hearing the system's beep, Lu Yudian hurriedly stifled his cries. Originally wanted to take advantage of the big brother and the second brother snipe. He came to a fisherman's advantage. I did not expect to steal the chicken not to etch the rice. I'll double standard. What's wrong? And a mouthful of. Your brother and I'll punch you in the face. Lu Yunzhong swung his fist, scaring Lu Yudian with a jolt. Baochai looked so angry and funny. Chapter 12, The Devil's Way Sword God. The mantis catches the cicada. The yellow finch comes after. Lu Yudian had thought that he was that yellow bird, but he didn't expect the ending to be a sheep in a tiger's mouth. The first sheep is big brother Lu Fengyan, and the second sheep is himself. A little aggrieved seed. Why is he a small wrong seed? Because there is a big brother on top of the top and second brother. I was wrong. I still have to go beforehand. Lu Yudian still decided to go back to the milkmaid first to make up for it and eat back what he didn't eat with interest. Be quick. Lu Yunzhong waved his hand impatiently, calling it a day. He also had to cultivate a relationship with Baochai. Lu Yudian hurriedly ran out with his short legs. And when he reached the door, he suddenly remembered something and turned back. Second brother, Ye Chen seems to be looking for you. You take it easy, he said, and ran away without looking back. Lu Yunzhong was slightly stunned. This Ye Chen was the third son of the Yi family. The Yi family is one of the few powerful families in Wei City that can compete with the Lu family. And the third son of the Yi family has been labeled as a talent that the Yi family has not encountered in 100 years. Most importantly, this Ye Chen had always been against him. Ever since he was a child. That's pretty unusual. Is this one a villain too? Slot. Lu Yunzhong suddenly remembered that it seemed like this unjustly seated son of Heavenly Destiny of his had died in Yi Chen's hands. A villain who can kill the chosen one? Wouldn't that be the villain of villains? The bully of villains? Yes. Lu Yunzhong suddenly hemmed and hawed. Bao Hairpin just walked up to him, saw him shouting cool while staring at his own chest. How this scene is the same as the big young man. Nope. This look is much scarier than the first young master. After all, the first young master is 15 years old, but the second young master is only 10 years old. So young to be so. A flash of despair crossed Bao Chai's face. However, the next moment, Lu Yunzhong jumped into her arms. Sister Bao Chai, I'm hungry. After giggling with Bao Hairpin in the house all morning, after lunch, Lu Yunzhong took the two houseguests out the door. As the second son of the patriarch of the Lu family, the famous male son of Wei Cheng, waving around was a necessary skill. Unfortunately, the previous Lu Yunzhong had been very low-key and had never done so. Now that the True Heavens mandate had returned, how would Lu Yunzhong give up the opportunity to become a dude? It is a pity that their own age is too small. Otherwise, if the high and low have to pack a few greenhouses, hooks and listen to music, that is also essential. Good disciple, it's not in your character to be so flamboyant. The voice of the ring's old grandpa suddenly rang in Lu Yunzhong's mind, and if it wasn't for the old man's words, he would have forgotten about the old guy's existence. In that case, wasn't this old man watching the moment he ate nine? Why didn't the old man come out and stop it at that point? Slot. Old colorful batch. Lu Yunzhong cursed in his heart. It seems that in the future, you have to do what you want to do behind someone's back. It's not that I'm afraid of being found out. It's that if there's a bargain to be had, I have to have it all to myself. Have you ever seen a man of destiny share his little maid with someone else? Of course, when communicating with old Grandpa Ring again, Lu Yunzhong was still serious. Master, I used to listen to you and kept a low profile. But what happened? A rhetorical question directly dried the ring old grandfather confused. In fact, Lu Yunzhong low profile or not, he does not matter. The main thing was that he wanted to keep a low profile. After all, nowadays he only had a trace of his divine soul left in the ring. Once he attracted the attention of a strong person, his end would definitely be miserable. He was about to say something else when Lu Yunzhong suddenly flashed a smile in his eyes and quickened his pace, because right in front of them, a teenager was standing in the middle of the street with a long sword on his back. In the middle of the street where people were coming and going, the people passing by all stayed far away, and the teenager had a powerful aura of his own, sharp and incomparable. Ye Chen? The old ring grandfather's heart flinched. Last time, the apprentice in the clouds was the one who suffered a great loss in the hands of this Ye Chen and nearly died. Today, when enemies meet, they're all red in the eyes. Apprentice, Ye Chenzi has cultivated sword intent. And even though you have awakened the chaotic bloodline, you have lost all your cultivation and can't help him. It's better to just do it. Old Grandpa Ring hurriedly advised. He didn't want his disciple to be injured again. His strategy had always been that a little bit goes a long way, and that obscene development was the most important thing. Lu Yunzhong's mouth showed a hint of contemptuous smile. Indecent development? You're letting me, the chosen one, develop indecently? Don't worry, master. I'll make that Ye Chen suffer today. Lu Yunzhong accelerated his pace once again. A moment later, Ye Chen lowered his head and carried his longsword on his back. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile that belonged exclusively to villains. Lu Yunzhong fixed his eyes on Ye Chen's head, which was topped with a series of messages. Ye Chen, the devil's sword god, possesses the dark sword Dao system. As long as he finds the son of heaven and learns to spar with him in the art of swordsmanship, and provokes, harms, and insults the Son of Heaven by various means, he can obtain the value of good fortune from the Son of Heaven, and in this way, improve the Tao of swordsmanship. Nice guy. Sure enough, another big villain. I told you how this Ye Chen likes to catch himself wildly griping, so that's how it is. Lu Yunzhong had a number in his heart. This Ye Chen was specifically waiting for himself here. I don't know what kind of eaten-up person leaked the news of his going out. Achoo! Achoo! In the corner behind a vendor selling stinky tofu in the distance, a large and two small figures sneak. Lu Fengyan and Lu Yudian sneezed almost simultaneously. Groovy. Who's thinking of me at this time? Lu Fengyan rubbed his nose. Big brother, we are saying, could it be this stinky tofu? Lu Yudian reached out his tender little hand and dug his nostrils. He. Let Ye Chen teach the oldest two a lesson today. He's the second brother's true nemesis. Lu Fengyan reached out and touched Lu Yudian's head, revealing a loving expression. Lu Yudian heatedly smiled. After Ye Chen strikes second brother's morale, we'll be the yellow bird in the back. Both men wore sinister smiles of duplicity. As long as they weren't competing for the chi luck value in Lu Yun, the two brothers were still like brothers. In the distance, although Ye Chen had his head lowered, he had already seen Lu Yunzhong. He slowly raised his head, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned, and was about to speak. Unexpectedly, Lu Yunzhong grabbed the first to speak. You damn standing in the middle of the road with a sword on your back with all your momentum? Good dog does not block the road. What are you doing here? When these words came out, the entire street instantly fell silent. The crowd that was still shuttling around also subconsciously turned their gazes towards Lu Yunzhong and Ye Chen. These two are young, but famous. They are definitely missing from the stories of the old people of the Acropolis before tea and after dinner. If there were a total of 10 buckets of stories from Acropolis in recent years, then Lu Yunzhong had 8 buckets all to himself. Ye Chen had 1 bucket, and the others shared 1 bucket. Chapter 13, the show is about to begin again. That said, Ye Chen was about to pretend in public, ruthlessly humiliate Lu Yunzhong, did not expect to be preempted. His gaze flinched as he looked at Lu Yunzhong incredulously, the corners of his mouth twitching. It's uncomfortable. It's too uncomfortable. Although this second son of the Lu family had always been wool-gathered by him, the two still observed the most basic etiquette every time they spoke. Why did you come up this time and just start spraying? Is this the kind of quality that a son of the mandate of heaven should have? Wait. Jia jia jia. He let out a sudden maniacal laugh in his mind as he came to his realization. There was only one truth, and that was that Destiny's Child had completely broken his defense. Only someone who actually breaks the defense and gets hurt would be so out of it. So the hint of discomfort that had just risen in the heart instantly dissipated. Lu Yunzhong, I really didn't expect it. You're actually still alive. I heard that you've even obtained a chaotic bloodline. Does it feel good to have your cultivation wasted by me? Jia jia jia. The corners of Ye Chen's mouth rose slightly as he let out the villain's exclusive jia 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 laughter. Jia. Not right. Ha 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 ha. Lu Yunzhong had wanted to jia 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 laugh as well, but thought about the fact that he was the son of heaven's destiny. Thanks to the Yi family's great injustice seed for helping me obtain the chaos bloodline. By the way, do you have 2 more sisters? Lu Yunzhong grinned a harmless human-animal smile. Ye Chen frowned slightly. He always felt that something was wrong. The son of heaven's destiny really wasn't that easy to be broken. As for what great injustice seed appellation, he has nothing to hang appellation. An appellation only, and how can he bad sword heart? Just what was this little brat inquiring about his 2 sisters for? So what if it is? He said coldly. Ha 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 ha, great. You're my brother. I'll make sure of it. Lu Yunzhong let out a loud laugh, his bravado surging to the sky. Ye Chen couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. How did this line sound familiar? This bastard is only 10 years old and his own 2 sisters are already 16 or 17 years old. He will not be trying to cut. He can't do much if he's not even hairy and stands in front of him with his clothes off, right? On the contrary, this Yi family elder has a young daughter. The national color, their own this year, will be developed. When? Jia jia jia. Thinking of this, Ye Chen's plan came to fruition. But for the moment, let's just pull the wool over the eyes. When the surrounding crowd heard that Lu Yunzhong and Ye Chen called themselves brothers and sisters, they were all astonished and amazed. Some time ago, the duel between the two was rumored. And there were even rumors that Lu Yunzhong had been killed by Ye Chen. How is it that in just a few days' work, the two have turned their differences into friendship? Geniuses do sympathize. Not far away, the mouths of the 2 brothers, Lu Fengyan and Lu Yudian, were wide open, and the 2 of them followed even closer at this moment. So vaguely you can hear Lu Yunzhong's conversation with Ye Chen. Hearing Lu Yunzhong take the initiative to refer to Ye Chen as a brother, the 2 of them instantly panicked a little. Groove. Big brother. These 2 will not. Can you not add the word, groove, before you yell at me? It's so easy to cause misunderstanding. Lu Yudian was about to spit out a comment when he was interrupted by Lu Fengyan. Good day, big brother. These 2 goods will not join forces. Lu Yudian very obediently changed the word. Groove. Lu Fengyan cursed. Can't you hear that second brother is preparing to make a move against Ye Chen's 2 sisters? But Ye Chen's sister seems to be older than you, right? Lu Yudian pouted. Ha, jia jia jia. I've got it. The corners of Lu Fengyan's mouth suddenly rose slightly. Since the second brother was prepared to turn on Ye Chen, the sister of the great enemy, what would happen if he got there first? He suddenly had a bold plan. This was a good opportunity for a wave of wool gathering. Lu Yunzhong, putting other things aside beforehand, do you dare to duel with me again? Ye Chen clasped his hands in his arms, and the breeze hunted through the corners of his clothes. He stood straight in the afternoon wind, like a 1,000-year-old pine, and as if a sharp sword, shining with eye-catching brilliance. Hearing that Ye Chen had invited Lu Yunzhong to duel again, the surrounding passers-by revealed the exclusive curious gazes of melon eaters. There is not much entertainment in this world, and this kind of luxury family gossip is the talk of the town before and after dinner. Whoever has first-hand knowledge is the best-looking boy at the table. The surroundings instantly quieted down, and every single person perked up their ears for fear of missing out on some big news. A duel? My cultivation was just abolished by you and you're looking for me to duel? You treat me like a little cutie. Lu Yunzhong skimmed his mouth. Still wanting to wool gather? Where's the good in that? You can't say that. Since you've obtained the chaos bloodline, you're naturally extraordinary, and I'm eager to learn about your chaos bloodline. Your chaotic bloodline won't just be in vain, right? Ye Chen wore a smile on his face. Not far away, the two brothers, Lu Fengyan and Lu Yudian, said in unison, shameless. This kind of words could not even be said by the two of them. That there was such a brazen and shameless person like Ye Chen in the world was simply disgusting. However, the two brothers still hoped that Ye Chen could deal a small blow to Lu Yunzhong's sharpness. What? You're actually questioning that my chaotic bloodline is just an appearance? Good. I'll duel with you, but I have one condition, Lu Yunzhong said with anger in his eyes. Ye Chen revealed a handsome smile. Good. You can bring it up as much as you want. He could see that Lu Yunzhong's current cultivation was only at the first level of the body refining realm, which was equal to just stepping into cultivation. It is not easy to re-enter the cultivation path so soon after being abolished, showing that Lu Yunzhong is indeed gifted. Unfortunately, Ye Chen is already a body refining realm of the 8th level of the Sword Dao Master, even if Lu Yunzhong has the chaos bloodline of enhancement, but also not the least bit false. Not to mention that he had already comprehended the supreme sword intent. If I win, you'll call me dad from now on. How about it? Lu Yunzhong said righteously. Ye Chen was instantly confused. Dad? He muttered subconsciously. Hey, good boy, the duel hasn't started yet. Don't be so hasty to scream. Ha 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 ha. Lu Yunzhong answered crisply, revealing a loving smile like an old father looking at his son. Ye Chen's body trembled, and his Dao heart was unsteady for a while. I didn't think I'd accidentally fall for this kid. Looking at Lu Yunzhong's little face of excitement, the corners of Ye Chen's mouth twitched viciously. The crowd of onlookers followed the excitement, and I don't know who took the lead and shouted, promise him, a duel. A myriad of voices chimed in immediately afterward. Promise him, a duel. Promise him, a duel. Promise him, a duel. Ye Chen's face was gloomy. The duel was initiated by himself. At this moment, Lu Yunzhong just made a condition. If he backed down, how could he still mix in Acropolis City in the future? One can't lose anyway. In that case, he snorted coldly. Good. If I win, you'll call me dad from now on as well. Lu Yunzhong, it's a deal. The whole street instantly rang with cheers. The good show is about to start again. Chapter 14, Shameless. Acropolis on Main Street. The crowd of onlookers has grown. Word spreads. Soon, people from both clans heard about it. However, both parties were in the shadows, and no one intervened in the duel openly. Both teenagers are very capricious. The venue for the duel was right down the street. Lu Yunzhong was too lazy to change the place again. After all, it was not easy for a villain to come to his door, so of course he had to cherish this opportunity. As for Ye Chen, that was even more so. He had already regarded Lu Yunzhong, the son of destiny, as his ATM. Ever since he defeated Lu Yunzhong last time, his cultivation breakthrough had stagnated again. For the villain with the system, such a cultivation speed can never satisfy him. Not to mention that he was already a man of lust. He would never let go of this opportunity, and hurry to pull a wave of wool before the faithful sun developed, only to see him slowly remove his long sword from his back. Can gang! A crisp sword sound resounded through the entire street, echoing out from afar and startling countless flying birds. At the same time, a sword light as bright as autumn water with an intimidating sharpness erupted out of the scabbard. What a! Lu Yunzhong couldn't help but clap his hands in admiration. Ye Chen, an expert at the 8th level of the body refinement realm, actually shamelessly preempted the attack. This kind of person certainly deserves the word good. Jia. Lu Yunzhong, count on your eyesight. Ye Chen held his sword toward the sky, and the autumn water-like sword light waved on his body, reflecting his entire body in a glorious way. He was like a star in that dark night. This spirit light sword was passed down to me by the Yi clan's old ancestor himself after I defeated you. It's not. Little Morningside. What the hell are you talking about? What I'm saying is that you're such a Lu Yunzhong used to look at the little cutie. The same eyes look at Ye Chen. The pride on Ye Chen's face froze for a moment, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Smart as he was, he certainly understood what Lu Yunzhong meant. You, a sword Dao expert at the 8th level of the body cultivation realm against me, a rookie at the 1st level of the body refinement realm, actually made a preemptive strike. Stinking shameless. Lu Yunzhong suddenly pulled out a handful of talismans from his arms and threw them toward Ye Chen. This handful of talismans was none other than the flame talisman. And the most perverse thing about the flame talisman was that cultivators at the 1st level of the body refinement realm were able to inspire it. Although the blazing flame talisman didn't have much power in the eyes of the old ancestor, it wouldn't be a problem against cultivators below the foundation establishment stage. It was undoubtedly a nightmare for low-level cultivators. Ye Chen's heart was in awe, and he hastily swung out several swords. The sword light was like fireworks blooming in front of him. The moment Lu Yunzhong threw the talisman, he had realized that it was not good. An ominous premonition instantly surged to his heart. But fortunately, his reaction was also strangely fast. Boom! The sword light and the talisman clashed together, bursting out countless flames and sword lights. The crowds of onlookers have retreated backward, fearing that a fire at the city gates will bring the fish to the pond. Someone roared in a low voice. Flame talisman? This Lu family kid is too sinister. The Lu family kid is only at the 1st level of the body refining realm. What's wrong with using a flame charm? It's only shameless enough for that Ye family kid to initiate a duel based on his high cultivation. That's only if the Lu family kid agrees. Right. What's so shameless about people inviting a duel in the open? Row. I'll ask a foundation stage expert to find you for a duel later. Groove. Why are you so shameless? Boom boom boom. As he spoke, the streets looked like fireworks. Sword light flickers and flames fly around. Ye Chen swung out more than 10 swords in a row. His achievement in the sword path was absolutely unparalleled. However, the power of the flaming talisman was still far beyond Ye Chen's expectations. The sword light appeared to have resisted the attack of the flame talisman, but in reality, it could not cope with it at all. The flame talisman burst apart the moment it touched the sword light, turning into 3 crimson flames that continued to shoot towards Ye Chen. Ye Chen's next 3 sword lights were forced to meet those 3 crimson flames again. However, those 3 flames burst open again and turned into 9 new flames. Just one flame talisman was able to consume 13 of Ye Chen's sword lights, and what Lu Yunzhong had thrown out was a handful of flaming talismans. A handful of flaming talismans that had as many as 9. Seeing that the second flaming talisman had already arrived, Ye Chen did not dare to be careless, and his mind moved. The long accumulated sword intent was stimulated from all the orifices around his body, and the invisible sword intent formed a protective barrier around Ye Chen's body. Boom boom boom. The flaming talisman clashed with Ye Chen's protective barrier, and the flames flew like a heavenly maiden, illuminating the entire street in crimson. Ye Chen's body was shaken. The power of this flame talisman was beyond imagination. Every time it burst open, its power would grow exponentially, and it burst twice in a row, making it impossible to defend against. Although his sword intent was incredibly sharp, it was more offensive than defensive. If he was allowed to make a preemptive strike and dominate the attack, the performance of this sword intent would be another scene. It's a pity that it was preempted by Lu Yunzhong, the old 6th. Ye Chen's intestines were all green with remorse at the moment. Just because Lu Yunzhong's sentence shameless made him hesitate for a moment. At this point it's a no-brainer to turn defense into offense. Boom boom boom. The flaming talismans crashed into each other one after another, and with each burst Ye Chen trembled along with them. Each tremor made him feel a point of body flabbiness, as if some demon were sucking his essence. After a few short breaths, Ye Chen went limp with trembling. Boom boom boom. Bursts of sound followed. Ow. Ye Chen let out a pig-killing scream. The bursting flames instantly enveloped him. The burning sensation of the flames stimulated his nerves, and the sword intent around his body was crushed by the fire spirit power bursting out of the flames. Coupled with the loss of his master's control, the sword chi fluttered around like a headless fly. The surrounding melon eaters were so frightened that they retreated, fearing that they would be cut down by this merciless sword chi. The long sword in Ye Chen's hand danced about, trying to cut out the fiery flames wrapped around his body. But unfortunately, this fiery flames talisman was not an unusual and ordinary fiery flames talisman. Rather, it is a strengthened version of the talisman that has been added to by the Lu family's old ancestor. And the fiercer the airflow around Ye Chen, the more exuberant the flames burned. At the same time, several silhouettes around them transformed into rays of light and shot towards Ye Chen. Shun! A stunningly beautiful figure appeared beside Ye Chen, and by Susu's pair of jade hands wrapped in 2 green lights grabbed towards Ye Chen. In an instant, no hands of shadows overlapped, and a large portion of the blazing flames around Ye Chen was extinguished in the blink of an eye. Groove. Big brother. Why do I feel that Ye Chen has also planted a not-so-small heel this time? Lu Yudian blinked her big eyes with a gloating expression. It's more than a not-so-small heel. This heel is planted in a big way. Lu Fengyan looked at the scorched teenager in the distance. The corner of his mouth kept twitching. Chapter 15, Sword Intent. Ding dong. Detected the son of heaven's destiny hitting the devil's way sword god in the face for the first time, inflicting a double blow to the devil's way sword god both physically and mentally, recapturing 10,000 points of chi value. Ding dong. Detected the son of heaven's destiny damaging the Tao heart of the devilish sword god and destroying the earthly fury sword intended comprehended, rewarding the son of heaven's destiny with the heavenly dipper sword intent. The system's pleasing tone sounded. Lu Yunzhong stood with his hands negative. The corner of his mouth hooked out a lovely arc. Big dipper sword intent. This is good stuff. It turned out that what Ye Chen had comprehended was only the earthly sword intent, while he had now instead comprehended the heavenly dipper sword intent with the help of Ye Chen's hand. It seemed that Ye Chen was also a big ingrate. Shun, are you okay? Bai Susu hugged Ye Chen, who was covered in charred blackness, and couldn't stop her tears from flowing down her face. As the wife of the Yi family's head, as well as the #1 beautiful woman in Acropolis, whether it was fame or cultivation, it was a real giveaway. With just a flip of her jade hand, a dozen aromatic pills were sent into Ye Chen's mouth. The elixir melts in the mouth. After the turn of the eye, Ye Chen slowly awoke. Lu Yunzhong, you shameless man. He struggled to sit up from Baisu's arms with difficulty, a scowl on his smoke-blackened face. Lu Yunzhong pulled his thoughts back from the system as he revealed a harmless smile, but was then shocked by Baisu's face. Ha! Ye Chen, is this your sister? What a pretty sister. I like it. Ha ha ha. Ye Chen was trembling with anger. This is my mother. Lu Yunzhong, I'm warning you, show me some respect. The smile on Lu Yunzhong's face froze as he said incredulously, this is your mother? Baisu's face was ice cold as she said, I am Ye Chen's mother. Lu Yunzhong instantly revealed a bright smile belonging to a sunny big boy. Not knowing why, he felt more excited. Lu Yunzhong, you and I are having a proper duel. Why did you use the talisman passed down to you by the family elders? Shameless, this duel doesn't count. Ye Chen endured the pain and roared. He was most angry. Lu Yunzhong used talisman is just, actually also a handful of use. Talisman do not want money? Everyone else is using one sheet at a time. Why do you, Lu Yunzhong, use one handful at a time? He's not convinced. Doesn't count? Oh, it doesn't count if you use the spirit light sword passed down to you by your Yi family ancestor. But it doesn't count if I use the talisman passed down to me by our Lu family ancestor. Ye Chen, really double standard ah. I have never seen such a brazen and shameless person. Ha 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 ha. Lu Yunzhong laughed out loud, his laughter filled with sarcasm and mockery. When Ye Chen heard this, he was immediately infuriated again. Although he didn't want to admit it, what Lu Yunzhong said sounded quite reasonable, and it was actually difficult for him to refute it for a while. Right, they're both treasures bestowed by the old ancestor. So why can the spirit light sword be used and the flame talisman not? Ye Chen, didn't you comprehend sword intent? How come you can't even beat a rookie at the first level of the body refining realm? What's the name of the one who just lost a bet between Ye Chen and the second youngest master of the Lu family to manage the win? Dad, hey, what a good son. Slot. A mouthful of output from the onlookers and eaters. Ye Chen was instantly humiliated. Ye Chen, you lost. What should you call me? Jia. He. Lu Yunzhong smiled cheekily, nearly letting out a villainous jia laugh. If Ye Chen calls himself father, wouldn't his mother be my wife? Legitimate couples. Wouldn't that make it possible to do whatever you want? Gaga. Lu Yunzhong inwardly laughed out a duck quack. A pair of big eyes lingered on by Susu. This was the legendary superb human wife. He suddenly had a bold idea, and if it could be realized, then he would certainly be able to never-endingly pull wool over Ye Chen's eyes. Not far away, the corner of Lu Fengyan's mouth twitched slightly. Third brother, you now know why I didn't make a move on second brother, right? Well, we brothers are like brothers, breaking bones and connecting tendons. Wool gathering should also master a degree. Lu Yudian nodded seriously. Bull ********. It's because second brother has the flame talisman. How dare my brother make a mistake? Humph. Just wait until his flame talisman runs out. Jia. Lu Fengyan clenched his fists, and his mind had already come up with 1,000 ways to pull back the wool. Lu Yudeng was stunned for a moment. It seemed that he was still too kind. Ah! Just at this time, Ye Chen roared hysterically. An intimidating sword intent suddenly erupted from his body. When sword intent was no longer focused solely on defense, the sharpness of sword intent would be unreservedly displayed. Bai Susu was startled and was hardened by this sword intent, forcing her back away. But see Ye Chen surrounded by a faint white light, slowly floating up. I didn't lose. He squeezed 3 words out of his throat in a single word. If one looked closely, one could realize that the faint layer of white light around Ye Chen's body was made up of countless tiny white sword-ons. The crowd was fearful at first glance, and an inexplicable horror swept through their hearts. Even when looking at those sword-ons can be borne like on in the back, like a stick in the throat of the stinging feeling. This is sword intent? So sharp. To be able to comprehend sword intent at such a young age, this son should never be underestimated. Not far away, the 2 brothers, Lu Fengyan and Lu Yudian, froze. Something like sword intent even the 2 of them had never gleaned from Lu Yunzhong so far, and they didn't expect to actually be shortchanged by this waste of a man. Ye Chen. The brothers looked at each other and said in unison, this son must not be kept. Lu Yunzhong maintained his smile, his eyes still sizing up Bai Susu, directly ignoring Ye Chen. Ye Chen saw the anger even more. Others do not know, but as a traveler he is completely clear. Lu Yunzhong's soul is never as simple as a small child. What else could go through the mind of a grown man with his eyes burning into a stunning young woman? Ye Chen can guess Lu Yunzhong's bad thoughts even with his ass. But Lu Yunzhong said, what kind of bad thoughts could a 10-year-old boy have? He just wants to literally become the father of Ye Chen's ungrateful son. Lu Yunzhong. Very well. You have successfully provoked me. Today, I will let you know the horror of my sword intent. With a wave of Ye Chen's hand, countless white sword-ons silently shot towards the green bricks on the ground. Almost immediately, the bricks turned into powder and fluttered up in the wind. Immediately afterward, the white sword-ons didn't go into the ground and emerged from the surrounding ground again. The crowd was horrified, and all the hairs on their bodies stood up. Such a strong sword intent could effortlessly strike a person into powder. Ah Chen! Do not hurt his life. Shock also appeared in Bai Susu's eyes. Chapter 16, Sword Intent Fusion. Ye Chen was stunned. He never thought that his mother would actually plead for Lu Yunzhong at this time. Shouldn't Lu Yunzhong pay back with his life for such a serious injury he received? A flicker of hostility flashed in his eyes. However, Bai Susu knew very well that if Lu Yunzhong died in Ye Chen's hands, the Lu family would definitely die with the Yi family. In the distance, 3 old men stood on a rooftop and acted as a crowd. The Yi family's descendant has even comprehended sword intent. And it's still earthly sword intent. The Cloud Child is afraid that he'll be at a disadvantage. The Lu family's old ancestor said with some concern. His flame talisman could deal with just ordinary foundation stage cultivators, facing an unreasonable heavenly pride like Ye Chen. It seemed to be less spiritual. Not to mention that the other party had comprehended sword intent. If the child in the clouds is really in danger, I will have to save him back even if I have to give up this old face. Shang Zhu said with a cold face. My Yunzhong child has the qualifications of a great emperor. He can't be defeated by a mere descendant of the Yi family. Let's see, the great ancestor said in a dignified manner. After all, the child in the clouds still had the 7-star pendant around his neck, and he wasn't the least bit flustered. Even if the Cloud Child didn't use the 7-star pendant in time, he could still activate it remotely, using the spell formation in the 7-star pendant to harden against Ye Chen's sword intent. Groove. Big brother. Why do I feel that the second brother is going to suffer? Seeing that Ye Chen's earth-defying sword intent was divine and almost possessed the sharpness to pierce through everything, Lu Yudian's heart was in his throat. Lao San, how many times have I told you to be civilized and polite? And don't use dirty words before calling out big brother. Lu Fengyan rolled his eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that his second brother had been in the limelight lately, why would he need to join forces with the oldest? Big brother. In case something happens to second brother, what will the 2 of us do? Lu Yudian quickly changed his words. Lu Fengyan wanted to remind him again, but after thinking about it, the word day is not really good to be classified as a dirty word, so he could only sigh and say, don't worry, Lao Er is the son of heaven's destiny. How could something happen so easily? On the contrary, both of us are big villains. It's better to be careful. Lu Fengyan furtively looked around and observed for a while, confirming that it was safe before looking at Lu Yunzhong again. At this moment, the sharp sword intent has already surrounded Lu Yunzhong. The crowd just look at it, will feel that the eyes were those white sword awnings sapped uncomfortable. Ye Chen wiped his blackened face. Injuries? What kind of injury can cause damage to his magic roadsword god? Joke. as a villain. He should have been aware of the fact that he was facing the Son of God. Otherwise, how could he be called a villain? He was fearless with the Dark Sword Dao system. Jia jia jia. Lu Yunzhong. You're not the son of heaven's destiny then. Go to hell for me. As his words fell, tens of thousands of white sword-ons shot towards Lu Yunzhong. Lu Fengyan, slot. Not good. Lu Yuden, day. Big brother. Lu family ancestor, children in the clouds. Upper ancestor of the Lu family, my great emperor. Lu family Taizu, outrageous. By Su Su, my son Tian Xiu. Lu Yunzhong skimmed his lips. My son is irrational and has turned against the Big Dipper. How can my father tolerate you? After saying that, he fluttered his big innocent eyes and compared a heart to Bai Su next to Ye Chen. Bai Su froze for a moment, suddenly feeling that this child was that much more adorable. Ye Chen was furious, and more than double the amount of white sword awnings erupted around his body once again. He vowed to break Lu Yunzhong into pieces, but just then, his whole body shuddered. An inexplicable fear instantly overwhelmed him. He was shocked and angry, and soon realized that the fear did not come from his mind, but from his sword intent. His earth-shattering sword intent actually transmitted the feeling of fear to him. What the hell was this? He fixed his eyes, only to see Lu Yunzhong. Then the center of the two fingers actually lit up between a black sword on. Sword intent. Looking at the black sword blade in Lu Yunzhong's hand, the corner of Ye Chen's mouth twitched madly. As an absolute heavenly pride who had already comprehended the sword intent, he knew exactly what Lu Yunzhong was pinching in his hands. The Lu family's great-grandfather was about to inspire the 7-star pendant. When he saw the black sword blade in Lu Yunzhong's hand, he nearly fell off the roof and died in place. This, my cloud child, really has the qualifications of a great emperor. He couldn't help but burst out, trembling. The upper ancestor of the Lu family let out a jia strange laugh. Jia. The child in the clouds has actually comprehended the sword intent, and it is the Big Dipper sword intent. The Lu family's old ancestor covered his mouth and snickered. Ha. Could it be that it was that Ye family's kid's earthly fury sword intent that accidentally caused the cloud child to comprehend the heavenly Dipper sword intent? The three old ancestors looked at each other and let out a cluck chicken laughter. Slot. Big brother. What is that? Lu Yudian's mouth opened wide in shock. Asterisk. Ah. That should also be sword intent. Lu Fengyan reached out and touched his head, realizing that it was all covered in beads of sweat. The only feeling he had right now was one of celebration. He didn't expect that his second had actually comprehended sword intent. It's horrible. The world really is a scary place. The son of Qi actually hid so deeply. It seems that he had still underestimated his second brother too much in the past. Could it be that the second brother has been giving in all these years? This feels like the Big Dipper's sword intent. At the same time, Bai Su cried out in shock. Everything in this world has a yin and yang, and so does sword intent. Earthly fury sword intent belonged to yin, while heavenly deity sword intent was yang. This yang and yin, two kinds of sword intent, were mutually exclusive, inextricably linked and irreconcilably contradictory. If earthly sword intent was described as a woman, then heavenly Dipper sword intent was a man. What happens when a group of women living in a land of daughters see a man? No way. Absolutely not. Ye Chen was hysterical. He was the devil Dao sword god. He possessed the dark sword Dao system, and the heavenly deity sword intent cupped in Lu Yunzhong's hand should have belonged to him. Die for me. Ye Chen went crazy and urged his sword intent to shoot at Lu Yunzhong with all his strength. Then those sword intents suddenly turned a corner. It shot towards the sliver of Big Dipper sword intent in Lu Yunzhong's hand. Lu Yunzhong smiled cheekily and threw the Big Dipper sword intent in his hand. In the next moment, countless earthly sword intent ran towards the Big Dipper sword intent, like lovers who hadn't seen each other for a long time. In an instant, the two sword intentions collided together, and Ye Chen's body was shaken. Countless earth-bending sword intent lined up to pass through the Big Dipper's sword intent. Immediately afterward, the crowd saw countless black sword-ons and more white sword-ons arise from the collision. All of them were flabbergasted. Lu family ancestor, what's going on here? The three ancestors of the Lu family were discussing who was stronger in these two types of sword intent, never expecting such a bizarre scene to appear in the field. This. Shang Zhu was also confused. Could this be the fusion of heaven and earth? The Big Dipper sword intent has fused with the earthly sword intent. Tai Zhu scratched the back of his head and speculated. Not. After the fusion, why has the sword intent of these two children both enhanced? Lu Tianba jumped onto the roof and asked after him. The great ancestor rolled his eyes. Didn't you become stronger after fusing with your wife, and gave birth to three heavenly pride? Lu Tianba. So that's what fusion is all about. Chapter 17, A family should be neat and tidy and harmonious. White plus black, the Earth's fury and the Big Dipper. Not as imposing a collision as expected, nor is there a skyscraping surge of spiritual energy, much less a desperate fight to the death. A subtle change arose after the two strands of sword intent collided. The Big Dipper's sword intent in Lu Yun was steeply dozens of times stronger, and countless black Big Dipper sword ons appeared out of nowhere in the collision. At the same time, the white earth-shattering sword aura continued to increase, and the earth-shattering sword intent continued to strengthen. Ye Chen could even clearly feel the excitement and pleasure of the earthly sword intent, and an inexplicable pleasure surged to his heart. He felt as if his earthly sword intent had been conquered by the heavenly Dipper sword intent. What the is going on here? Slot. Ye Chen growled lowly, old me's sword intent is not clean. At the same moment, the corners of Lu Yunzhong's mouth also slightly twitched a few times, although he personally did not have that kind of fetish. However, his Big Dipper sword intent seemed to, probably, possibly, it was doing some sort of indescribable thing to Ye Chen's earth-shattering sword intent, and those newly generated sword intent is the product after the indescribable. At that moment, he suddenly realized, the intersection of yin and yang is a universal law. This is true of everything in the world. Ding dong! Detected the son of heaven's destiny using the Big Dipper's sword intent to do an indescribable act on the Devil's Way sword god, inflicting a mental blow on the Devil's Way sword god, taking back 1,000 points of chi value. Ding dong! Detecting that the Devil's Way sword god's earthly sword intent has been done an indescribable act by the heavenly fate's son, the Devil's Way sword god has suffered a mental blow and has lost 1,000 points of chi value. What? Ye Chen was dumbfounded at that moment. What the hell was going on? No way. Absolutely not. Although the earth-shattering sword intent also soared during the fusion process, Ye Chen couldn't be happy about it. He was 13. Lu Yunzhong was 10. In terms of size he was taller than Lu Yunzhong. In terms of cultivation he was stronger than Lu Yunzhong. And in terms of sword intent he had more than Lu Yunzhong. Why should Lu Yunzhong be able to do indescribable things to him? At this moment, Ye Chen felt that he had been insulted. As he watched the Big Dipper sword intent in Lu Yunzhong soar, Ye Chen could only stiffly retract his earthly sword intent. Buzz! The earthly fury sword intent let out a burst of resistance, but it could not hold the master's control, and made a final farewell to the Big Dipper sword intent in a fond farewell. Ah Chen! There's no need to be like this. This is the perfect opportunity for you to improve your sword intent. Bai Susu saw her baby son forcibly retracting the groundbreaking sword intent, very puzzled. It's clearly a win-win thing. Doesn't Lord Mother see that fellow's sword intent is also rising? Ye Chen wiped away the black ash from his face and said with a grimace, "Hey, why get stuck on this?" Bai Susu sighed. Lu Yunzhong was enjoying the taste of the Big Dipper's sword intent going wild, but he didn't want Ye Chen to suddenly withdraw his sword intent, so he smiled disdainfully. Narrow-minded. It's hard to become a great man. Ye Chen smothered a snort at the words, already seriously injured, and held a breath in his heart. Was Lu Yunzhong a stimulus? Immediately spit out a mouthful of blood. Put! Ding dong! Detected that the son of heaven's destiny has exasperated the Devil's Way sword god and spat out blood, inflicting a double blow to the Devil's Way sword god both physically and mentally, recapturing 1,000 points of chi value. Ding dong! Detecting that the Devil's Way sword god has been exasperated and spat out blood by the son of heaven's destiny, the Devil's Way sword god has suffered a double blow both physically and mentally, and has lost 1,000 points of chi value. Chen, you're alright. Ah Chen. Bai Susu couldn't think of anything else and rushed up to hold Ye Chen in her arms. TSK, TSK, TSK. Lu Yunzhong sighed. What a touching picture of a mother's kindness and filial piety. My only regret is that I am missing an old father who was full of integrity. A family should be neat and tidy. Well, speaking of old fathers, Lu Yunzhong couldn't help but let out a quack 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 duck laugh inwardly. Mother-sama, child has disgraced you. Ye Chen gasped for air and looked at the woman in front of him who was so stunningly beautiful that she didn't need earthly fire. Ah Chen, you have not disgraced mother. You will always be the best. Bai Susu tremblingly reached out to wipe away the blood from the corner of Ye Chen's mouth. In the middle of a mother and son moment, a cute and handsome face came up. Ah Chen, it was my father who was too harsh. You will always be the best. Lu Yunzhong's face is full of love. That's right, it's just compassion. It was hard to imagine that a 10-year-old child could show a kind of love on his face that only an old father could. Lu Yunzhong only wanted to say, perfect, perfect. The main theme is cozy. A family should be at peace. Pak Su Su. Ye Chen. Put. Ye Chen couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. Ding dong! Detected that the Son of Heaven's destiny has exasperated the Devil's Way Sword God by spitting out blood, inflicting a mental blow on the Devil's Way Sword God and reclaiming 1,000 points of chi value. Ding dong! Detecting that the Devil's Way Sword God has been angered by the Son of Heaven's destiny and spat out blood, the Devil's Way Sword God has suffered a mental blow and has lost 1,000 points of chi value. Hearing the system's beep, Ye Chen forced back the rest of the blood he wanted to spit out. All the while there's a constant mental note: he's purposely pissing me off. He's deliberately pissing me off. He's deliberately pissing me off. Important hints must be hinted 3 times. Lu Yunzhong, don't you go too far. He clenched his back teeth and said, where did my father go too far? We made a deal. If you lose, you have to call each other what? Lu Yunzhong said with a loving face. Father, Ye Chen blurted out. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted them. Hey, Ah Chen is still filial. Ha 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 ha. Lu Yunzhong laughed out loud. The corners of the mouths of the onlookers couldn't help but twitch. This second son of the Lu family had completely taken Ye Chen down. Ah, snap. Ye Chen raised his hand and gave himself a big BB pocket. What's wrong with you? Must have been confused by Lu Yunzhong's anger. Be sure to stay awake. Ah Chen ah. It doesn't matter if you lose. Keep up the good work. In my father's eyes, you'll always be the fattest. Lu Yunzhong clenched his fist and made a cheering gesture. Ye Chen's face turned red. In your eyes? Do you still have lousy in your eyes? I only saw Lu Yunzhong's eyes staring at Bai Susu without blinking as he spoke. Not even half a glance at Ye Chen. Lu Yunzhong, I'm warning you, don't stare at my mother. Ye Chen growled as he endured the severe pain. Wait a minute, what did you call me? Lu Yunzhong frowned slightly. Ye Chen. Ah Chen. You don't want to fall into the reputation of going back on your word, being untrustworthy and capricious, do you? Lu Yunzhong's face was filled with compassion. Ye Chen, you. Ah Chen ah. My father told you that failure and frustration is not a shame. But being able to bend and stretch is what makes a husband a husband. Lu Yunzhong was serious. When these words came out, Bai Susu beside him looked at him in surprise. Chapter 18. That's my good son. Failure and frustration cannot afford to be humiliated, but can bend and stretch to be a husband. Is that something a 10-year-old could say? A trace of appreciation flashed in Bai Susu's eyes. No wonder Chen regarded this child as the enemy of his life. This kid does qualify to be Chen's opponent. Chen, he's right. Bai Susu softly said. Since people had come to comfort Chen, then of course she should also be a bit more atmospheric and disregard the past. Put. Ye Chen easily swallowed back the blood and sprayed out again. Chen, what's wrong with you? Bai Susu was so scared that her face turned pale. Her white jade-like palm was pasted onto Ye Chen's forehead, and a majestic spiritual energy madly surged in. Spiritual energy madly repaired Ye Chen's body, and Ye Chen soon slowed down. But the thought of his mother speaking in favor of outsiders and elbowing her way out made him angry. No, absolutely not. Ah Chen, don't get excited. Your mom is doing this for your own good, Lu Yunzhong said in an old-fashioned manner, his face showing the expression of a doting father doting on his good old son. Lu Yunzhong, you get the hell out of here. I haven't lost. I haven't lost. Ye Chen forcefully pushed Bai Susu away and tremblingly picked up the spirit light sword and stood up. The spirit light sword seemed to understand its master's mind, instantly erupting into 10,000 swordlights. With the support of the powerful sword intent, Ye Chen's control over the spirit light sword became even more comfortable. Clang! The sound of swords resounded throughout the Acropolis. At this moment, he felt terribly strong. Ha 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 ha, Lu Yunzhong, I'm the final winner. Ye Chen was in a state of madness. His eyes bloodshot and his face twisted like an enraged imp. Chen, don't do this. Bai Susu sat paralyzed on the ground. Her heart was like a knife twisting when she saw her precious son become like this. Third Duke, do not injure Jianqin by showing off your courage. A few other members of the Yi family who had long since arrived nearby also urged. Originally thought that with the lady out of the way, they stay on the sidelines can be. Unexpectedly things will actually turn out like this. At this moment, the crowd could not bear it anymore. Forcing a fight under severe injuries would only damage the Dao heart. And for Ye Chen, who had already comprehended the sword intent, it would damage the sword heart even more. Once the sword heart was damaged, Ye Chen's future attainments in sword Dao would be greatly reduced. Ye Chen trembled. Showing off your courage. Is this what the Yi family members think of him? Isn't that the narrow way to win? What makes me a hero when it comes to me? He could not help but look up at the sky. The sky is like blue. Who can understand his heart at this moment? An appalling aura slowly emanated from his body. and sharp wisps of sword chi spread out around him like a tidal wave. Today, I, Ye Chen, will teach the son of heaven's destiny to behave. Groove. Big brother. This aura is not right. Ye Chen is going to make a Jedi counterattack? Lu Yudian clenched her pink fists, her eyes glaring round. Lu Fengyan faintly said, he's also a big villain. Odds are he has some sort of villain system as well, so it's normal for him to be able to fight back with the Jedi. Lu Yudian was a little reluctant to say. Then wouldn't second brother be plucked from the peach? It's a pity that I have so much qigong value. All of the surrounding eaters revealed shocked looks. The third prince of the Yi family is worthy of being a talented young man who has comprehended the sword intent. I would like to call him the strongest sword god. To be able to fight back from the dead in this situation. This son is simply terrifying. It seems that the Yi family is still slightly better. Who can stop this kind of might? The sword light was like a flood, and the raging spiritual energy was mercilessly declared. At this moment, Ye Chen could even hear the praises of the people around him. I have the villain system. I am the nemesis of the chosen one. I'm the main character in this world. Jia. Ye Chen revealed an evil smile. He turned and lowered his head to look at Lu Yunzhong. Snap. Just the moment he looked down, he felt a flash before his eyes. A crisp slap resonates through the room. In an instant, the sword light was unstable for a while, like a long whale sucking in water and shrinking back into the spirit light sword. The aura that erupted from Ye Chen's body went up in smoke, and the crazy spirit power instantly collapsed. Ye Chen covered his face in disbelief and foolishly looked at Lu Yunzhong. This one big then pocket directly to him whole broken defense. Just when Ye Chen's aura reached its peak just now, Lu Yunzhong mercilessly gave him a big mouthful. Jing. Deadly silence. The whole street fell silent. Ding dong. Detected the son of heaven's destiny punching the devil's way sword god in the face in public, inflicting a double blow to the devil's way sword god both physically and mentally, recapturing 1,000 points of chi value. Ding dong. Detected that the devil's way sword god was publicly slapped in the face by the son of heaven's destiny. The devil's way sword god suffered a double blow both physically and mentally, and lost 1,000 points of chi value. Ah Chen. I have tolerated you for a long time. If you continue to be so unreasonable, I'll let your mother take the punishment for you. Lu Yunzhong stated that as a kind father. Of course he could not punish his good elder son when he was injured. Then his mother will have to be punished for him. It makes sense, doesn't it? Ye Chen finally couldn't stand it anymore and jumped into Bai Susu's arms and wailed. Ding dong. Detected that the son of heaven's destiny has made the devil's way sword god cry with anger, inflicting a mental blow on the devil's way sword god and reclaiming 1,000 points of chi value. Ding dong. Detecting that the devil's way sword god has been exasperated and cried by the son of heaven's destiny, the devil's way sword god has suffered a mental blow and lost 1,000 points of chi value. Lu Yunzhong sighed, suddenly a little envious. If he could, he would rather it be himself who was now lying in Baisa's arms and crying. He slowly walked over and reached out to touch Ye Chen's head. Chen. Forefather. Lu Yunzhong. Woo, you've had enough. Ye Chen cried pearly. Pathetic. It's not enough. How is this enough when your mother has a heart of gold? Lu Yunzhong said his last name is Lu. His first name is Yunzhong. And his character is world. He also knows that all the beautiful women in the world have their chests full. Oh, even if I lose, I'm damn well just calling you dad, and not really your son. Ye Chen choked and retorted. Ha, that's good. Scream for me. Looking at the pitiful little appearance of the good oldest child in tears, Lu Yunzhong exclaimed in his heart. Very good. Beat your son before it's too late. Ye Chen stayed for a moment, opened his mouth, but could not shout for a long time. Good big son. You don't want the Yi family's reputation to be ruined, do you? Lu Yunzhong took the opportunity to rub up against Bai Susu's side. A family of three, harmonious and cozy. Just as Ye Chen was about to shout out, a voice rang out abruptly. Lu family boy, see what's good for you. A gray star appeared out of nowhere in front of the three. Ye Chen shouted excitedly. Father. The person who came was none other than Ye Chen's father. Yi Yuntian. Yi Yuntian was about to nod his head when he heard Lu Yunzhong respond. Good boy. That's my good dire. Chapter 19, Withdrawal of Marriage. Yi Yuntian's eyes jumped to the sky. When I wasn't there, it was just a matter of you being a father. The main man is here, and he's still calling me father? This is not putting my Yi family head in my eyes at all. What a mouthy little. Today, I will educate you properly on behalf of your father. Yi Yuntian narrowed his eyes blazing. The spiritual energy around his body was furiously venting outwards, unexpectedly triggering a spiritual storm. Lu Yunjong hastily dodged backward, cursing in his heart for being shameless and actually striking out at a 10-year-old child. The onlookers of the food were also shocked. The Yi family head wouldn't want to take a shot at a 10-year-old child, would he? Bullying the small with the big. The Yi family can't afford to lose. What's this about? I heard that the last duel, the Lu family boy was almost killed, and the Lu family head didn't put up a fight. Right. How come it's like this when the Yi family suffers a loss for a change? A time of mass excitement. Yi Yuntian's face was gloomy and he was hesitating. Ha 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 ha. Yi brother, why do you need to have a general understanding with my family's Yunjong child? A flash of light. Lu Tianba blocked in front of Lu Yunjong. The spiritual power storm instantly lurched and came to a standstill when it reached Lu Tianba's body. Brother Lu, your son is not too mouthy, is he? Yi Yuntian retracted his spiritual energy and spoke bluntly. The two families have been fighting each other for hundreds of years, still maintaining superficial harmony. Naturally they will not make a big fuss over this small matter. Hey, Brother Ye's words are wrong. Why should we interfere in their juniors' affairs? But children playing house. Let them go. Lu Tianba, simply do not eat Yi Yuntian that set. My son was bullied by your son. You do not hear. Now, my son just got the upper hand. And you're in a hurry? I naturally won't intervene when little kids are fighting and messing around. But what does he mean when he bites for his father? Yi Yuntian's mouth twitched. Oh, is that so? Yunaka, what's going on? Lu Tianba's face instantly sank, quietly squeezing his eyes at Lu Yunjong. Father and son were connected. Lu Yunjong understood. He was the one who wanted to find me for a duel. The loser has to call the winner father. So it's reasonable for me to call myself father, right? Lu Yunjong said with an innocent face. Oh, Lu Tianba's face instantly eased, secretly giving his son a thumbs up. Brother Yi, you've heard it all before. A bet is a bet. That's normal. You won't lose any meat if you shout a few words. The corner of Yi Yuntian's mouth twitched and he wanted to say something else when Lu Tianba continued. Ha! Why is Yi Chen always looking for my son? Yunzhong, to duel? When these words came out, Yi Yuntian swallowed back the words that came to his mouth. The party that took the initiative to provoke a private fight was to be punished. If the family does not punish within the family, then the city lord's office will do so on their behalf. Only this kind of big family usually will not be prosecuted. The family within the symbolic punishment will also be settled. What Lu Tianba means is, you beep again? I'll sue the city hall. Yi Yuntian snorted coldly and turned around. Ah Chen, be willing to accept the loss of the bet. Go back with my father to receive the family law. After saying that, he floated away. Lu Tianba, on the other hand, laughed brightly. My son in the clouds. Congratulations on having a son. Ah Chen is a good boy. Lu Yunjong then hemmed and hawed. Pops, congratulations on having a grandson too. Lu Tianba nodded happily, then muttered. Ha, if you do the math like this, Yi Yuntian, this big wrong seed won't become my son? My son Yuntian? Ha 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 ha. Mid-air Yi Yuntian's figure stumbled and nearly crashed. What a gas, said, like a meteor shooting toward the Yi family. Yi Chen looked at his father's departing back. His heart was more or less heavy. Ha ha ha. My son Yunjong really does have the talent of a great emperor. Lu Yunjong could only cooperate with a big smile. Looking at the cozy picture of the Lu family's father's kindness and son's filial piety, Bai Susu suddenly became a little envious. When can the Yi family have such a cozy picture? She shook her head inside, then gathered her emotions and picked up Yi Chen and flew towards the Yi family in a white light. Lu Yunjong's gaze followed, his heart calculating when he could implement the responsibility of Yi Chen's father. Careful as he was, he found that Bai Susu actually had a pimple on his chin. It is well known that the best way to treat acne on a girl's face is, hey hey hey. Lu Yunjong had an exclusive chow thief smile on his face. My second brother YYDS. This can even flip. Not far away, Lu Yudian stuffed his tender little hand into his mouth, turning into a little fanboy in seconds. It's finished. It seems that the period of chi belonging to second brother has come. Old 3. Keep a low profile lately. Don't mess with him. Lu Fengyan, on the other hand, revealed the exclusive cautious expression of old 6 and carefully slipped towards the Lu family. He said that in the near future, he will focus on how to bring up Pauline single-handedly, and leave the rest to his great-nephew Yi Chen. Lu Yu Electricity busy nodded, took small steps to catch up with the footsteps of the wronged big brother, said that in the near future, we must eat more nai early development, to keep up with the rhythm of the big brother and second brother. A few days later, the Acropolis welcomes a group of uninvited guests. The group of people entered the Acropolis and hoofed it to the Lu family. A group of people flanked a 12-year-old girl into the Lu family. The girl is like a large porcelain doll, just when the buds are ready to bloom. The appearance of the posture in the same age of the girl also belongs to the best. I'm sure I'll be a great beauty in the future too. It was just that the girl's eyes revealed disdain and contempt after she entered the Lu family. There were 16 great families in the great desolate central continent, of which the Yen City Song family was renowned. Song Ziyin is the youngest daughter of the Song family's concubine. Originally unknown, just a tool used for marriage. However, several years ago, Song Ziyin was discovered to be an innate spirit body, a supreme talent among spirit cultivators. Therefore, he was spotted by the sect master of the Lingxiu sect, one of the 10 major sects in the Great Wasteland, and was directly booked as a personal disciple of the Lingxiu sect. From then on, Song Ziyin's fame and family status skyrocketed, and her mother was directly promoted to the main house. In recent years, the Song family, relying on their family's elevated power, had continuously pressured the Lu family to break off the marriage. However, the idea of Lu Yunzhong talented, they patiently observe, until some time ago to learn that Lu Yunzhong cultivation was abolished, then immediately decided to withdraw. The day had finally come, but the Song family actually came as a surprise attack. It caused Lu Tianba to be very passive, but since it was a door-to-door withdrawal, it didn't matter about all the red tape. Brother Lu, haven't seen you in days, how have you been? Accompanying Song Ziyin was Song Zhu, the Song family's 6th elder. This person's gentle character and prudence in dealing with things meant that the Song family didn't want to make the relationship too stiff either. Lu Tianba's face was cold and nodded slightly. Chapter 20, Destined Female Villain. Since ancient times, marriages between great families have been deeply tied to their interests. Whether it's a political marriage or a marriage of interests, it's all about the right family. When one party's status rises rapidly, or the other party's strength declines rapidly, and the two parties are not in the right place, the marriage will go bankrupt. The Lu family and the Song family are encountering this situation. As for the feelings, they've never even met, so what kind of feelings can they have? Uncle Lu, I'm sure you know that I've been accepted as a personal disciple by the spiritual sect's patriarch, right? Song Ziyin was so young that she dared to be condescending in the face of her elders. She didn't put Lu Tianba in her eyes in the slightest, and when she thought that the fiancé she had never met was a waste, she felt that the entire Lu family were all wastes. None of the men in these great families could match her Song Ziyin. Only the holy sons of the 10 great clans had that qualification. Right. It's also just qualified. She was destined to be a generation of heavenly pride that would become the holy daughter of the Spirit Shio sect. It was the object of the Holy Sun sect's jealousy. How could it be that a punk could get his hands on it? I know. Didn't your Song family come here this time to withdraw from the marriage? If you want to withdraw, then withdraw. Lu Tianba's face is flat. My son Yunzhong has the qualifications of a great emperor. Your withdrawal from the marriage is a loss for the Song family, and my Lu family will never grovel for it. Can you do it for Lu Yunzhong? Where is he? Why didn't he come to see me? Song Ziyin asked back with some contempt. She really wanted to meet her fiancé, whom she had never met. I had heard that the 3 sons of the Lu family patriarch were all born with rebel bones and were not subject to constraints. If it was only the matriarch who agreed to withdraw from the marriage and Lu Yunzhong himself was unwilling, how would he be able to make it clear when the time came? So Song Ziyin means that both parties must withdraw from the marriage in person, and there must also be paperwork signed and seal as proof. This is the way to get rid of the problem once and for all. Why don't you come to see you? Hearing Song Ziyin's condescending, aggressive, and overbearing attitude, Lu Tianba was instantly enraged. Snap! Junior, do you understand etiquette? He clapped his hands and the aura around him instantly exploded. At the same time, the Cloud Central Villa. Lu Yunzhong had given his small courtyard an elegant name, and it was called Yunzhong Beiyuan. Second young master. Second young master. Something big is wrong. Bolian hurriedly ran into Yunzhong Baiyan. As soon as she entered the courtyard she saw Baochai scrambling to organize her clothes. On the side, Lu Yunzhong contentedly wiped her small mouth, and in her heart, she secretly said that the little girl who had accomplished more than she had lost. What's the big surprise? Pauline gave Lu Yunzhong a grudging look. Second young master, the eldest young master asked me to convey to you that your fiancé has come to your door to withdraw from the marriage. Ha? What did you say? Lu Yunzhong opened his mouth wide in shock, not daring to believe it. Really? Your fiancé came to your door to withdraw? Pauline repeated again. Not far away. Seeing Lu Yunzhong's stunned look, the corners of Lu Fingyan's mouth rose slightly. Sure enough, any man has pride. Not to mention a son of heaven's destiny come a son of destiny like second brother. as long as the withdrawal is early. There is no providence that can't be brought down. Next to suddenly come over a small head, Lu Yudian heatedly smiled. Slot. Big brother. Our opportunity to flip the plate is finally here. Lu Fengyan rolled his eyes. If you groove again, believe it or not, I'll tear your mouth apart. As soon as he pinched Lu Yudian's small mouth, if this wasn't his own third brother, he would have had someone take a needle and thread and sew it on. Oh, tied. Big brother. Want to follow over to take a look? Lu Yudian was pinched and still defiant. Lu Fengyan nodded. The son of heaven's destiny was withdrawn from marriage. This kind of hilarity, there is no reason not to come together? It's too late. Just see Lu Yunzhong pulling Baochai's hand, wind and fire toward the main hall, and ran wildly. Look at that situation. Today is bound to be another bloody storm. Lu Fengyan's eyelids jumped fiercely. What is this guy pulling my hairpin to do? He and Lu Yudian also hurriedly followed, fearing that they would miss the big show of the year. My son, Yunzhong, is in a critical period of cultivation. He doesn't have time to see you. Above the main hall, Lu Tianba looked indifferent. Since Song Zhu didn't say anything, Song Ziyin's meaning was that he also agreed with it, so there was no sentimentality to speak of. Critical period of cultivation? I heard that Lu Yunzhong seems to have been wasted by Ye Chen of the Yi family, right? What is he cultivating? Song Ziyin sized up Lu Tianba with interest. She was curious to see how long this patriarch of the Lu family could endure. Trance red hot. As soon as Song Ziyin's words fell, an exaggerated laugh came from outside the door. Lu Yunzhong rushed in by pulling Baochai's hand. Ha 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 ha, Pops, I heard that my fiancé is here. Where is it? Lu Yunzhong took Baochai's hand and looked around as if he was looking for someone. Song Ziyin saw the situation. People are stupid. I'm so obvious heroine cannot see? This Lu Yunzhong is blind, right? And what are you doing running to see me and dragging a maid with you? Although the Baochai posture is also very absolute, wearing a jacket dress, so a glance can know the identity. Song Ziyin's eyes jumped hard as she sneered and questioned. Uncle Lu, is this what you meant when you said he was in a critical stage of cultivation? Seeing Song Ziyin speak, Lu Yunzhong turned his head to ask his father. Pops, who is this yellow-haired girl? Didn't you say my fiancé is here? Where is it? Crowd. Not only did Lu Tianbai not get angry when he heard this, he even wanted to laugh a little. My son Yunzhong is worthy of being a great emperor. Song Ziyin was furious as her chest rose and fell violently, but of course even if it rose and fell violently, it didn't look obvious. After all, she was only 12 years old and didn't have much material, not even close to Baochai. Lu Yunzhong, are you blind? Dare to call me a yellow-haired girl? I am Song Ziyin. Song Ziyin? I'm also the goddess of mercy. My fiancé is the great desolate heavenly pride, the world's #1 beauty billet, just a crooked one like you. Are you kidding me? Lu Yunzhong said disdainfully. How could he not know Song Ziyin's identity? But when he rushed through the door and saw the string of messages on Song Ziyin's head, he understood what to do. Song Ziyin, the female villain of heaven's destiny, who gains the value of qi by irritating the son of heaven's destiny, humiliating the son of heaven's destiny, and suppressing the son of heaven's destiny as a way to enhance her own strength. The divine destiny female villain had advocated drawing a line with the Lu family many years ago, while participating in the suppression of the divine destiny son in many ways, and constantly letting out harsh words and inflicting many mental blows on the divine destiny son. Seeing Song Ziyin's past misdeeds, Lu Yunzhong's heart was filled with anger. It's amazing that there are such horrible women in the world. Before the initial meeting, there were all sorts of strikes against the fiancé remotely. The most important thing is to see that after the Son of Providence was abolished, he actually took advantage of his illness to kill him. Is this something a human being could do? Chapter 21, Fighting a Bull Across a Mountain, Killing Two Birds with One Stone. Seen the villain take the destiny of the daughter of wool-gathering. Not seen what destiny of the female villain to take the destiny of the son of wool-gathering. How crummy must it be to pull wool over your fiancé's head? Dad, is this really my fiancé? Lu Yunzhong stared in disbelief. Lu Tianbai nodded. Yunzhong, she is indeed. Not anymore from now on. Song Ziyin interrupted Lu Tianbai. She probed with her divine sense and found that Lu Yunzhong's cultivation level was only at the first level of the measly body refining realm. Sure enough, he was a waste, not worthy of her innate spirit body at all. Really? That's great. Ga ga ga. Lu Yunzhong hugged the Baochai beside him. This has no boobs, no ass, and it's a question whether she can have a son. Still Baochai's sister is good. Lu Yunzhong directly into the arms of the treasure hairpin buried chest. Baochai blushed, but after all, the second young master had been withdrawn from marriage by others, and it was only right to comfort him at this time. What? You are shameless. Nasty. Song Ziyin's face turned white with anger. What boobs, ass, and having a son. Is that something a 10-year-old boy could say? At the moment, she was incredibly glad that she had made the best choice of her life. If you really marry this kind of trash, you may have to suffer a lot in the future. Cut. That what sends the son to Guanyin, right? Lu Yunzhong reluctantly moved his head out of Bao Chai's arms and said, Song purple tone. The purple, sonorous tone. Song Ziyin was really close to vomiting blood in anger. Oh, that. Sending Zi Guanyin. You came just in time. Hurry up and get out of the marriage. My fiancé must be older than Bao Chai. You're not even as good as Bao Lian. I'm not interested at all. After Lu Yunzhong said that, he turned his head to the dumbfounded cheap old man and said, Old man, hurry up and go through the formalities. Remember my requirement for choosing a spouse? It has to be older than Bao Chai. I'm afraid of starving the child in the future. Lu Tianba nodded dully. Oh, good. It's true that he is my Lu Tianba's son. Even his aesthetics are the same. He is really deep in my heart. Song Ziyin, who had long been jaw-dropped, glanced down at her feet. So what if you can see the shoes? This girl is only 12 years old. And this Lu Yunzhong is actually comparing a 16 or 17-year-old mature maid to a 12-year-old girl. Is this what people do? This girl will still develop alright. I can't believe they said something about being afraid of starving the kids. By the look of him, he'd hate to break off the engagement right away. What the hell? Obviously door-to-door withdrawal of marriage. How to become a repudiated as if. Second young master, don't you get carried away. How can a slave girl be compared to Miss Song? Bao Chai said with a red face. She'd never been complimented like that before. Who in a girl doesn't like to be complimented? As you said, she's MS. Song, you're Bao de hairpin. Lu Yunzhong glanced at Song Ziyin. Hey, can't afford it against a. Ding dong. Detecting the Heavenly Destiny female villain Nai Pain of the Heavenly Destiny Sun's Chi. For the first time, inflicting a double blow to the Heavenly Destiny female villain both physically and mentally. Recapturing 10,000 points of Chi value. And obtaining the innate holy body. Ding dong. Detected that the Heavenly Fate female villain was infuriated by the Heavenly Fate son of Nai Pain. The Heavenly Fate female villain suffered a double blow both physically and mentally, and lost 10,000 points of Chi value. Innate sacred body, the strongest body that has become a saint in flesh. The strength of the flesh is increased by 99 times after activating the innate sacred body. The host can activate the innate sacred body at any time. The system's beep sounded at the same time. And Lu Yunzhong couldn't help but grin, thanking Old Iron for the innate sacred body. I did not expect to send the son of Guanyin so fast to break the defense. This little bit of ridicule cannot stand, but also as what Heavenly Destiny female villain no talent. He glanced contemptuously toward Song Ziyin's chest with a disdainful expression. Animal. Song Ziyin directly to the whole broken defense. 12 years old. I'm only 12. He actually demanded that a 12-year-old girl is not the right age. And there was urging to hurry up and get out of the marriage for fear of starving the children. What kind of scumbag can say something like that? Insults. Barefaced insults. Groove. Big brother. This is also too powerful. Right. The second brother directly does not regard Song Ziyin as a person. Look at the young lady sister angry. It seems that second brother truly likes Bao Hairpin. Lu Yudian appeared at Lu Fengyan's side like a ghost. But what he didn't notice was that Lu Fengyan had already gnashed his teeth in anger. My hairpin. Seeing Bao Chai, who was brought up by one hand, put his second brother in his arms, Lu Fengyan's heart ached. One didn't hold back a wave of sadness from his heart. Ding dong. Detecting the Heaven's Destiny Sun's angry Heaven's Destiny Grand Nemesis egg pain. Inflicting a mental blow on the Heaven's Destiny Grand Nemesis. Recapturing 1,000 points of Chi value. Ding dong. Detecting that the Heavenly Fate Grand Nemesis was infuriated by the Heavenly Fate Sun's egg. The Heavenly Fate Grand Nemesis suffered a mental blow and lost 1,000 points of Chi value. Slot. Being wool-gathered again. Lu Fengyan almost cried out. At the same time, Lu Yunzhong slightly froze and swept a glance towards the surrounding area. It seemed that Brother Grievous Seed was also in the vicinity. That's a really cool move to kill two birds with one stone. Cool. Big brother, I have a bold idea. Lu Yudian pouted, a retarded look flashing in his eyes. Nope. It's the wise eyes. Tell me. Lu Fengyan was curious. He had long known that this third brother of his was no ordinary person either. Since Song Ziyin is second brother's fiancée, she should be the daughter of Heaven's Destiny, right? Lu Yudian had an innocent smile on her face. Oh, the daughter of Heaven's Destiny. Lu Fengyan's eyes lit up. Smart as he was, he already understood what his third brother meant. Right. If you can take down the daughter of heaven's destiny, I think it will deal a considerable blow to second brother. I just don't know if you dare to cut this crop of leeks, Lu Yudian said with confidence. It makes sense that the fiancé of the son of heaven's destiny would be the daughter of heaven's destiny. But now that people have come to withdraw from the marriage, can they still be the chosen daughter? Lu Fengyan shook his head. Song Ziyin has come to withdraw from the marriage, which means she is not the daughter of heaven's destiny. Otherwise, although Bao Hairpin is great, but Song Ziyin possesses an innate spirit body, and she's the heavenly daughter of the Song family, one of the 16 great families in the central continent, and she's also the scheduled personal disciple of the Great Desert's top 10 sects, the Spirit Show sect's patriarch. Who else is worthy of such a character other than the daughter of heaven's destiny? Lu Yudian analyzed the situation. If I guessed correctly, second brother is being prideful. He's just not willing to admit it. Besides, taking down this Song Ziyin won't do you any harm. Big brother. Lu Fengyan's heart stirred as he listened. Yeah, it's not like I need to be that dedicated as a villain. Scum is what villains are made of. The more the merrier for a superb heavenly pride like Song Ziyin. That's for sure. As the saying goes, one less is better than one more. Can't a 15 or 16-year-old wolfhound give away a beauty queen? The words of the third brother are very close to my heart. Still, he frowned, and there was always a question in his mind. Then why don't you go take her down and make me do it? Chapter 22, The Lord of the City. The pit. Must be the pits. Countless thoughts flashed through Lu Fengyan's mind. Groove. Big brother. I'm only 5 years old. You're letting me take her down as a 5-year-old brat? Lu Yudeng rolled his eyes. You're not making things difficult. I'd like to take her. What would I use to take her? Lu Yudian has a face that is lifeless. Lu Fengyan stunned. Ha 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 ha. Good. It's really hard for Hyunji. Forgetting that you don't have all your hairs. Good boy. He stroked Lu Yudian's small head in a doting manner. Just at this time, Song Ziyin droned out. Lu Yunjong, do you dare to have a match with me? Today, being repeatedly humiliated by Lu Yunjong, this waste of a fiancé, Song Ziyin, as a proud daughter of heaven, directly broke her great defense. If she didn't teach Lu Yunjong a hard lesson, it would be hard to get even in her heart. When her heart demon had become established, it would affect her future cultivation. The crowd was taken aback at her words. Even Song Ju never expected her to ask for a match. The Song family is here to withdraw from the marriage. Withdrawing from the marriage would have been a breach of agreement and at a moral low point. The Lu family is already considered to have a backbone for not making a demand. Where is the party that withdraws from the marriage to make a demand, and to propose a match while knowing that the other party's cultivation had been abolished? This was no longer a mere withdrawal. This is a public slap in the face. Song Ju was busy walking up and whispering, Ziyin, don't mess around. Song Ziyin didn't even bother to look at Song Ju. What kind of family elder is not even worthy of lifting the shoes of the future holy maiden of the Lingshou sect? She stared at Lu Yunjong with a burning gaze and a provocative look in her eyes. She couldn't believe that the legendary Destiny's Child would be indifferent. But anyone with an ounce of blood in their veins will also respond to the battle. Isn't the chosen one very good at going over the top? Aren't the sons of Qi very good at performing miracles? Why don't you let me, the female villain of destiny, have a long look today? Lu Yunjong looked at the little cutie with eyes at Song Ziyin, then pouted. You're here to take a dump, aren't you? Crowd. Song Ziyin opened her mouth wide in disbelief. Put. Baochai couldn't help but burst out laughing. The second youngest speaks a little less elegantly, but it's always a pain in the ass. You, vulgar. Song Ziyin really couldn't figure it out. Didn't she just propose a match? How did it just turn out to become law? That word she really didn't even want to think about. Disgusting. Aren't you here to withdraw from the marriage? Since you're here to withdraw from the marriage, then hurry up and withdraw. First withdraw from the marriage, and then we'll talk about the rest. Lu Yunjong cannot wait to say. Those who do not know also thought that he took the initiative to withdraw from the marriage. Well. Refund. Ha! I refund can't. Song Ziyin was directly exasperated and laughed. She really hadn't seen this kind of person before. The son of Providence is indeed unreasonable. Since you are unreasonable, I will talk to you about force. Sixth uncle, bring me the marriage certificate. Song Ju helplessly took the marriage certificate over. It was a large red and gold traced dragon and phoenix cloud pattern marriage certificate. This thing would be worth a fortune if it was taken to the blue planet, but it was nothing in this world where one could cultivate immortality. Lu Tianba also took out the same marriage certificate from a brocade box on the side. In duplicate, The Lu family and the Song family each retained a copy, and now both parties only needed to destroy the 2 marriage certificates in front of a respected witness. I respectfully request the Lord of Wei City to be a witness. Song Ju suddenly shouted at the door. Boom boom boom. The sound of neat footsteps suddenly resounded outside the door, and the armor-plated and helmeted heavily armed soldiers lined up in 2 columns and stood outside the Lu family residence. A silver-armored general with a height of 2 meters strutted forward and walked into the gate of the Lu family with a smiling face. Ha 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 ha. Old brother Lu. Farewell. City Lord Wei Dong walked in majestically. So it's Lord City Lord. Lu Tianba was busy welcoming him. Since the Lu family was rooted in Acropolis City, the face of Lord City Lord was certainly something to be given. He had also never expected that this Song family, which was far away in Yin City, actually had friendship with the Wei City Lord. Lu old brother, don't need to be polite. I came today as just to be a witness, since the 2 families can negotiate amicably. Naturally it is excellent. Ha 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 ha. I will dare to be a witness today, with City Lord Wei as a witness. I, Lu, am relieved. Lu Tianba smiled faintly. My son Yunzhong has the qualifications of a great emperor, so I'm afraid that this little girl from the Song family who doesn't know what's good for her will back out. With Lord Wei as a witness, there's no fear of the Song family's nonsense. Wei Dong turned his head to survey Lu Yunzhong with a smile. The little boy looked so cute. This is the same little friend who not long ago turned the entire Acropolis upside down, defeating Ye Chen, the pride of the Yi family, awakening the chaotic bloodline, carrying the chaotic thunder, and quickly reconditioning his cultivation after it was abolished. How terrifying is this kind of heavenly pride? Even if the Song family's girl had an innate spirit body and had received the true transmission from the spirit show sect, she shouldn't have humiliated the Lu family like this. And he, Wei Dong, as the city lord of Wei City, certainly had his own calculations. How else would they have gotten into this mess? He smiled and nodded at Lu Yunzhong before saying, please have the 2 families hand over the marriage certificate to me. Lu Tianba and Song Ju handed over the marriage certificate together. Wei Dong took the marriage certificate and carefully examined it. After confirming that it was correct, he said aloud, good. Today, I, Wei Dong, will be the witness that the marriage contract between Lu Yunzhong of the Lu family of Wei City and Song Ziyin of the Song family of Yin City ends here. When he said that, a domineering aura like a blazing fire suddenly erupted from his body. In the next second, a blue flame ignited out of nowhere in his hand, and the 2 marriage certificates were instantly wrapped in blue flame. Phew! In an instant, the 2 marriage certificates were reduced to ashes. Song Ziyin smiled contemptuously. Lu Yunzhong, can we have a match now? At this time, Lu Yunzhong is still held in the arms of Bao Chai, his hands around the neck of Bao Chai. Who said I wanted to fight you? I just said to withdraw from the marriage first, and now that the marriage has been withdrawn, you can get lost. Lu Yunzhong waved his hand at Song Ziyin, then leaned over to Bao Chai's ear and said, Bao Chai, let's go back. I'm hungry. Bao Chai's small face red, did not expect the young master in public also really immodest. He's only 10 years old. It's only 10 years old. What bad thoughts can a 10-year-old have? Song Ziyin people are numb. She was actually fooled. The legendary Destiny villainess actually gets screwed over by Destiny's child. No way. Absolutely not. What kind of Destiny is this? Is this what Destiny looks like? Big question marks popped up in her tiny head. Are you afraid? Are you running away? Are you on? It's in Nima. Why do you always want to bully the small with the big? Why don't you find my father to fight? Lu Yunzhong said impatiently. I have never seen such a shameless. Girls develop early. 12 years old is already very tall. Have to fight with their own 10-year-old children. Lu Yunzhong said he had never seen such a shameless person in his 2 lifetimes. Chapter 23, Are you stupid? Suddenly, Song Ziyin feels like she's been knifed again. You want to fight with your father? Song Ziyin really cannot figure out how Lu Yunzhong can say such words. How old is his dad? What's his level of cultivation? How did that come out of his mouth? Ding dong! Detecting the chest pain of the Heavenly Destiny female villain of the Heavenly Destiny Sun's chi, inflicting a double blow to the Heavenly Destiny female villain both physically and mentally, recapturing 1,000 points of chi value. Ding dong! Detected that the Heavenly Fate female villain was infuriated by the Heavenly Fate Sun and her chest hurt. The Heavenly Fate female villain suffered a double blow both physically and mentally, and lost 1,000 points of chi value. Song Ziyin finally broke her defense and was so angry that her chest hurt. I was thinking of using this withdrawal to pull another big wave of wool, but I didn't realize that stealing a chicken would not work. That's a big loss. No way. As a Divine Destiny female villain, how can she be crushed by the Divine Destiny Sun? It's almost like reversing the Big Dipper. The people in the audience have also long been confused, especially City Lord Wei Dong, who could only look at Lu Yunjong with a stunned expression. I really don't know how this son could say such overbearing words at such a young age. It was a bit crass, but right up his alley. A man is a man, so he should speak boldly and swallow his breath like a tiger. How can you be soft like you're a pussy? When he was young he couldn't get away from his mother in 3 words, but whenever he opened his mouth, the content of mom was extremely high. Song Ziyin took a deep breath and calmed her emotions. How could she be easily provoked as the arch-villain? Thus, she suddenly spread her face and smiled. Uncle Lu is older than me. His cultivation is higher than mine, and he's still an elder, so it's impossible for me to compete with him. These words were justified, and Song Zhu beside him nodded slightly in appreciation. Of course, he didn't completely appreciate the words, but rather Song Ziyin's heart. So you're not older than me? Cultivation is not higher than mine? Lu Yunjong asked back. Since the wouldn't let go, well, at least let her bleed a little more so that she could leave a little blood lesson for later. You and I are of similar age and of the same generation. Naturally different. Song Ziyin was unforgiving. In the distance, Lu Yudian couldn't watch. Slot. Big brother. Quickly on if you don't go again, you won't have a chance. Lu Fengyan also felt that it was time to show off his true skills. At the rate these two kids are fighting, there's no end to it. So he took a giant leap. Behind her, Lu Yudian's tiny mouth slightly hooked up in a cute arc. Just at that moment, Lu Yunjong was overjoyed when he saw Big Brother Injustice Seed walk over with a 6-fold stride. Good. Then we'll do what you want. Song Ziyin was overjoyed at his words. The heaven's destined son had finally taken the bait. She forced herself to hold back the joy in her heart and was about to say something when she saw Lu Yunjong point his finger at the door. The crowd turned their heads to look, but they saw a handsome 15-year-old boy walking with his head held high. My elder brother is also of similar age to you, and is also of the same generation as you. You find him for a match first. Lu Yunjong suddenly changed his words and pointed the spearhead at Lu Fengyan. Lu Fengyan stiffened and smiled awkwardly. I seem to have come at a bad time, said, busy turning around and ready to slip away. He's here to fix Song Ziyin, not to screw Song Ziyin away, much less to screw Song Ziyin to death. A fight? Then a hookah bucket. Slow down. You've come at the right time. Lu Tianba called out to him in a deep voice. That, father, second brother thing has nothing to do with me. Right? I am simply passing by. The corners of Lu Fengyan's mouth twitched as an ominous feeling of foreboding surged through his heart. Really, if he fights with Song Ziyin, he thinks he won't lose. But people are well at least one side of the heavenly pride of the girl, and he is trying to fix her to come. In case the shot is too heavy, wouldn't that take care of becoming screwed? Even if they didn't screw up, they ended up screwing away. It's impossible to get it done anyway. We mean, is it really too late to turn back? How is it okay? You're the big brother. Lu Tianba frowned slightly. This boss was becoming more and more unreliable lately. Lu Yunjong smiled cheekily, reached out and touched Bao Chai's smooth face, and said to Lu Fengyan, Big brother, you don't want to see me being bullied by outsiders either, right? Lu Fengyan. He turned his head to look into a far corner where he was supposed to be hiding. At this time, Lu Yudian is blinking his big eyes, a face of innocence with the wrong kind of big brother to stare at. Lu Fengyan hurriedly made a wink to Lu Yudian, the meaning of which was clearly, Sage brother, hurry up and give big brother another bad idea. Lu Yu Electric said he really have no bad ideas. Even if there are bad ideas cannot be written on the face, right? While Lu Fengyan was out of ideas, Song Ziyin chilled her little face and said, then I'll pick on your elder brother first. She pointed at Lu Fengyan, thinking that if she picked Lu Fengyan, Lu Yunjong would have no reason to avoid the battle, right? At that time, he could then humiliate him in public, rightfully, and ruthlessly wool-gathering. Lu Fengyan said that this little girl is overthinking and wants to pick me? Can I give you that chance? Sandpiper. This move of his second brother's to drive a tiger to swallow a wolf was all too clear to him. Regardless of the outcome, it's an infighting between two villains, and the best that can happen is that one of the villains gets hurt and humiliated. Even the villains lose both. It seemed that Song Ziyin was still too young to even see through this little trick of his second brother. How can you fight with your second brother with that? Wanted to fart eat it. He quickly shook his head and said, would I, Lu Fengyan, bully the small with the big? You. Song Ziyin had thought that this Lu Fengyan, as an elder brother, would definitely stand up for Lu Yunjong, but unexpectedly Lu Fengyan refused without even thinking about it, and a comment about not bullying the big with the small. You're puritanical. You're terrific. The atmosphere was a bit awkward for a while, and Wei Dong saw that there was no more drama to watch, so he snorted. Since everyone has no more opinions, this city lord will return first. Lu Yunzhong. Then let's agree on a time to compete again. How about 3 years from now? Song Ziyin busied herself, while Wei Dong, the witness, had not yet left. She had to place this war cry. Wei Dong stopped and surveyed the two with interest. Are you stupid? You're still older than me after 3 years. Lu Yunzhong used to look at the little cutie. The eyes look at Song Ziyin. Others are chest without brain. This girl how no chest without brain. Ah. Then 10 years later, Song Ziyin said with a trembling voice. She was literally on the verge of crying with anger. There's something wrong. Even after 100 million years you're still bigger than me. Baochai, let's go. Lu Yunzhong patted Baochai's fragrant shoulder. Baochai nodded and hugged him and went inside. Only Song Ziyin was left with the corners of her mouth twitching and tears swishing down her face. Ding dong. Detected the son of Heaven's Destiny crying in anger at the female villain of Heaven's Destiny. Inflicting a mental blow to the female villain of Heaven's Destiny. Recapturing 1,000 points of chi value. Ding dong. Detected that the female villain of Destiny was exasperated and cried by the son of Destiny. The female villain of Destiny has suffered a mental blow and has lost 1,000 points of chi value. Chapter 24, I'll kill him myself. Uncle 6. He scolded me. Woo woo. It wasn't until this moment that Song Ziyin remembered to look for Song Zhu. Next to the Lu Fengyan shook his head. He would have liked to take this girl. And now he cannot even think about it. It's a curse to take it down. Lu Fengyan muttered in a low voice. Serves you right. Song Ziyin cried even louder after hearing. Woohoo. Ding dong. Detected the son of Heaven's Destiny utilizing the Heaven's Destiny Grand Nemesis to cry in anger at the Heaven's Destiny female villain, inflicting a double spiritual blow on the Heaven's Destiny female villain and reclaiming 2,000 points of chi value. Ding dong. Detecting that the Heavenly Fate female villain was cried out in anger by the Heavenly Fate son using the Heavenly Fate Grand Nemesis, the Heavenly Fate female villain suffered a double spiritual blow and lost 2,000 points of chi value. After the system prompt, Song Ziyin almost cried out. Song Zhu sighed and shook his head, indicating that this girl's heart still needed to be honed, so he could only drag the little girl away from the Lu family. After the crowd left the Lu family, Lu Tianba couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha 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 ha, my son Yunzhong and Fengyan did a great job. The old father was very pleased to hear Lu Fengyan's phrase deserved. With his elbow turned inward, Fengyan still protected his brother. He nodded at Lu Fengyan rather approvingly, with admiration in his eyes. Seeing his sons get along with each other made his old father feel much more at ease. Father, like the Song family, such arrogant juniors should be taught a hard lesson. By the way, that what? When can you change Baochai and Pauline back up? Lu Fengyan said with a shy smile. Every time he saw his second brother wrapping his arms around Baochai's neck, he felt like he was being strangled by fate. I ask myself why I should be strangled by life when I have done nothing bad in my life? Lu Fengyan growled in his mind. Ha! Lu Tianba froze at that moment, and the words lust, indulgence in wine and sex, and indulgence in pleasure popped up in his mind. Unproductive thing. Not learning at a young age. What's in your head all day long? I'll give you a 50-year-old mom for your bull ********. Lu Tianba was furious and blew his beard. Ha! Lu Fengyan fled. Acropolis. Come again in. VIP room. Song Ziyin was sulking alone in her room. Though she tried her best to restrain her angry emotions, she couldn't control them at all. I'm a Divine Destiny female villain being angry at the Divine Destiny son for my pain? Is that like it? This is outrageous. She swore that she had to get her revenge before returning to Yanchang. Otherwise she couldn't swallow this breath. Knock knock. There was a knock at the door. Uncle 6? Come in. Song Ziyin sank her face and said in a chilling voice. It was all because of this sixth elder Song Zhu. As the Song family's elder, he actually watched as he was bullied by the Lu family. Don't even dare to fart. How does such a person deserve to be an elder of the Song family? If she were the Song family head, she would definitely expel this sixth elder from the Council of Elders. Song Zhu carefully pushed open the door, a face that was on the verge of smiling like a chrysanthemum. Ziyin, when are we leaving for Yen City? Song Ziyin snorted coldly, her small face like frost. Today in the Lu family 6 uncle watched me being bullied and humiliated indifferent. Now do not think for me to seek justice, but go home eagerly. Is not it take the Lu family what benefits? Song Zhu heart said bad. This girl is a grudge master. But the Song family had already broken the agreement by withdrawing from the marriage at their doorstep. So why did they have to pick a fight? Of course he didn't know that Song Ziyin wanted to pull wool over Lu Yunzhong's eyes. Ziyin you're the future holy maiden of the Lingxiu sect. Why should you be generalized with a loser and waste a lot of time and energy for nothing? Waste? I've heard that Lu Yunzhong defeated Ye Chen of the Weichengyi family only a few days ago. Song Ziyin skimmed her lips. How could the son of heaven's destiny turn into a waste so easily? Could it still be called the son of heaven's destiny? The chosen one is supposed to be the undefeatable one who keeps getting wool pulled over the villain's eyes. Oh, Songju was shocked at his words. It's that talented young man who has comprehended sword intent? His mother, by Susu, is a famous cough. At the end of his words, Songju's old face turned red and he coughed dryly. That's not right. This son's cultivation is ruined. How could he defeat Ye Chen who has comprehended the sword intent? Songju frowned in puzzlement. Weicheng was very far away from Yen City, and this group had traveled all the way over here. So Lu Yunzhong was still in a wasted state as early as the time of departure. The Song family is still unaware of the subsequent events in Lu Yunzhong, and the latest news has only just been received. And the message skipped Songju and went directly to Song Ziyin. Song Ziyin picked up the letter on the table and threw it to Songju, who hastily took it to check. This look will be shocked. That old face instantly like eating poop. Chaotic bloodline. Big Dipper sword intent. How is this possible? This son is so terrifying. Songju heart thumped. This if Song Ziyin reversed unwilling to repent marriage can be how to do. He had long ago reminded this girl not to make the relationship too rigid. But I did not expect that this girl did not know the sky in the sky. Door to withdraw from the marriage is just, but also provoked in public. In addition to mentioning Lu Yunzhong's various heaven-defying breakthroughs in recent times, the letter also said that Song Ziyin should decide for herself what to do about the marriage. Songju wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and only hoped that this ant would hurry up and hit the road. Chaotic bloodline and Big Dipper sword intent. Taking out just one of these two things would be enough to stand proudly in the great wilderness. And this kid from the Lu family can actually combine it into one. Which shows the horror of his talent qualification. Violet voice. What do you mean? Since the letter said to let Ziyin make her own decision, there was no need for him, the sixth elder, to intervene more. Poof. I'm going to waste him with my own hands. Song Ziyin squeezed her pink fist. Even though Lu Yunzhong had awakened the legendary chaotic bloodline and the heavenly deity sword intent, his cultivation was ultimately nullified. With a cultivation level of first level of body refining realm, what was the use of having a good talent qualification? Just as a 3-year-old child, no matter how gifted he is, does he have a chance of winning when facing an 18-year-old adult? There are. Either that 18-year-old adult is disabled or that 3-year-old got lucky. And she, Song Ziyin, was not only not disabled, she was also the villainess who specialized in pitting the children of destiny. The corner of her mouth slightly hooked up a beautiful arc. Her eyes showed some disdain. Songju heart thumped. This girl really want to organize what moth again? Ziyin. Mustn't fool around. This is Wei City. It's the Lu family's territory. Even if my Song family is powerful, I must not act recklessly in another family's territory. Songju hastened to advise. Making a move against the Lu family in Acropolis? Isn't this bunking next to a cesspool? Looking for death? He couldn't figure out why it had to be like this when it was obviously a pretty good marriage. Ziyin. This girl's heart must continue to be honed. Chapter 25, Nothing Today. Listening to songs at the Hook Railway. There's nothing to do today, so I'll listen to music at the hookah and arrange flowers in jade. Lu Yunzhong's small hand waved. Baochai then pulled his hand out of the Lu family residence. It's hard to cross over to the new world and become the son of a great family. After suffering so much in his last life, can't he enjoy himself in this life? What's wrong with 10? Art. It's for all ages. Tianxian Lu walks up. Baochai was lifelessly pulling the young master's small hand. As the young master's personal maid, she initially refused to go to that kind of fireworks place. But then the young master said that it was easy to learn bad things by bringing a houseboy there. And Baochai thought about it and thought it made sense. So he agreed to go to Tianxiangla together with a stiff upper lip. Of course, she was there to supervise the young master. Not long after, the two of them arrived in front of Tianxian Lu. Lu Yunzhong has long been a household name and Weicheng is a talented young man. Nope. Should be gifted children. There were certainly many people who knew him, including the warblers of Tianxian Lu. These girls had nothing better to do than to discuss the sons of the world's great families, especially these famous rich kids. If you can please these rich dads and successfully land a job, you will be transformed into a rich wife and have a lifetime of prosperity. Ha! Isn't this the second son of the Lu family? A girl dressed as a flowery girl greeted him, her eyes glowing. Baochai. Reward. Lu Yunzhong's small hand was able to discern the pearls in a sea of people. When rewarded, Bao hairpin pouted, disgruntled, and pulled out a low-grade spirit stone from her sleeve pocket and threw it over. Agu. Thank you, Mr. Lu. The girl happily accepted the spirit stone. The moment she saw the spirit stone, tears of excitement fell from her eyes. Things like spirit stones could be much more valuable than gold and silver. Even the most inferior low-grade spirit stones were much more valuable than gold. Precious metals like gold and silver were common currency at all times, but to cultivation families like the Lu family, gold and silver were not worth mentioning at all. True wealth had to be measured by spirit stones. And these days the Lu family's 3 ancestors decided to allocate a batch of spirit stones to Lu Yunzhong in order for him to rapidly improve his cultivation. 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones and 100,000 low-grade spirit stones were allocated in the name of the family. The 3 ancestors of the Lu family also privately gave Lu Yunzhong several storage bags. The number of spirit stones inside is even more astronomical. Based on the principle of not using it for nothing, Lu Yunzhong decided to seize the time to splurge. After all, there is nothing more painful for a cultivator than a person dying without spending their spirit stones. Not far away, a little girl sneakily hid in the crowd, angry, gnashing teeth. Asshole, to actually go to such a place. Song Ziyin clenched her fists and squatted near Lu's house for a few days, hardly waiting for Lu Yunzhong to go out. Never would I have expected this one to go straight to the heavenly fragrance house just after leaving the door. Tianxian Lu. The name is not so serious at first glance. 10 years old. He's only 10 years old. Is this a place for a 10-year-old brat to go? Is there any law in this Acropolis? Is there still a law? Is there really no one who can control him? It's not. You, a man of destiny, you go to a place like that? How dare you? Song Ziyin couldn't help but let out a soul-torturing question. She felt that Lu Yunzhong wasn't the son of heavenly destiny at all, and that this guy was the real villain, right? Who's a decent man of God going to a place like this at the age of 10? The point is that you can't follow this place yourself. Okay, Song Ziyin, will be waiting here today. I don't believe you won't come out. Tianxian Lu. Once the girls heard that it was the Lu family's son who had come to visit, and that the first shot was a shiny spirit stone, they were all as enthusiastic as if they had been beaten with chicken blood, and they enthusiastically posted up and rubbed. Lu Yunzhong said he is a serious person. You only stick rub. Lu Yunzhong, will never return to my house if I can't do it today. Reward. With a wave of her small hand, Baochai again puffed and pulled out a few spirit stones from her sleeve pocket. In his heart, he calculated that according to the young master's spending like this, he didn't know how many days he could last. Mr. Lu, young master, baby heart. The girls received their spirit stones, and each one of them became even more energized. Lu Yunzhong scanned the surroundings. Although the girls were warbling, with pretty bodies and good looks, they could not yet catch his eye. Where's the pimp? His childish voice echoed out. The old bod had been waiting for this summons for a long time, and in order to set off her importance, she deliberately hid herself, and expressly forbade the girls on the second floor to show themselves. When it comes to wool gathering, those so-called villains are weak in the eyes of pimps. Today, she's the villain. She's the king here. Let's see how she drains the pockets of Lu's golden father. Cluck cluck cluck. Mr. Lu, slave to. The old bod smiled and fluttered, pounced towards Lu Yunzhong, itching to hold this little boy in her arms and rubbed him hard. Bang! Lu Yunzhong stretched out her pink fist and directly hit the pimp's eyes. The foundation on the old biddy's face was shattered all over the place, and one side of her eye instantly turned into a panda eye. Ouch! It hurts so much. It needs a spirit stone to recover. The old bod wasn't angry at all, but instead stretched out her hand with a fawning face. Lu Yunzhong turned his head to Baochai and shook his head. Baochai lightly grunted, reluctantly pulled out a spirit stone from his sleeve pocket and flung it over. Mr. Lu, what program do you want to watch today? The old bod came over, her face smiling like a chrysanthemum. Lu Yunzhong stretched out his small hand and pushed the old biddy's face away. Is this what you're testing this gonzi with? He pointed to the girls around him. The heavenly fragrance house had 4 floors. The higher up you went, the higher the quality and the more expensive the price. Elsewhere, you might pay 10 cents to get a penny. But here, it's definitely worth every penny. For the same service, 1 spirit stone and 10 spirit stones are definitely a world of difference. After all, you can still tell the difference between a 99 massage package and a 999 massage package. The difference is that the expensive one may hurt more. Ouch! I'm sick of it. I just found out that Mr. Lu is here. The pimp waved her hand at the surrounding girls. The girls dispersed reluctantly at the sight. Lu Yunzhong rolled his eyes and said in a jarring voice, "Cut the crap. Change the batch. Okay. The girls on the second floor. Come out to greet Lu Xiaola." The old bod pinched his voice and called out, "Coming." A neat voice came from the second floor, like a warbler's song moving the heart. Dozens of beautiful young girls appeared together from the second floor corridor, smiling coquettishly and looking around. The body posture was clearly a notch above the girls on the first floor. Trance red hot. Lu Yunzhong crossed his arms and let out a maniacal laugh exclusive to protagonists. With a wave of his small hand, he instantly shouted, "Reward!" Chapter 26, If you have a sense of propriety, go ahead. The Tianxian Lu was buzzing with activity. The word reward caused the girls to cheer. The girls have had an eye-opening experience today. It wasn't that they hadn't seen rich kids who swung money like dirt, but they had never seen cute little kids who swung spirit stones like this. Assuming a big old man comes along instead, the girls can understand. But what does he want with this 10-year-old kid who doesn't even have any hair? Lu Yunzhong said that the figure is a happy one. After rewarding the girls on the second floor, Lu Yunzhong once again waved his small hand. "Change the batch." The pimp let out an ouch. "My little ancestor. This is not enough for your eyes." Lu Yunzhong once again gave Baochai a wink. Baochai can only helplessly pull out the spirit stone again. The girls on the second floor sighed inside, saying that not being able to accompany Mr. Lu was the biggest regret of their lives. Lu Yunzhong hemmed and hawed. "Sisters, it's not that you guys aren't good enough, huh? It's that this Gongzi's requirements are a bit high." The pimp took the spirit stone and cackled. "Mr. Lu, come with me, let's go upstairs," said, wriggling toward the stairs. Not long after, the three came to the third floor. Compared to the bustle of the first and second floors, the third floor was much quieter. A 12 or 13-year-old pretty little girl was guarding the doorway, and when she saw the old bod coming, she hurriedly bent down and saluted. "Auntie, well, red face, green one, green yao, zi shao, come out and meet Mr. Lu." The pimp's words just fell. Four young, pretty and demure women dressed in red, green and purple walked out. These four girls are not only better posture, the most important thing is the dignified manner. Less of the dusty color of the land of fireworks, quite a bit of the temperament of the great lady. Sure enough, it's different. I wonder which of my daughters Mr. Lu has his eye on? The pimp's smile turned into a squint. Cut. Adults do multiple choice. Kids want it all. Lu Yunzhong clenched his fists, indicating that he didn't come today for nothing. "It's going to rain on your parade when it comes." Cluck 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 cluck. Good. I don't know if Mr. Lu would like to recite poems or listen to songs. The old bod was overjoyed. Lu Yunzhong muttered, "The spring night is short and the sun is high. From now on, the king does not have a morning court. Dance." The four girls were all just smiling and sizing him up, but once they heard him write a poem, they couldn't help but let their eyes light up. Redhead, spring nights rise high. Qingwan, from now on, the king does not have a morning court. Green Yao, Mr. Lu, is this the poem you composed? The girls were beyond amazed that this was not a poem that a 10-year-old could make. Lu Yunzhong waved his small hand. "Hey, I'm just making it up as I go along. Let sisters see the joke. Zi Shao, Shao Hong, take Mr. Lu there first. Sisters will change their clothes first. Please wait a moment. Mr. Lu," Shao Hong respectfully said. "Mr. Lu, please follow the slave girl," said to lead the way ahead. Outside the Heavenly Fragrance House, a 15 or 16-year-old boy sneaking around with a 5 or 6-year-old little brother at his side. The two have been in the opposite side of the Tianxian Lu secretly observed for many hours. Just a short time ago you can still hear the sound of cheering in the Tianxian Lu. How this moment is quiet. Groove. Big brother. Second brother, this is shopping kill na. Lu Yu electric small face is full of envy. Hate to be transformed into a second brother small follower on the spot. Follow in to dip light. What bad idea did you kid have again? Lu Fingyan's eyes flinched, revealing a wary look. In recent times, the third brother had even given him bad ideas, causing his head to go bald from the second brother's grip. Not. This time my idea is absolutely serious. Let's go home and tell old dad. Guaranteed old dad will be greatly disappointed in second brother. Lu Yudian said with great certainty. Ha, right. Lu Fengyan immediately came into the spirit. The matter of visiting a kiln was expressly forbidden in the Lu family, and one was only telling the old man about it, without any risk to speak of. That way there's always no wool being pulled over your eyes. He grinned, stood up straight, turned his head in the direction of the Lu family, and just after taking a step, he stopped. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That familiar figure is. Just at the moment he turned his head, Lu Fengyan saw a familiar figure. None other than Song Ziyin. This crazy girl actually hasn't left yet? He slammed on the brakes and returned to Lu Yudian. Crazy girl? What crazy girl? Lu Yudian looked in the direction that Injustice Seed's big brother was looking, only to see that not far away Song Ziyin was furtively staring at the Heavenly Fragrance building. It was obvious that she was also following Lu Yunzhong. She's actually stalking second brother? How outrageous. Lu Yudian clenched her pink fist, stating that she must teach this female rascal a lesson. While her mouth says she wants to withdraw from the marriage, her body is quite honest, and she actually covets my second brother's beauty. That's add up. Trough. Big brother. This you can tolerate? We must stop this demoness. Lu Yudian said to Lu Fengyan with righteous indignation. Lu Fengyan shook his head decisively. I'll endure this wave. Feel free. Being punked several times in a row by the harmless third brother, Lu Fengyan was considered to have completely learned his lesson. We're all villains. Why should we always be the one to stand out? Right now he just wanted to be quiet and beautiful and watch the show from the sidelines. As for who wants to go wool gathering, love. Lu Yudian was never expecting Lu Fengyan, who was the elder brother, to actually wimp out. He's not going to put me on as a 5-year-old, is he? Are all villains so feckless these days? He blinked his big innocent eyes at Lu Fengyan. Lu Fengyan shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he was just so feckless. You have the decency to go on. Just at this moment, not far away Song Ziyin suddenly moved. She was only seen sneaking around the Heavenly Fragrance Mansion and heading towards the backyard of the Heavenly Fragrance Mansion. Ha! That Song Ziyin has made a move. Lu Fengyan pointed at Song Ziyin, who was not far away, and intentionally reminded Lu Yudian. Lu Yudian's tender mouth corner a twitch. Spread such a big brother. He recognized. Pops is right. It's really no good. Lu Yudian clenched her silver teeth and used the ultimate killing move. The excitement technique. Right. I'm just so untalented. What's wrong with that? I have a second brother who is the son of Heaven's destiny, and a third brother who is a great villain of Heaven's destiny. So what's wrong with me lying flat? Is there a problem? Lu Fengyan shrugged his shoulders and said to himself, there's no problem at all. Lu Yudian nearly broke the defense. I have to say that the big brother is really like enlightened. If he really thinks so, there is no problem at all. Time waits for no one. Lu Yudian clenched his fist and chased after Song Ziyin. Lu Fengyan grinned. Small sample. I can't cure you yet. Muttering in a low voice, he too followed furtively. Lu Yunzhong. I'm going to see what unseemly things you're doing in this Heavenly Fragrance house today. Humph. When this holy maiden exposes your scandal, let's see how you, the son of Heaven's destiny, will behave in the future. Chapter 27, and then the music and the dance. Then play the music and then dance. Lu Yunzhong waved his small hand and used practical actions to tell all the villains how the son of Heaven's destiny should behave. The joyful tones are once again in full swing, and the girls can play and sing all sorts of things. Rouge, green Luan, green Yao, purple Dash. The four beauties dance like butterfly fairies. Reward, 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 reward. Lu Yunzhong's small hands grabbed spirit stones one after another and scattered them. Hooked on a song. Ikebana. Cool. The girls are smiling. Lu Yunzhong was in a relaxed mood. It's called a win-win. At this time, outside the enclosure of the backyard of Tianxianlu, Song Ziyin let out a cold smile and leapt, landing lightly into the backyard. This kind of fence a dog can't keep out, let alone a proud daughter of God like her. She walked along the backyard fence for a few moments, then froze. The back door to the backyard was actually open, and a sign next to it read, "The front door is accessible. Do not climb over the yard wall. There are vicious dogs inside, and chasing is prohibited." Her small face reddened as she muttered, "Shay, this holy maiden loves to go off the beaten path." Saying that, he walked towards where the music was coming from. A few moments later, a small head poked in through the back door. "The main gate may be entered. Do not scale the courtyard wall. There are vicious dogs within. No chasing is permitted." Lu Yudian touched his little head, and after a little thought he followed the silhouette in front of him. Only his footsteps were intentionally slow. Ha ha ha. This won't be a chase. What a little wit I can be. He couldn't help but cover his mouth and snicker. The front floor of Tianxianlu. Song Ziyin swaggered up to the second floor, and no one actually came up to question her along the way. When she carefully and sneakily sneaked in, her first thought was that she must not be bumped into. After all, she was the Song family's daughter-in-law, the future saint daughter of the Spirit Show sect. How could she be known to have come to such a place of fireworks? Wouldn't that be the biggest stain on her life? Until she was accidentally seen. But the person who saw her wasn't the least bit interested in her and didn't feel surprised. Just thought she was a maid serving the girls in this heavenly fragrance mansion. It was only later that Song Ziyin realized that this Tianxian Lu was just too lively. It was simply overcrowded. Most of the crowd was in such a hurry that no one even noticed her. Curious in her mind, she wondered if these people were stupid. I can't believe that no one has found out about you. A proud girl of the world? Is it possible that one is placed in the general population and has so little presence? So she sauntered back up to the third floor. At the entrance of the third floor, the maid Xiaohong was leaning against the wall in boredom, and when she saw a girl of similar age coming, she asked, "Which one is sister looking for?" Song Ziyin's eyes rolled and she could only say stiffly, "I'm looking for Mr. Lu Yunzhong Lu." "Oh, you're the maid of Mr. Lu's family, aren't you?" Xiaohong sized up Song Ziyin and thought to herself that every one of the maids in Mr. Lu's family was also born beautiful. So she was really enviable. Song Ziyin stifled a grunt, her heart dripping blood. "Dare you think that you can only serve as a maid to Lu Yunzhong in the eyes of others? A little impatience goes a long way." "I endure." She nodded stiffly. "Out the door. Turn right." Red pointed to the specially added archway at the end of the corridor. Song Ziyin mouth corner twitching, always feel that this way of pointing the way is not quite right, but cannot say where it is wrong. She didn't bother to think about it anymore and ran straight for the end of the hallway. Red is once again in the midst of boredom. A few moments later, a small child appeared in front of her. Tianxian Lu, A-size banquet hall. Ruyan lightly came in front of Lu Yunzhong and reached out her slender jade hand to hold his small hand, wrapping him into her arms. The four beauties surrounded him in the center, and then the other girls got up and surrounded him like stars. Lu Yunzhong only felt that as far as his eyes could see, all of them were stunningly beautiful landscapes, and every time the girls raised their hands and nodded their heads and lifted their legs, there was always a vague hint of spring. From Lu Yunzhong's perspective, there was only one word to describe it. That is, absolute. Good job. A reward. He couldn't help but blurt it out. At the door, Song Ziyin put on a veil that had already been prepared, and held 2 jugs of wine in her hands. She carefully placed the wine jug on the ground and pulled out 2 packets of medicinal powder from her bosom, pouring it all into the wine jug. "Poof. I'll let you live. I'll make you a reward." She muttered something under her breath and picked up the jug and shook it vigorously. Just then, her back was suddenly slapped. Hiss. Song Ziyin, who was concentrating on the drug, was so scared that her heart almost exploded in place. "Who?" She turned her head, but it was a small child, 5 or 6 years old, who looked like a porcelain doll. This little kid is white, chubby, cute and soft, and just looks especially adorable. "Egu. Scared my sister to death." Song Ziyin patted her ripple-less chest and gasped. "Sister, what are you doing here?" Lu Yudian asked with wide, innocent eyes. Song Ziyin had never seen Lu Yudian before, and she didn't even know that Lu Yudian was Lu Yunzhong's younger brother. So he said defenselessly, "Oh, sister is preparing to send wine over to the guests inside." "What kind of stuff did sister just put in the wine?" Lu Yudian continued to pursue the question. "That was nothing." Song Ziyin hurriedly buggered off. Seeing the decisiveness with which she left, Lu Yudian frowned and opened the wine pot. Sniffing it, in an instant, his pupils shrunk violently. "What a vicious woman, actually daring to harm my second brother." Humph. After saying that, he also pulled out a packet of medicinal powder from his pocket, grinned, and muttered, Song Ziyin, although your medicine is powerful, it's still a little too tender to deal with the son of heaven's destiny. Let me help you spice things up a bit. He. With that, he added half of the powder to each of the 2 jugs of wine, then shook them vigorously. When it's over. Then a quick getaway. A few moments later, Lu Fengyan slowly appeared from the end of the corridor, and after confirming that his third brother had left, he opened the wine jug and took a sniff. After just one sniff, his face suddenly turned flushed. He let out a cry of alarm and hurriedly moved away from the wine pot, taking a deep breath of fresh air to suppress the evil thought in his heart. These 2 little really don't take the son of heaven's destiny as a human being. Second brother, he's only 10 years old. 10 years old, and you guys gave him such a sick drug. With that, he also pulled a medicine bag out of his pocket. Ha, let's make you love all at once, my dear second brother. Don't say that I don't take care of you. Extra quantity, not extra price, ha. Then, pinching the nose will be in the medicine bag of the powder poured into the 2 wine pots, and again vigorously shaking. Ye family, Yi Chen leaned on the bed. His eyes were lifeless. For the first time, he encountered Waterloo in his life, and his mind could not be calmed for a long time. Although his injuries had fully recovered after a few days of recuperation, his sword heart had been damaged. If he couldn't get back at Lu Yunzhong, it might be difficult for him to refine again in his life. Just as his emotions were messing with him, footsteps sounded outside the door. Yi Chen couldn't wait. What has Lu Yunzhong been doing these past few days? Chapter 28, Iron and Pestle Sharpened into Needle. Young master, Lu Yunzhong just left the house today. Outside the door, the visitor replied respectfully. Oh, what did he go out to do today? Yi Chen climbed up from the bed and put on his clothes at fire speed. From the tone of the house servant, it seemed like the kid had done something today. He went to the Heavenly Fragrance House. The house servant stammered. The matter of the Lu family's second son going to the Heavenly Fragrance Mansion to squander his money has spread throughout the entire Wei city. This would definitely not be false, and he was worried about whether his young master would follow. Yi family's tutelage is extremely strict. The family style is pure. To go to this kind of flower-seeking place is expressly prohibited. Not all the children of the world can just hook up and listen to music. Tianxian Lu? Yi Chen froze at that moment. Tianxian Lu was not a greenhouse. What was a 10-year-old kid in Lu Yunzhong doing at the Heavenly Fragrance House? What's he going to do? Yi Chen face black question mark. Little is not very clear. I heard that I spent many spirit stones and ordered dozens of girls. The house servant said so with his mouth, but in his heart, he cursed the waste. A brat with no hair growing to go to the Heavenly Fragrance House. It was a complete waste of resources. It's insane. Yi Chen's brows tightened as soon as he heard this, and after a moment's thought he said in a deep voice, Go and take a look. The house servant sniffed and fell to his knees with a thud. Young master, it must not be if we let the house master and madam. Before the words fell, a silhouette had already flashed in front of him. Snap. Yi Chen went up to the house servant and knocked him to the ground with a big BB pocket. He was a devil Dao sword god. When was it his turn to be educated by a house servant? Young master, think twice. The family servant grimaced in pain, but did not dare to wail. Enduring the severe pain pleaded. Any more bull *********. I'll cut out your tongue. Yi Chen said in a cold voice, his villainous character in full play. The house servant immediately shut up, not daring to say another word. Tianxian Lu, third floor banquet hall. Yi Chen swaggered to the door and looked at Lu Yunzhong, who was surrounded by many beauties. The corner of his mouth slightly sneered. Only 10 years old and already lusting after beauty. What future is there for such a destined son? It was a pity that he had only found such a destined son as him after years of searching. Young master, we've seen it all. Why don't we go back? The house servant cautiously glanced a few times towards the surroundings. Wary, you're teaching me things? Yi Chen issues villain exclusive soul torture. The house servant instantly shut up, not daring to squeak again. Yi Chen laughed coldly. Will I, a great villain, listen to the words of a little minion? The main thing the villain acts on is being a maverick and doing the opposite. He scanned around and found 2 jugs of fine wine on a tray at the entrance, thinking that it should be prepared for Lu Yunzhong. Since it's the stuff of the chosen one, of course it can't be spared. Wool gathering is about leaving nothing behind. Not an inch of grass grows wherever it goes. A wild goose has to pull out all the feathers, let alone the wine that the Son of Heaven's destiny spent spirit stones to buy. I'm sure that by drinking these wines, the system will definitely give quite a lot of chi luck values. Go get those 2 jugs of wine. Yi Chen coldly glanced at the house servant. The house servant could only walk over with a stiff upper lip and bring over the 2 jugs of wine, reminding, young master, it's better not to drink wine from strangers, right? Snap. Yi Chen is directly a big than pocket. What do you care to call a stranger's drink? Yi Chen did not say anything, twisted open the wine pot and gurgled and poured into his mouth. This is the wine of the Son of Heaven's destiny. In case it's some kind of elixir prepared by the ring's old grandpa for the Son of Heaven's destiny, wouldn't he take off in place? Well, he quickly finished the jug and smacked his lips. Not to mention, it really smells like medicine. Looks like this wine is extraordinary. He hastily opened a second pot and poured it into his mouth as if he was afraid someone would grab it from him. Guru. 2 jugs of good wine down. Burp. Yi Chen burped, feeling physically and mentally relieved. I have to say, wool gathering is so good. It's even better to wool gather the children of destiny. Only his face had flushed at a rate visible to the naked eye. The house servant saw this and said something bad in his heart. Young master, your face is so red. It's okay. I've been drinking a bit on my face. Yi Chen waved his hand. only feeling that his body was so hot and dry that he wanted to take off his clothes to cool off. It makes sense for a 12-year-old kid to drink 2 jugs of wine on his face, doesn't it? It's no big deal. He couldn't help but pick at his clothes, and the house servant looked at his young master's hand with wide-eyed disbelief. Young master, your hands are also red. And your arms, eh? Ye Chen looked down at his arm, which was as if it was colored with a layer of blood. Ha? Am I allergic to alcohol? Ye Chen's face changed slightly. His head was dizzy, and he felt that there were countless floods of power stirring in his body, wanting to find a place to vent. Young master, it's not good. Let's just go back? The house servant pulled his own young master's hand. It was so hot to the touch that it actually burned a little. Just then, Song Ziyin waited for a long time without seeing any movement, so she came back to explore the situation. When she saw Ye Chen and the 2 wine jugs that had fallen to the ground, her entire body was bad. You drank the wine? She exclaimed, covering her small mouth with shock. Aha! What's wrong? Ye Chen used all his strength to maintain the final clarity of his spiritual platform. You drank it all by yourself? Song Ziyin opened her mouth wide enough to hold 2 goose eggs. The house servant next to her nodded affirmatively, and the corners of Song Ziyin's mouth twitched. Ha! She winced and turned around, and under his breath he muttered, lizards have to be strong too. A whole 2 packs worth. Ye Chen's drunken eyes were mesmerized. What did she just say? The house servant scratched his head. It seems to be some kind of lizard, something strong. Ye Chen froze for a moment. Then his face changed dramatically. What could it be? The legendary one of the 10 strange poisons of the Great Wasteland. Lizard is also stronger. One of the 10 strange poisons of the Great Wilderness. Lizards have to be strong too. There is only one word to describe it, deranged. Ye Chen's mind was shaken, and in order to verify his thoughts, he quietly probed and glanced towards the banquet hall. Those beautiful women were like the most fascinating scenery under the sky, stirring his heart and mind as they raised their hands and threw their feet. He couldn't wait to immediately transform into a wild beast and pounce over to whip those women hard underneath him. Groove! He cursed angrily and hurriedly withdrew his gaze. Never mind. I still have sword heart. Right. Kenshin. With a thought, the sword heart suspended at his chest turned into a white light and came to the spiritual platform, blocking out all evil thoughts. As long as the heart of the sword remains intact and the spirit platform is tightly guarded, one can remain conscious. Ha! The wine got to you? A little head popped up. Ye Chen narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly when he saw that it was Lu Yudian. You drank it all? Lu Yudian's small mouth twitched as she stuffed her fingers into her mouth and couldn't help but shiver. What do you mean? Ye Chen couldn't tense up. I added ingredients in that wine pot. Lu Yudian lowered her head, her small mouth biting her fingers restlessly, like a child who had done something wrong. What material? Ye Chen's pupils shrunk. Is the one that grinds iron into a needle. Lu Yudian stammered and turned to run. Chapter 29, Don't Come Over. Ye Chen was filled with black question marks. An iron mortar and pestle? What the hell is that? Lu Yudian said he just wanted to be quiet. Bang! Love around the corner. He had just turned his head when he crashed into someone's arms and subconsciously looked up. Slut. Big brother. Lu Fengyan looked at Ye Chen not far away with wide eyes. Did you really lay down an iron bar? Ahem. Lu Yudian nodded sheepishly. That what? Ye old brother. My younger brother doesn't know what he's doing. It's all my fault as an elder brother. When I go back I will definitely teach him a good lesson. Lu Fengyan picked up Lu Yudian and twisted his head to leave. Walking around the corner, he suddenly stopped and thought about it but said, that, ye old brother, I also added something in those 2 pots of wine. Ye Chen was able to guard his mind with great difficulty, and as soon as he heard this, he immediately broke his defense. Not, how much did you guys put in those 2 jugs of wine anyway? It's over, isn't it? At this moment, he wanted to angrily question Lu Fengyan, but the qi and blood in his body had already boiled up, and there were hidden signs of being unable to suppress it. It is important not to be impatient at this time and never to get angry, and so it was just a matter of holding back and keeping quiet. A trace of appreciation flashed in Lu Fengyan's eyes when he saw this. It really is my second brother's nemesis. Awesome. It seems that the important task of cleaning up the Son of Heaven's destiny will have to be given to the person with the surname Yi. All the more reason to tell him the truth. Elder brother Yi, I won't hide it from you. I added sauce trying to get up trees to those 2 jugs of wine. Ye Chen's pupils once again plummeted as he looked at Lu Fengyan with disbelief. He roared wildly in his mind. Asterisk. Asao wants to climb a tree. This kind of strange poisonous medicine was a famous existence, and Ye Chen had also heard of it, but according to his understanding, This so wants to go up a tree is a poison specifically tailored for women. This give a man this kind of poison? Looking at Ye Chen's dumbfounded look, Lu Fengyan understood, and in order to eliminate the misunderstanding in time, he hurriedly explained, I saw that someone had placed a poison that is found in men, so that's why I thought to neutralize it with a poison that is found in women. Lu Fengyan couldn't help but give himself a big kudos. Elder brother Yi doesn't need to thank me. See you in the future, said, carrying Lu Yujian dashing away. It's just like the saying, when it's over, go away and hide your body and name. Zip. Ye Chen two nostrils sprayed out 2 blood note, and neutralize it. What a ing talent. At the moment, there was only one thought in his mind. The 3 brothers of the Lu family are as terrifying as they are. Young master, are you alright? The house servant was startled to see the young master's nostrils spewing blood. Ye Chen staggered and held onto the wall, waving his hand. Quickly help me back to the mansion. Yes. The domestic servant hurriedly wrapped his arm around Ye Chen's waist and helped him walk back. Ye Chen stiffened, feeling that the dryness in his body had found a target to vent, and he couldn't help but glance at the house servant. At this moment, in his eyes, this household servant had even become clear-eyed, especially when the household servants assisted him. They could not help but have physical contact, which caused that nameless fire in his heart to blaze up and get out of control. No can do. Absolutely not. The world's strange poison is as terrifying as this. Ye Chen once again tightly guarded his mind, and the sword heart in his body exploded with full force. Ding dong! We have detected that the devil sword god has been poisoned by 3 strange poisons. Even lizards want to be strong. Iron and pestle are sharpened into needles, and so wants to get into a tree. And if the host is able to lure him into an attack, he will be awarded 1 million copies of each of the above 3 strange poisons, 10,000 copies of each of the above 3 poisons. What? Lu Yunzhong was playing happily with his sisters when he heard the system's prompting spirits lifted. Even lizards must be strong. Iron and pestle sharpen a needle. So's want trees. These 3 strange poisons were actually used on one person? Whose ministry is it that is so brave? It's insane. What's up, baby? Hong Yan pinched Lu Yunzhong's cute and delicate little face, simply loving it. Who would want to let go of such an adorable, multi-golden child, when they want to take them straight home? Lu Yunzhong waved his small hand. Sisters, stop for a moment. Help me heat up a pot of wine. I'll be right back. He decisively rushed out of the flowers and chased after the door shouting, Ye Chen, I know you're around here. Come out here. At this time, Ye Chen was walking with difficulty under the support of his domestic servant, and when he heard Lu Yunzhong calling out to him, his heart was violently startled, and his sword heart nearly lost its grip. The 3 girls, Cheng Wan, Green Yao and Zi Xiao, followed behind Lu Yunzhong, fearing that this god of wealth would run away. Ye Chen, do you have the guts or not? Just come. What are you running for? Lu Yunzhong went up and was an agitator. This agitation method may not be very useful in normal times, but it is very powerful at this time, because Ye Chen's whole body and mind are fighting against the strange poison in his body. He didn't dare to turn his head back as the sound of a woman warbling came from behind him. I'm just afraid that if I turn around, I'll never be able to walk again. Move! Ye Chen growled in a low voice to the house servant. The house servant hurriedly pulled the young master to speed up his pace. It was at this time that a heap of walked across the street. Lu Yunzhong fixed his eyes on the pimp. Pimp, you've come at the right time. Serve this gentleman well. He's Ye Chen, the 3rd young master of the Yi family. Lu Yunzhong grinned. The rest all depends on how the pimp plays. The old bod was overjoyed at the news. It was a double blessing. Lu Yunzhong seemed to hear the old biddy humming the familiar melody. Happy gongs and drums for the year. Nice dance sends daily cheer. So it's Mr. Yi. It's really better to meet than to be known. My slave has missed you. The old pimp face smiled into a chrysanthemum shape, directly pounced over. Ye Chen was shocked at the sight. Although at the moment he felt that this old pimp also seemed to be charming, but his heart was refusing. Stay back. Don't come over here. Ye Chen growled in horror. Hear me. Don't come over. The house servant snapped. This kind of old bacon actually tried to take advantage of my young master. Wanted to eat it. However, in the next second, Ye Chen's feet looked like they had been turned on autopilot and had involuntarily greeted. The women behind Lu Yunzhong immediately lightly covered their lips and hid their laughter. They've seen this scene so many times. Their mouths say no, but their bodies are honest. But no one expected a 12-year-old to do the same. The pimp froze for a moment. How could she not expect Lord Yi to be so proactive? He is old, and can only rely on attentiveness to get close to the gold master. Who would like to really set on? What a delightful little cockney. The pimp opened her arms and hugged Ye Chen. The crowd at the scene all turned into melon eaters in seconds. Lu Yunzhong waved his small hand and said with bravado, "All of Duke Ye's spending at the Heavenly Fragrance House today. This eunuch will pay for it." The girls present all boiled over as Lu Yunzhong grinned. "Serve Mr. Ye well today. I'll raise the price tenfold." He winked at the pimp. "Pimp, let's see you perform." The old bod nodded her head like pounding garlic. "Don't worry, Mr. Lu. I guarantee that I will make use of my 44 years of strength, until I satisfy Mr. Ye." Lu Yunzhong gave a thumbs up. "Good, take Mr. Ye back to his room." Chapter 30, Refreshment. Ye family servants have been numb. Although the young master's mouth said no, his body was honest. It made it difficult for him. After all, as the young master's personal servant, following the young master's wishes should come first. But now the young master's body and mind were two diametrically opposed wills. So what should he do? Seeing the old bod smilingly hugging the young master far away, the house servant was anxious and sweating, and was about to go after him to stop. Lu Yunzhong suddenly waved his small hand. "Take this little brother to enjoy himself. This eunuch is paying the bill." As soon as the words were spoken, two girls couldn't wait to gather around. The house servant couldn't walk away then. How had he ever been treated like this himself? Humble as he was beaten and scolded every day in his home, Ye Chen said one word to him to eat big than the pocket. On the contrary, this Lu Gongzi gave him a one-time point too. "This is not going to take off." Cool. The house servant was half-heartedly taken away by the two girls, and was still secretly happy in his heart. The young master was a pimp in his 40s, while he was accompanied by two young girls. This treatment, he hated to be willing to serve Mr. Lu. This heavenly fragrance house was also a place where the exchange of information was well developed. So who didn't know about the feud between the Lu family and the Yi family? Everyone knew that not long ago Ye Chen had wasted Lu Yunzhong, and now that Lu Yunzhong had revitalized himself, not only did he not look for trouble from the Yi family, but instead, he returned the favor with kindness. What a great mind this is! Even the girls who came from Tianxian Lu expressed their admiration. That's a kid who's only 10 years old. The future is bound to be limitless. Mr. Lu, what about us? Qinghuan walked over and gave Lu Yunzhong a kiss on his soft little face. Soft, sticky little cheeks to love. Lu Yunzhong's small face had long been imprinted with lip marks. Not caring, then play the music and then dance. The girls heard another burst of cheers. Only standing not far away, Baochai felt empty in his arms and heart. It felt as if the most beloved thing had been taken away from him. Ding dong! Congratulations to the son of heaven's destiny for completing the mission. It has been detected that the devil's sword god, Sword Heart, has lost control of his heart and has been poisoned. He has obtained 10,000 copies each of even lizards must be strong. Iron pestle sharpens needle, and so wants to go up a tree. Ding dong! Detected the son of heaven's destiny using beauty to cause damage to the devil's Tao sword god Sword Heart. Recapturing 1,000 points of chi value. Lu Yunzhong was in the middle of teaching Sister Hongyan how to give a massage with his hands when a beautiful beat came from the system. As expected, with the old pimp out, that Ye Chen kid couldn't even carry a few rounds. The old biddy was a bit older, but that mature flirtatiousness was no match for a young girl. Ye Chen's little bit of determination didn't matter at all. Ding dong! Detected damage to the devil's Tao sword god Sword Heart. Loss of 1,000 points of chi value. Ye Chen's system beeps also came, but at this point, he couldn't care less about the measly 1,000 points of chi value and was busy releasing the toxin. Ding dong! Detected the son of heaven's destiny making the heaven's destiny great nemesis's beloved maid jealous. Winning the adoration of the heaven's destiny great nemesis's beloved maid. Recapturing 1,000 points of chi luck value. Lu Yunzhong glanced at the puffed up Baochai not far away and thought that this maid would actually be jealous. The charms of the chosen one really don't make sense. Ding dong! Detecting that the heavenly fate great nemesis beloved maid is jealous because of the heavenly fate son. The beloved maid's love for the heavenly fate great nemesis decreases, losing 1,000 points of chi value. Oi! I didn't expect even Ye Chen to be spoiled by second brother. It's simply horrible as hell. Slot. Lu Fengyan is sighing Ye Chen blue face thin life. I did not expect the system suddenly came to the prompt. Directly to him whole broken defense. The Baochai he brought up was actually jealous over a 10-year-old brat. It seemed necessary for him to find an opportunity to properly flog this little maid once. No, it should be 10 times. The next day, Lu Yunzhong refreshed from the embrace of the Tianxian Lu sisters out of the banquet hall. Bao Hairpin dozed all night and gasped and gained another round of weight. Looking rather more attractive. Lu Yunzhong said that he wanted to develop good eating habits and fast lightly for 3 days from today. And then have a good, decent breakfast milk. After all, 10-year-old children are the critical period of growth. A glass of milk a day. Healthy every day. Meanwhile, another room on the 3rd floor. Ye Chen walked out of the door with a tired face. His legs and feet were weak, and there were 2 big black circles under his eyes on his face. The two happened to meet in the hallway. Lu Yunzhong rushed forward. Ye Chen covered his face and wanted to escape, but he was stopped. Brother Yi was so elegant yesterday. Legend has it that this heavenly fragrance house pimp can do anything with blowing, playing and singing. I wonder how Brother Lin feels after experiencing it. Lu Yunzhong's small face was full of sincerity, and the desire to know was directly pulled full at this moment. When Ye Chen heard this, he was instantly angry. He had suffered this strange shame and definitely could not get out of it with Lu Yunzhong. Lu Yunzhong, if you have the guts, let's duel in the open. Don't play these tricks. As soon as his words fell, the door next to him was pushed open, only to see the old bod walking out with a red face, looking younger as more than 10 years old. Ha! Who are you? Lu Yunzhong let out a strange cry, pretending to be shocked. Mr. Lu, it's me. The old bod touched her shy face and sneaked a glance at Ye Chen. A pimp? How did you suddenly become more than 10 years younger? You couldn't have practiced some evil art technique of picking up young and replenishing yin, could you? Lu Yunzhong's small face was shocked and said that if the old biddy had such a good gongfu, he must hand copy a copy of it and give it to Bolian to help Big Brother Injustice Seed make an early breakthrough. I also copied a copy for my 3rd brother's mom. Save your 3rd brother from complaining that he, as an older brother, is thick-skinned. The corners of Ye Chen's mouth trembled slightly. The past was unbearable. Last night was like a nightmare. He just wants to go home to his mom now. Seeing Ye Chen's legs and feet again, Lu Yunzhong's small face was once again shocked. It seems that the person who poisoned him is still too soft-hearted. Next time, he must increase the quantity and not the price. The old bod gave Ye Chen a grudging glance, thinking that the worldly son was really ruthless, and hurriedly left without even greeting him. Acropolis, Yi family residence. What? Snap! Yi family patriarch Yi Yuntian shot up, and the excellent dragon well he had brewed early in the morning was not in the mood to drink. Say that again. Where did 3rd young master go last night? As the patriarch of the Yi family, Yi Yuntian had a busy schedule of affairs and could be said to be in charge of everything on a daily basis. But even so, he kept a couple of his sons on his mind. These past few days, his 3rd son Ye Chen's mental state was very poor, so he specially paid more attention to it. This does not pay attention to do not. The first attention to almost be angry died on the spot. The 3rd young master he spent the night last night at the Tianxian Lu. The subordinate stammered, fearing that the patriarch would lash out in a fit of rage, and then the city gates would catch fire and the fish in the pond. Yi Yuntian clenched his fists and roared in a low voice, "Go invite the lady over to me." Yes. The subordinate was amazed and ran away. Chapter 31, Heirlooms, Yi family residence. Bai Susu was dressed in white, dignified and beautiful. Master, stand down. All of you. Yi Yuntian's face was as heavy as water as he held back the rest of the people. I gave you my son. This is how you discipline. Snap. Yi Yuntian slapped a big mouth on Bai Susu's face, directly slapping her to the ground. Bai Susu had a look of disbelief that her husband had actually slapped her. She was alone in the Yi family, hard-working, mothering for decades, and all she got in return was this? Yi Yuntian snorted coldly without any compassion. Do you know about the night that Achen spent last night at the Heavenly Fragrance House? Bai Susu shuddered, and her entire body froze. Tianxian Lu was the most famous fireworks place in Wei City. Of course she knew about it, but what Chen said yesterday was that he was going to a quiet place to realize the way of the sword. Where would she have thought that her son, who had always been understanding and obedient, would go to a place of fireworks? As Chen's mother, she was indeed to blame for this incident. But how could Yi Yuntian slap her? You are punished to kneel here for 1 hour. Yi Yuntian's face was gloomy, showing no mercy at all. The Bai family women were becoming more and more unlikable, and all the recent signs from the Bai family indicated that they were having a change of heart. In that case, let's take Bai Susu first and let the Bai family weigh it up. Bai Su also seemed to know the reason for his action. Slightly closing her eyes, climbing up and slowly closing her eyes, bending her knees. For the sake of the Bai family, she could only continue to endure the humiliation. Humph! Yi Yuntian snorted coldly and was about to leave when he suddenly saw a silhouette appear in the doorway. Yi Chen stood in the doorway at some point, and he looked at Bai Susu and Yi Yuntian with a dumbfounded look. This couple, who appear to be in love to outsiders, have this kind of relationship in private. In fact, Ye Chen had long known about that delicate relationship between his parents, but he had never seen his mother beaten or even forced to kneel. The scene shook him deeply. Adverse son, you still know to come back? The face of the Yi family has been disgraced by you. Yi Yuntian's just extinguished anger once again blazed. The son of the head of the Yi family actually went to seek flowers, and it's only 12 years old. What a shame. If it is known by other Yi family elders, it is bound to take advantage of it to make trouble, and he will not be able to sit on this patriarchal seat. If you don't want me to come back, I'll just leave the Yi family. Why do you have to treat Mother Superior like this? Ye Chen said in a deep voice. If it wasn't for the fact that the Son of Heaven's destiny was in Acropolis, he would have long ago left this hierarchical and inhumane family. What? Yi Yuntian's face suddenly changed. His heart was slightly austere. It seems that by Susu, this, teaches this child to invert the Big Dipper on weekdays. How else could a 12-year-old have such a mind? Snap! With a flash of silhouette, Yi Yuntian instantly appeared in front of Ye Chen, and a big beady. Ye Chen was directly knocked over and spat out blood. Ding dong! Detected that the Devil's Way Sword God was counted by the Son of Heaven's destiny, resulting in family discord and a loss of 2,000 points of chi value. The corners of Ye Chen's mouth twitched. He really never thought that even family discord could be wool-gathered by the Son of Heavenly Fate. If he had known that, he would have stayed out of it. It was just that looking at Bai Susu's kneeling appearance, he couldn't bear it in his heart. Although he still didn't think of Bai Susu as his mother, the fact couldn't be changed. What do you think you are? You're so arrogant just because you have a little bit of talent and qualification? How dare you talk back to my father, without the Yi family's protection? You are nothing. Yi Yuntian snorted coldly. From today, grounded for 3 months. Ding dong! Detected that the Son of Heaven's destiny has put the Devil's Way Sword God's family at odds, taking back 2,000 points of chi value. Lu Yunzhong had just been carried back to the Lu mansion by Bao Chai, and was about to lean on Bao Chai's arms for a beautiful sleep when he heard a beautiful beep from the system. Quack 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 quack. His soft little mouth couldn't help but laugh out a duck call. It scared Bao Chai enough to think that the young master was hungry again. Patriarch, young master Yunzhong spent last night at the Heavenly Fragrance House, and I heard that he even met Ye Chen. The Lu family's domestic servant reported respectfully while observing his words. The Lu family's children were expressly forbidden to go looking for flowers, and young master Yunzhong was only 10 years old when he ran off to a place like Tianxian Lu to spend his time. It's really scary as hell. The family servant's greatest fear now was that the patriarch would take his anger out on him. What? Lu Tianba's eyes widened violently, a look of shock in his eyes. The family servant's heart fluttered. It seemed that the patriarch was indeed about to get angry. He was about to meet the patriarch's full wrath when he didn't expect Lu Tianba to suddenly wave his hand and said in a deep voice, "Go down. Do not mention this matter to outsiders." Yes. The house servant couldn't help but let out a long breath of relief and hurriedly turned around to leave. Do not mention it to outsiders? This matter had spread throughout the entire Acropolis. Perhaps the Lu family was the last to know, and still needed to be brought up? Moments later, trance red hot, Lu Tianba couldn't help but laugh out a pig squeal. My son Yunzhong really does have the qualifications of a great emperor. Aha! It has the demeanor of my father back then. But, as a decent father, it is better to educate his son properly so that the child does not go on the path of no return. Not long after that, the Yunzhong special courtyard. Lu Yunzhong was lying in Bao Chai's arms in a daze of sleep when a tall figure walked in. Bao Chai, you go out first. Lu Tianba waved his hand. The next will be the time for fathers to educate their sons. Bao Hairpin hurriedly answered and went out. Pops, what are you doing here? Lu Yunzhong rubbed his eyes and wiped the saliva at the corner of his mouth, indicating that he hadn't slept enough at all. My son Yunzhong, my father heard that you spent the night yesterday at the Heavenly Fragrance House? Lu Tianba said with a serious face. Lu Yunzhong did not panic in the slightest and nodded his little head, indicating that what Pops had heard was true. Even if Pops questioned him about it, he could still dump the pot on that little bastard Ye Chen. Aha! Lu Tianba walked to his son's side with a grave expression and sneaked a look around like a thief while spreading his divine sense. Only after making sure that there were no suspicious people prying around did he sneakily pull out a sheepskin parcel from his arms and stuff it into Lu Yunzhong's hand. Pops, what the hell is this? Lu Yunzhong wondered. Is it possible that it's the Lu family's collection of supreme techniques? Deadbeat dad, really? Why did you take it out now? This is not delaying my training. He couldn't wait to unwrap the sheepskin parcel and saw that a book was wrapped inside. The cover of the book was blank, but it was obviously old and yellow and very old. Sure enough, It was a supreme technique inherited from the Lu family. He was about to look through it when Lu Tianba pressed down on his small hand and said, "This matter must not be known by others. This is the heirloom of our Lu family." Lu Yunzhong nodded solemnly, knowing that the matter was too important to slack off. "Don't worry, father. I will definitely carry this family heirloom with me, and I will comprehend it day after day until I cultivate the Mahayana." Lu Tianba nodded comfortably. He patted Lu Yunzhong's head, a loving look in his eyes. Yes. Chapter 32, Congenital Spiritual Body. Lu Yunzhong couldn't wait to open the yellowed heirloom. In the next second, he felt that the contents of the book directly blinded his 24K titanium alloy eyes of providence. He only scanned the book and hurriedly closed it. "No, Pops. I'm only 10 years old, and this stuff is being passed down to me?" Lu Yunzhong broke defense on the spot. "Was I not edgy enough for the chosen one? Or were the ancients too pure in their precocity? And ing carry it around with you, day in and day out." Lu Yunzhong only wanted to give himself 2 big BD pockets right now. Lu Tianba tilted his arrogant head up and said conceitedly, "What's wrong with being 10 years old? When my father was 10 years old, he pissed 10 feet into the wind. Who in the world can compare?" The corners of Lu Yunzhong's mouth twitched, and he thought that his old man was really good at bragging. "Pops isn't bad. He's only a little bit worse than me." "Ha, kids can't lie." Lu Tianba immediately put on a stern face. "Aha, how about a contest?" Lu Yunzhong said that he is not at all spoiled old dad, only dad's spoiled son. Where there is a son spoiled father. "Hey, how can my father bully the small with the big?" Lu Tianba shook his head decisively. How do you know you're older than me?" Lu Yunzhong crossed her small hands with a defiant face. A few moments later, the two came into the courtyard and stood side by side, 2 nuisance running water sounds in the yard. Lu Tianba couldn't help but sigh. It's really true that the blue is better than the blue. My son Yunzhong really has the talent of a great brother. Come back to the inn. Song Zhu frowned with a grave expression. How could he not expect Song Ziyin to sneak off to Tianxian Lu and make such a big mess? It's not even if you poisoned the Lu family's kid. You've even poisoned the wrong person. At this moment, even the Yi family had been offended. If this was not done properly, his group might have to be folded in Acropolis. Ziyin, listen to Uncle Six. Let's get out of here with all due haste. Song Zhu remained patient, trying to persuade this great niece to go home. Song Ziyin sat down at the table with a puff of air, indicating that she was adopting a 3-no policy towards Song Zhu's words. Ignore. Do not respond. Don't care. As long as she kept silent, this 6th uncle couldn't do anything about her. Although his own means was destroyed by that unlucky person from the Yi family, it also proved side by side that his method worked. And this time, she was going to defeat Lu Yunzhong squarely with her strength, letting him know that this girl's innate spiritual body was not something to be messed with. Thinking of this, her aura radiated uncontrollably. An intimidating power extended outward like a tidal wave. Song Zhu's heart was shocked. Good thing that this room has long been surrounded by a ban. Otherwise it would certainly trigger an uproar. This girl Ziyin is really bold. But he couldn't do anything about it in the face of this girl who didn't let people worry about her. The family's intention was not only for Song Ziyin to come and withdraw from the marriage, but also to cultivate her abilities in all aspects from time to time. As the saying goes, the sword sharpens from sharpening, and the fragrance of plum blossoms comes from bitter cold. Jade can't be made unless it's cut. It was indeed necessary to make her suffer a small loss. A small loss now, lest she suffer a great loss later. In the blink of an eye, Song Ziyin's body had gradually vaporized, eventually transforming into a spirit form. An innate spirit body, as the name suggests, is born with the ability to assume a spirit form. And the spirit body is the legend that as long as the spirit power is not exhausted, it will be immortal and strong form. The spirit body state was invulnerable to swords and spears, water and fire, and its terror far exceeded that of an ordinary cultivator's physical body. Moreover, as the cultivation of an innate spirit body person rises, his or her spirit power gradually becomes deeper, and the form of his or her spirit body will change accordingly. Song Ziyin was now only in the primary form of her spirit body, which was the same size as her own. Due to the limitations of cultivation, the primary form of a spirit body could only be a vaporous spirit body, formed by the convergence of auras. Even so, the primary spirit form was much more powerful than the physical body. The primary spirit body also had the characteristic of being able to transform into an aura state and hide silently. Ziyin, think about it, Song Zhu urged again, but he knew that the words amounted to nothing. As a man who has been there, he knows that young people don't listen to advice without a little frustration. As expected, I only heard Song Ziyin say, 6th uncle will wait for my good news. After saying that, the spirit body instantly dispersed and floated out as a wisp of vaporized aura. The Lu family residence. Lu Fengyan had put up a sign for his courtyard, calling it Fengyan's special courtyard. Lu Yudian also put up a sign for his own courtyard, calling it the Yudian farewell courtyard. At this time, in the rain and lightning special courtyard, Lu Yudian ate and drank her fill and wiped her mouth with her small hand. The elder brother and the second brother had young, youthful maids in their yards, while his yard had only old maids in their 40s and 50s. The reason was that he was too young and needed adult care, but in the past few days, he had already asked Pops to help him find a maid, and as long as the age was not more than 25, he was fine with it. At this moment, an old mom brought a little girl of 8 or 9 years of age into the rain electricity special courtyard. Third Duke, this is the maid that Master chose for you, named Baoyu, the old mom said with great heartache. Not to mention, this Baoyu is only 8 or 9 years old and looks like a beauty. Very eye-catching. Jewel? The corners of Lu Yudian's mouth twitched slightly. It's not good to be called anything but Baoyu. It's Baoyu and Baochai again. Or simply the whole Dayu again. This Lu family residence of his own is also simply renamed the Grand View Garden. Lu Yudian now seriously suspected that his old man had also traveled across the world and was still a bibliophile. Sister Baoyu. Although he thought so in his heart, Lu Yudian still pounced over. Who would say no to such a cute and beautiful little girl? The only pity is that I am too small, and so is Pao Yu. But it's good to have a child bride so early in life. Looks like we need to take a lesson in lowly raising programs from Brother Grievous Seed. Third Duke. The Grand Duke is here. As I was saying, the sound of the old mom's voice came from outside again. Really saying that the wrong kind of seed. The wrong kind of seed too. Big brother. Lu Yudian hurriedly greeted them. Hi Unji. Lu Fengyan rushed in with wind and fire. Xian Di, have you heard that Ye Chen is going to be kicked out of the Yi family? Ha? No way. He's only rushed 2 waves and he's cold? Lu Yudian's small face instantly turned white. Cut. If he's not cold, who is? He can't even tell the difference between a full meal and a full meal. And he almost completely wasted his second brother. This kind of person deserves to be revolted by the Son of Heaven's destiny. Lu Fengyan stated that everything was Ye Chen's fault. His principle with his third brother had always been to only wool gather, not eat lamb, much less kill it. Ye Chen is not the same. All day long thinking of plotting dynasty usurpation. Reverse the Big Dipper. The intention of the heavenly destiny of the son of the Ga off and replace it. This idea is a big no-no for villains. Hi Unji. Have you noticed? Ever since your second brother was invalidated it's like a hangover. As smart as Lu Fengyan was, he had finally figured this out in the past few days. Well, it seems so. Lu Yudian was no dumber than him. And of course, he realized the problem. The brothers looked at each other and smiled, both understanding something. Chapter 33, Chickens. Yunzhong Beiyuan. Lu Yunzhong, who had been dashing around for a few days, finally settled down to start cultivating. As the son of heaven's destiny come the son of Qi, he certainly couldn't enjoy himself endlessly. There's really only one truth, and that's that it's exhausting to enjoy it too much. The only way to have the ability to enjoy more things that others can't is to improve your cultivation and enhance your strength. So what's the point of practicing? Right. It's all about enjoyment. To have a longer life, more energy and enjoy more time. Drinking a bottle of the diluted jade tree spiritual liquid, Lu Yunzhong felt his body fill with spiritual energy as his chaotic bloodline awakened at this moment. The veins all over his body turned purple, the lines of each vein clearly visible, and violent cyclones of qi converged around him. At this moment, at the entrance of the Cloud Central Villa, a shadowy figure, if any, pressed against the wall. Song Ziyin let out a cold snort in her heart, not expecting this kid to actually break through under her nose. It's a real step in the right direction. At this critical juncture, she only needed a small trick to nullify this heaven's destined son once again. Hey! Abolish the chosen son. This should be able to glean quite a bit of qi value. After this job, she'll just run away. Having made up her mind, Song Ziyin slowly approached towards Lu Yunzhong. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be such a big commotion when the first level of the forging realm breaks through to the second level, but the heaven's destined son is just so unreasonable. Abolishing Lu Yunzhong is not a small matter. It must be done without a sound and cleanly. That's why she chose not to use any feats, but to use the most traditional object strikes. A spirit body was characterized by its ability to be silent without using spiritual energy, and as long as she deliberately hid her breath, even strong people would find it hard to detect her presence. As long as she didn't use her spiritual power, Song Ziyin had absolute certainty that she would be able to come and go without a trace and not be found by the Lu family. she was seen slowly picking up a large rock from the yard, raising it above her head and beginning to build up her strength. Body refining realm cultivators were mainly refining their bodies, so their flesh was greatly strengthened. Don't look at Song Ziyin, who was only a 12-year-old girl, but her strength was an unknown number of times greater than that of an ordinary adult. This is where the practitioner terrorizes. But how could she have known that there was another special existence in this Cloud Central villa? And that was old Grandpa Ring. Legend has it that the life tutor of the Son of Heaven's destiny, the guide on the path of cultivation. Ha 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 ha. My disciple Yunjong really does have the qualifications of a great emperor. The ring-old grandfather laughed out a pig's squeal for the simple reason that it was not easy to break through to the second level of the body refining realm in such a short period of time. If Lu Yunjong cultivated painstakingly every day, it would be understandable. The point is that this kid has either been listening to music on the hook or arranging flowers in the last few days. A breakthrough in this situation would be terrifying. Just when Grandpa Ring was overjoyed, and crying tears of joy. What the hell? He noticed that a large rock had suddenly appeared at Lu Yunjong's side. The large stone floated up out of thin air, suspended in mid-air, and was about to shoot over toward Lu Yunjong's head. The ring-old grandfather heart was shocked. With his experience in the cultivation world, a glance to see the doorway to spiritual state. It's that yellow-haired girl from the Song family. What an evil heart. To actually try to make old master's precious disciple plum. Think that old me, the fire cloud evil god, is a dry meal? In an instant, a white shadow floated out from Lu Yunjong's ring. At the same time, the stone was heavily slapped towards Lu Yunjong, but only halfway through the shot, the rock was blocked. A pair of large, invisible hands held the stone firmly in place. Ha! Song Ziyin's eyes widened violently, looking at the image in front of her with disbelief. For before her, an identical spirit appeared. Not that. Senior. Wait a minute. This is a misunderstanding. Song Ziyin was so shocked that she couldn't wait to give herself a big mouthful. Should have thought that the Son of Destiny would have a ring-old grandpa. Such a simple setup I actually did not think of. Snap. No need for her to give herself a big mouth. The ring grandfather had already raised his hand and slapped it. Who would have thought that an old ring grandfather could take on a spiritual form? And between spiritual bodies and spiritual bodies is like between flesh and flesh. Not only can they see through each other completely, but they can also collide violently. Song Ziyin was slapped and flown out, floating in the air, her entire spiritual body shaking, her aura being scattered in all directions. This one big BB pocket directly knocked a layer off her cultivation realm. The strength of a spiritual body must be based on deep spiritual power and cultivation. Who would have thought that a ring-old grandpa would just give her spiritual body a near dry spell? At this moment, Song Ziyin's tears fell from her eyes in pain. The aura scattering in all directions and the leakage of spiritual energy all meant that her aura couldn't be hidden anymore, and her identity was inevitably exposed. All she wants now is to go home to her mom. Ding dong! Detected the female villain of Heaven's Destiny stealing a chicken and being beaten to tears by the mentor of the Son of Heaven's Destiny, suffering severe injuries, lowering her cultivation, and losing 2,000 points of chi luck value. Shoo! Song Ziyin could no longer care about the messy system beeps. She only wanted to slip away now. The same system beep sounded in Lu Yunjong's mind. Ding dong! Detected that the life mentor of the Son of Heaven's Destiny beat the female villain of Heaven's Destiny to tears. The female villain of Heaven's Destiny stole the chicken but failed to eat it, and suffered a serious injury. Her cultivation was lowered, and the Son of Heaven's Destiny gained 2,000 points of chi value, and 10 vigor pills. Stealing a chicken? Lu Yunjong stated that the system's words were in no way credible. I'm a handsome, sunny boy who has nothing to do with the word chicken. He instantly broke through with an excitement, and the surrounding aura was violently absorbed into his body. The so-called body refining realm was the stage of refining the body through aura. Lu Yunjong only felt that his physical quality had instantly risen by a level. It was as if there was inexhaustible strength in his body, and he had to immediately go to the Sisters of the Heavenly Fragrance House for some in-depth communication in order to get a release. He really didn't know how Ye Chen's cultivation at the 8th level of the body refining realm could be shaken by the old biddy's greeting, and he now seriously suspected that Ye Chen had misrepresented his cultivation. Dolly Pill, Miracle of Dolly. After the use of the force of 100,000 pounds, the courage of 1,000,000 people, no enemy in the refining realm on a pick 9. Apprentice, that yellow-haired girl from the Song family Kai sneaked up on you just now. Do you know that? The old ring grandfather's figure flickered and returned to the ring once again. Many thanks, teacher. Are you also an innate spiritual body, teacher? Lu Yunjong was a bit curious. He couldn't find the fire cloud evil god revealing about the innate spiritual body in his memories. How many more backstops the old man had, he still hadn't figured out. Lu Yunjong was now really afraid that he would turn around and see that his benefactor also had a villainous symbol on his head. Chapter 34, The Sixth Prince. Ha 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 ha. An innate spiritual body is certainly as terrifying as it is. But spiritual bodies are not something that can only be possessed innately. They can be cultivated afterward as well. Take the simplest example. Like a congenital disability. Congenital disabilities are naturally inherent. But a little carelessness later in life can also turn them into disabilities. Ah, that makes it easier to understand, doesn't it? The ring-old grandpa had said to use the simplest way to make Lu Yunjong understand the difference between innate and acquired. Lu Yunjong's small mouth twitched slightly, indicating that this was indeed well understood. Just a little too well understood. I don't know what happened. Suddenly it feels like Song Ziyi's innate spirit body seems a little miserable. Of course, at this time, Song Ziyi was indeed a bit miserable. Come back to the inn. Song Ziyi can't stop the tears from falling. Come again in? An inn that will never come again. Come to the Acropolis again and I'll be a dog. I was going to go deep into the tiger's den and make a big deal out of it. I didn't expect to go deep into the tiger's den and get Ed big time. Not only had his cultivation dropped an entire layer, even the foundation of his innate spirit body was affected. Songju was blacking out. Don't listen to the old man's words. Suffer before your eyes. This yellow hair girl will not stop until she has wasted herself for fear. As she was thinking about how to reflect this matter to the family, Song Ziyin suddenly waved her hand and said to Songju, "Sixth uncle, let's hurry back. I don't want to stay here for a moment." Songju sniffed overjoyed. It seems that this girl is really being engaged in the service. Otherwise with her temperament probability of immortality. But Song Ziyin, who is the female villain of Heaven's Destiny, is not a cutie pie. But who is Lu Yunjong? The son of Heaven's Destiny and the son of Destiny. Can't this kind of big boss be scrapped at this time? Besides, if we waste him now, what will we do in the future? Who are we going to find to grab the luck value? So on her way back from a serious injury, she kept thinking, what is wrong with you? It finally got through to her. Rush and overambitious. From now on, she's going to change her tactics, chewing and swallowing slowly. Songju didn't care that much about her. He was willing to do anything as long as he was willing to leave Weicheng. Half an hour later, the Song family's group of people were out of Acropolis City. Patriarch, the Song family has left Acropolis City. At the Lu family residence, a secret agent came to report. Lu Tianba nodded slightly. Go down. Continue following until they return to Yen City. Yes. The secret agent flew away and disappeared. After a long time, Lu Tianba clenched his fists and squeezed a few words out of his teeth. Humph. Dare to do this to my son Yunjong. The Song family will never be allowed to stay. Months later, the outskirts of Acropolis. A caravan of horses entered the Acropolis from north to south. On both sides of the Acropolis city gate, the soldiers were clad in armor and helmets. Their military appearance was neat and tidy, and their gazes were resolute. Deputy City Lord Weifu led the generals out of the city to greet them. Deputy City Lord Weifu of Wei City pays his respects to His Highness the Sixth Prince. Your Highness the Sixth Prince has had a hard journey. The City Lord's mansion has prepared a thin wine to welcome Your Highness. Weifu came to a carriage and saluted respectfully. There was no response from inside the carriage, but the voice of a petite woman appeared. Your Highness, bugger, jia jia jia. A man then let out a jerky laugh. Halfway through the laugh, the man seemed to remember something and gave a soft dry cough. I'm bothering General Wei. Wei Fu frowned slightly and snorted coldly in his mind, but on his lips he said, I wouldn't dare. This is my humble duty. Saying so, he turned his horse and headed toward the Acropolis, the entrance to the City Lord's mansion. City Lord Wei Dong personally went out of his mansion gate to greet Sixth Prince Lu Paralyzed. A short and chubby but richly dressed youth came down from the carriage. The Sixth Prince is aggrieved. The Imperial Court stipulates that city lords are not allowed to leave the city without authorization, so I didn't dare to go out of the city to greet him. I hope Your Highness the Sixth forgives you. As soon as Wei Dong saw Lu Paralyzed, he made a big salute. Lu Paralyzed hurriedly helped him up. City Lord Wei doesn't have to be like this. Please get up. Please get up. Your Highness. Inside please. Wei Dong was busy making a gesture of invitation. That's right, Master Wei City. I've heard that Wei City has recently produced a celebrity called something like Lu Yunjong. Not only has he awakened the chaotic bloodline, he has even comprehended the Heavenly Dipper sword intent. Is there any truth to that? Lu Paralyzed opened the door and said that he had heard about this matter from as far away as the capital. He had traveled a long way to the Acropolis for this purpose, and he did not want to make the trip in vain. Oh, it is indeed true, Your Highness means. Wei Dong spared a glance at the sixth prince, wondering what this sixth prince wanted to do. Ha 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 ha, this imperial prince loves to make friends with strange people. You call this Lu Yunzhong over for this emperor? I want to see if he has 3 heads and 6 arms. Lu paralyzed grin. His heart cannot wait up. Wei Dong nodded his head in a hurry. Men, go and invite Mr. Lu Yunzhong Lu of the Lu Mansion to the city lord's mansion for me. As soon as his words fell, someone answered and ran to the Lu Mansion. Lord City Lord has invited second Prince Lu Yunzhong of the Lu family to the city lord's mansion. Excuse me, my second son is not in the house. Lu family residence. The city's main residence pounced. Asked a number of people learned that Lu Yunzhong in the Tianxian Lu. So he went to Tianxian Lu with fire again. At this time, Tianxian Lu. The banquet hall was filled with show characters. The 4 beauties of Hong Yin, Cheng Wan, Green Yao and Zi Xiao gathered together. The 4 beauties had created several dances specifically according to Lu Yunzhong's request. Who let this Mr. Lu is now the biggest gold master father of Tianxian Lu. Reward. With a wave of Lu Yunzhong's small hand, Bao Hairpin once again reluctantly took out the spirit stones. Quack 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 quack. Lu Yunzhong snatched the spirit stones and scattered them, wanting this sense of extravagance of waving money around. Is the second son of Lu Yunzhong of the Lu family here? Just then, a voice timidly said, who are you? Lu Yunzhong sized up the visitor, not recognizing this person at all. Oh, I am an errand boy for the city lord's mansion, and Lord City Lord has invited Mr. Lu to his mansion. The visitor smiled apologetically. He has been an errand boy in the city lord's mansion for a number of years, and has never encountered such a bold master, whose hair is not even long enough to run to Tianxian Lu all day long, and who also packs the venue without moving. Excuse me, today is my lord's birthday banquet. Go back another day. Lu Yunzhong's small hand waved, about to drive people away. The visitor was dumbfounded on the spot and subconsciously asked, I don't know what your husband's age is this year? Lu Yunzhong smiled cheekily. 10 whole years old. The visitor stumbled and nearly died on the spot. 10 years old to Tianxian Lu birthday banquet. This is probably also the first person in ancient and modern. Not long after, the city lord's mansion. Wine and food were served and everyone was waiting for an announcement. That's the news of the Lu family. Mr. Lu, report. The city lord's office errand boy rushed into the hall at the speed of a 100-meter sprint, and with a sliding knee on the spot, he came in front of Wei Dong and the sixth prince. Has the second son of the Lu family come? The sixth prince said without haste. Mr. Lu can't come. The errand boy cried out. What? What's going on? Lu paralyzed was enraged on the spot. After all this time, you can't make it and that's it? Chapter 35 Lord of the Demon Pupil. The big birthday of 10 years old is very important for a small child. The age of 10 is also called the year of the external master, which means that after the age of 10, you can go out to study with a teacher. Too bad the world doesn't say something similar. As a son of the mandate of heaven, Lu Yunzhong said he came to Tianxian Lu purely to carry forward this traditional virtue. He swore it was never to hang out with his 4 sisters, Hong Yin, Cheng Wan, Green Yao, and Zi Xiao. Why couldn't the second son of the Lu family come? City Lord Wei Dong frowned. The city lord was kind enough to invite them, but the Lu family actually didn't give them face. Is it possible that the Lu family is harboring a grudge because of the Song family's affair? This was not like Lu Tianba's style of doing things. This, that. Lu Gongzi he. The errand boy stammers and stutters while he watches his words. Say, Lu paralyzed grimaced, not expecting a 10-year-old child to be so rampant. Mr. Lu he's busy with the birthday banquet at Tianxian Lu. The errand boy could only answer truthfully. When he thought of that 10-year-old brat being cuddled by a group of stunning beauties, he couldn't help but sigh at the good life of the rich second generation. Tianxian Lu? Hosting a birthday banquet? The crowd was at a loss. Lu paralyzed is even a face of confusion. Not, he this year high life 10 years old. The errand boy's mouth twitched. Lu paralyzed sniffing instantly gasped and laughed. The Lu family is really interesting. To actually give a 10-year-old child a birthday banquet. Interesting. Go. Get up and drive to the heavenly fragrance house. After saying that, Lu paralyzed couldn't wait to get up. He couldn't eat any more of this laborious reception banquet. All he wanted to do now was to seek confirmation that this Lu Yunzhong was the person he was looking for. The crowd's faces suddenly changed at the words. And wait, Sixth Highness, don't do it. Wei Dong's face was embarrassed. It was only now that he figured out the purpose of this sixth prince's trip. It was obviously aimed at Lu Yunzhong, but that Tianxian Lu is not a prince can go. Even if you go also have to go without a word. So much fanfare into what behavior? Why? Lu Paralyzed wondered. Wei Dong quickly walked over to Lu Paralyzed and whispered close to his ear. That Tianxian Lu is a greenhouse. Ha? That kid is hosting a birthday banquet in a greenhouse? Groove. Lu Paralyzed cannot help but burst out foul mouth. He seriously wondered if he had gotten the wrong person. How could this kind of person be the son of heaven's destiny? Is he a villain too? Right. That must be it. And he's the villain of villains. Ahem. That what? Wei City Lord. Let's go out on a slight patrol. In front of Tianxian Lu, two people wearing masks sneaked by, looking around from time to time for fear of being recognized. Greetings, Lord City Lord. The passing children greeted one of the burly men. Hello little friend. Wei Dong subconsciously revealed a kind smile, turning into an uncle next door in seconds. Good day, Lord City Lord. An old vegetable seller passing by with a stretcher grinned. Well. Whedon nodded his head and ripped the mask off as soon as he could. The mask isn't better than nothing, is it? Let's just say it doesn't help at all. I do not know what this sixth prince thinks. Suddenly let him a city lord accompanied by the city's master of the city to accompany the microcosmic. The lord of a city. Who doesn't know him? He also specializes in the Tianxiang Lu such as the fireworks place. This day cannot live. Your Highness, as you can see, I can't do this errand. He immediately transmitted his voice to the sixth prince, stating that he was putting his foot down and quitting. So you can do it yourself. The sixth prince couldn't help but roll his eyes. Who would have thought that Wei Dong would be able to mingle with the common people of Weicheng? At first he was afraid that the two were recognized. To the back of the road are greeting people. Lu Paralyzed people are numb. He waved his hand at Wei Dong, signaling him to hurry up and get lost, so as not to drag himself into being recognized as well, and transmitted his voice. Find a few people who know Lu Yunzhong. Wei Dong hurriedly agreed and told the errand boy from earlier to follow Lu Paralyzed. Only then did Lu Paralyzed strut into the heavenly fragrance house with his errand. A few moments later, Lu Yunzhong's face was covered with lip marks as he gulped down the wine with his wine glass. The wine of this world is like nectar. It is sweet to drink, not easy to get high and not easy to get drunk. So even children as young as 10 years old can enjoy drinking it. Humph. Not to mention that Lu Yunzhong's cultivation level had now reached the second level of the body refining realm. What? The second level of the body refining realm is a rookie? So what? As the son of heaven's destiny come the son of chi fortune. If he didn't cultivate, cultivation would naturally come to him. Reward. Then play the music and then dance. Hearing Lu Yunzhong's yell, the ring's old grandpa couldn't stand it. My disciple Yunzhong does have the capital of the great emperor, but the great emperor cannot come to the heavenly fragrance building every day. These months even repair with refining added together time is not more than 3 days. 3 months. 3 whole months. Hooking up to listen to music, arranging flowers, flirting with a young lady's ear, and a whole 10th birthday for himself. Hell. I don't know how Grandpa Ring has spent the last 3 months. Just as he was about to transmit his voice to Lu Yunzhong, reminding him to tighten up, a masked youth appeared at the door with a drink. Lu Yunzhong's gaze was like a torch as he immediately pointed at the youth and shouted, "Get lost!" Lu Paralyzed just wanted to look for Lu Yunzhong's figure. Now there was no need to look for him. People found him first. Asterisk. Sure enough, he's the son of heaven's destiny come the son of luck. Lu Paralyzed his heart with great joy. When he first saw Lu Yunzhong, he saw a 7-colored light formed by a wave of chi enveloping Lu Yunzhong. A proper protagonist's aura. It nearly blinded his 24K titanium villain's eyes. Calling you. Who let you in? Scram. No grown men allowed in here. Lu Yunzhong's little finger pointed at the masked man, and his white and red face was filled with anger. In fact, the heart is already happy. Finally, a new lamb appeared. Lord of the Devil's Pupil, born with the eye of the Devil's Pupil, inheriting the mysterious power from the Devil's realm, capable of easily recognizing the divine fate and the lucky one, and obtaining the value of the luck and rewards by striking the divine fate and the lucky one, and possessing the supreme Devil's Pupil system exclusive to the villain. Lu Paralyzed standing in the doorway, for a moment actually do not know whether to go in. This emperor, Huang someone is just standing at the door, not yet inside. You call a fart. Lu Paralyzed immediately sneered back. As the lord of the demonic pupil, with the legendary supreme demonic pupil system, would he be afraid of a mere son of heavenly destiny? After all, the villain is here to raid the chosen one. Come up here and get a slap in the face first. punch and cry directly to the son of God's destiny, and pull the wool over his eyes before he does so. The people present couldn't help but be shocked when they heard Lu Paralyzed's vulgar words. The girls recognize money but not people. They will speak for whoever pays more. Not to mention that the father of the gold master is spending money like gold. This kind of time a drink to come to make trouble. This is not purely to look for a whip. Right. The banquet hall is an important place. Idle people leave immediately. Ruyan droned in a delicate voice. Chapter 36, The Eye of the Divine Pupil. Lu Paralyzed looking for the sound. Cannot help but measure a few more eyes of the red face. A light in the eyes. This face value and this figure. It actually doesn't lose to those girls in the capital. No wonder the son of destiny stayed in the flowers at a young age. There are 2 words for the news in the Tianxiang Lu, well informed. Sensei's pimp will be the first to get the news when something half-assed goes wrong. What kind of people are messing with Mr. Lu's 10th birthday? The old bod was dressed up in a flamboyant manner, twisting her bucket waist and walking quickly. In this acre of Wei City, the person who dared to smash the signboard of the heavenly fragrance house had yet to be born. Lu Yunzhong was pondering how to pull a wave of wool, and as soon as he saw the old biddy, he had a solution. Pimp, you've come just in time. Make arrangements for this gentleman. Ha! The pimp was suddenly confused. Make arrangements? She said uncertainly, and didn't know whether this Mr. Lu was saying something positive or negative. Right. The full set. You arrange it yourself, and make sure it's arranged plainly, properly. Lu Yunzhong threw over a spirit stone with a wave of his small hand. Ouch. Good Lu. Mr. Lu's broad-mindedness is really admired by my slave. How could the old bod not understand? Immediately pulling Lu Paralyzed's arm and heading out. Lu Paralyzed on the spot flaxbelt to live. A full set of arrangements for the prince? Not. Is this kid that kind? Are all the chosen ones so preoccupied these days? One word and it's arranged. The whole thing made the 6th prince a little embarrassed. But if it's really a beauty of the level of Rouge, you might as well give it a try. But as a fellow proper prince, he had to shrug it off. Wait a minute. I'm not that kind of person. You guys can't be like that. This sister. I'm a very conservative person. The 6th prince's mouth says no, but his body is honest. The 4 beauties, Hong Yan, Ching Wan, Green Yao, and Zi Xiao, had beautiful eyes and expressed their willingness to serve Mr. Lu for the rest of their lives. As soon as Zi Xiao picked up Lu Yunzhong stretched out his little hand and pinched his sister Zi Xiao's fair face and suddenly sighed. Hey! The women immediately froze as if they were dumbfounded. And then a feeling of disappointment welled up. The eyes that looked at Lu Yunzhong were full of admiration and filled with little stars. Sisters, wait for me. I'll be right back. After saying that, Lu Yunzhong jumped out of Zi Xiao's arms. Gongzi, we'll wait for you for the rest of our lives. Zi Xiao waved her hand, feeling empty in her heart, unable to hold back her tears. Emily was born before I was born, and I was born when Emily was already old. Mr. Lu's literary talent is unparalleled. Green Yao lightly bit her lips, covering her thumping little heart. Moments later. What? You? Slut. Lu Paralyzed gas trembling. His pants are off. The result of the pimp to close the door. Like a wolf, like a tiger pounced over. What kind of is the son of destiny? Is that how you arranged it for this emperor? Right. I haven't asked this gentleman his name yet. I'll be sure to serve you well. I'll make sure you're satisfied. The old bod's heart blossomed. Since she first tasted Lord Ye's sweetness, she realized that mature women were also attractive. Besides, this was arranged by Mr. Lu. She didn't feel comfortable handing it over to another girl. She had to get on the horse herself. Saying that, the old bod's face that had turned into a chrysanthemum with a smile had already come up. Bang bang. Lu Paralyzed without saying a word. Directly as bang bang 2 punches, the old pimp knocked over to the ground, then stormed out of the room. The moment he opened the door. Phew. 2 handfuls of white powder were being slapped on the face. Put. Cough cough. What? Cough cough. What the hell? Lu Paralyzed's entire face, including his eyes, nose and mouth were all covered in white powder. Lu Yunzhong had long ago covered his mouth and nose and closed the door with his backhand. In line with the principle of having friends from afar is not a pleasure. He must give the lord of the demon pupil a clear arrangement. I was torn between even lizards have to be strong and iron sharpens iron. But then I thought, kids make choices, adults make them all. So the 2 packets of powder were slapped together on Lu Paralyzed's face. I'm sure Lu Paralyzed will be awesome this time. Not good. Poison. Lu Paralyzed immediately realized that something was wrong. The magic pupil could see many things that normal people couldn't see. For example, Even lizards must be strong, and iron and pestle become needles are two kinds of conscience medicine. Behind her, the old bod had already climbed up and said daintily, "So you like this kind of tone? The hand is also strange." Hard Lu said, has hugged him from behind. Lu paralyzed. In an instant, Lu paralyzed only felt his body's chi and blood surging, and he couldn't help but put his backhand around the pimp. Groove. I'm done. Lu Yunjong sighed. Old sister, I can only help you so far. Ding dong. Detected the meditative worship arranged by the Son of Heaven's destiny for the Lord of the Demon Pupil. The Lord of the Demon Pupil has broken his defense, and has been rewarded with 10,000 points of chi value for his first victory, and an additional reward of the Eye of the Divine Pupil, which can be activated at any time. The Eye of the Divine Pupil, inheriting the mysterious power from the Divine Realm, it has a powerful restraining effect on the Eye of the Devil's Pupil, possessing unparalleled insight and lethality. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Yes. Lu Yunjong hit his mouth and snickered, hoping that the villains of the world would catch him. As the Son of Heaven's destiny come the Son of Chi, it was necessary for him to teach the villains a lesson. Ding dong. Detected that the Lord of the Demon Pupil has been arranged by the Son of Heaven's destiny to pay his respects to the underworld. The Lord of the Demon Pupil has broken his defense and has lost 10,000 points of chi value. City Lord's Mansion. Where is the sixth prince? Wei Dong's face was gloomy. Although he himself could not go to Tianxian Lu in a dignified manner, he still had no problem sending a few of his men to find out the truth. It was getting late, and by all rights, the sixth prince's business should have been dealt with. What hour was this? His dinner was getting cold, and the sixth prince was actually nowhere to be found. Enlighten the city lord. The sixth prince the errand boy stammered, not daring to answer. Speak. Wei Dong shot up. If something happens to Lu Paralyze in Wei City, he's basically done for as a city lord. This group of people under the hand, their guts are getting bigger and bigger. Obviously something is wrong, but actually do not report it. The sixth prince is resting up at the Heavenly Fragrance House. The errand boy lowered his voice and said, arrest him directly to Wei Dong dry broken defense. Mr. Lu arranged it, the errand boy said with some envy. Wei Dong a brain black question mark. Look at Lu Paralyzed, that awesome look. Clearly went to find trouble. How to find trouble into finding a girl. It's pretty well hidden. However, the four beauties of the Heavenly Fragrance House were indeed all stunning. He remembered that the four women were all selling their art and not their bodies, so how come they couldn't walk away when they met the prince? Speaking of the Heavenly Fragrance House, Wei Dong also sighed in his heart that its backstage was so hard that even he, the city lord, would find it difficult to shake it. Okay, got it. Since that's the case, you can wait at the Heavenly Fragrance House. Wei Dong waved his hand, signaling him to stand down. Chapter 37, Aggrieved. The next day, the sun is rising and the weather is clear. It's another great day for hooking up and listening to music and arranging flowers. Lu Yunjong stretched and climbed out of his sister's embrace. What kind of bad thoughts can a kid have? The four beauties, Hong Yan, Ching Wan, Green Yao, and Zi Xiao, did not hide in front of Mr. Lu at all. Even when resting, the sleeping posture is alluring. Lu Yunjong sighed. His sisters really don't take him too seriously. If he had been born 10 years earlier, High and Low had to communicate with this group of sisters in depth. Make a note of it and get it all back in 5 years. He walked out the door refreshed and with his head held high. Just out of the door, I ran into a pimp with a red face. Nu Jia has met Mr. Lu. The old bod came up and gave a deep salute. Aha! How did things go yesterday? Lu Yunjong raised an eyebrow and glanced towards that room not far away. Cluck 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 cluck. The old bod laughed out a cockcrow. That gentleman is still resting, but the slave has been serving the whole night with all her heart and soul. Good. Well done. Reward. Lu Yunjong threw out another spirit stone. It seems that the Lord of the Magic Pupil's combat power is not good. Well, even Ye Chen, that small Karami, cannot be compared to. Really a waste. Clunk. As he was thinking about it, he saw a man rushing out of that room not far away. Lu Paralyzed by a cloak of hair, full of lipstick, walking shakily, blackened seal. As soon as he rushed out, he saw Lu Yunjong talking and laughing with the old biddy, and immediately became furious, his face turning green, and his eyes seemed to be about to spit out fire. You actually dare to treat this emperor so? Today this emperor will definitely break you into pieces. Lu Paralyzed stammers, can't even speak very well. But after the words fell, his aura skyrocketed and he rushed towards Lu Yunjong like a wild horse that had taken off its reins. The strength of the third level of the condensed martial realm exploded to the extreme at this moment, and although his physical strength was severely overdrawn last night, at this moment, he still displayed notable combat strength. At the very least, he was able to win completely when facing Lu Yunzhong at the second level of the body refinement realm. In an instant, a stern killing aura filled the air. Lu paralyzed lightning shot to Lu Yunzhong. In front of absolute strength, any fancy tricks were just adding to the snake. So Lu paralyzed didn't use any tricks, just simply a straight punch to Lu Yunzhong's face. All he wanted to do now was to get rid of this little brat as fast as possible, even if there were no more heavenly fates to woolgather in this world. Yet the next moment, snap, a crisp slap shocked Lu paralyzed brain buzzing. Just as his fist was about to touch that pink and cute little face, there was a sudden flash before his eyes. Then the brain buzzes. Lu Yunzhong was surprised to look at the old bod, not expecting that this old Su half-maiden was actually deeply hidden. That's right, the old biddy saw that the Gold Master's father was going to suffer, and directly disliked him with a big BB pocket. On the spot, he gave Lu paralyzed a 1080-degree turn in place. I don't know the sky high and thick little, actually dare to make a move on Mr. Lu, last night my mother loved you for nothing? The old bod crossed her arms and pompously said, Slot. Finished. The city lord's office errand boy who was now not far away happened to see this scene and was dumbfounded on the spot. Ding dong. Detecting that the lord of the demon pupil failed to punch the son of heaven's destiny in the face and was punched in the face instead, the lord of the demon pupil's spirit is on the verge of breaking down, and the son of heaven's destiny has gained 3,000 points of chi value. The system's beautiful beeping tone entered Lu Yunzhong's mind. At the same time, the system's piercing beeps came from Lu paralyzed's mind. Ding dong. Detecting that the lord of the demon pupil failed to face the son of heaven's destiny and was hit in the face instead, the lord of the demon pupil's spirit is on the verge of breaking down, losing 3,000 points of chi value. Slot. With a roar of rage, he suddenly pulled something out of his storage pouch, reached outside the corridor, and pulled at the sky. Bang! A fireball leapt into midair, followed by brilliant fireworks blooming open. Crazy! What madness! This is His Highness the 6th Prince of the Longchuan dynasty. You guys actually dare to hit His Highness the 6th Prince. The city lord's errand boy was hysterical. At the same time, not far from the sky shot several streams of light. The bod was dumbfounded, only to see her scream. I'm not living, said. Directly jumped from the third floor. Lu Yunzhong wanna stop has been too late. The rest of the crowd cannot wait to care about her, because not far from the road has come to the sound of warhorse neighing. Countless generals converged towards Tianxian Lu. Ha, ha 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 ha. It's fun isn't it? Lu Yunzhong, 10 years old birthday. You're dead. Lu paralyzed pointed at Lu Yunzhong's nose. Lu Yunzhong is not the slightest bit panicked. The Longchuan dynasty code clearly stipulates that the prince's offense is the same as that of the common people. Besides, what could a 10-year-old kid like himself do that was so bad? Rather, this prince is nothing to run to the greenhouse, but also with the old pimp hanging out all night. This time wanna not be famous are impossible. The four beauties, Hong Yan, Cheng Wan, Green Yao, and Zi Xiao, also rushed over when they heard the commotion, asking if Mr. Lu had been frightened. After the turn of the eye, Acropolis City Lord Wei Dong was the first to arrive at the scene. What's going on? He froze and looked at the 6th prince, who was cloaked and had lip and slap marks on his face, and knew it was not good. Lu paralyzed pointed at Lu Yunzhong. Ask him. Immediately afterward, Yi family head Yi Yuntian, Lu family head Lu Tianba, and 3 other men and a woman appeared one after another on the 3rd floor of the Heavenly Fragrance Building. As for the girls on the 3rd floor, other than the 4 beauties, Hong Yan, Cheng Wan, Green Yao, and Zi Xiao, who stood behind Lu Yunzhong, all the other girls also hid. Your Highness, what's going on here? The one who spoke was a beautiful woman in her 30s, dressed as a Taoist nun. Zi Xiao real person. Lu paralyzed personal guard and master, came to the Tianxian Lu before Lu paralyzed purposely detached. That's him. Lu Yunzhong did it. Lu paralyzed pointed the spear straight at Lu Yunzhong. He didn't care. He just wanted to woolgather now. What did he do to your highness? Real Zixia said in disbelief. She could tell at a glance that Lu Yunzhong only had a cultivation level of the 2nd level of the body refinement realm. From a strength standpoint, it was impossible for Lu Yunzhong to injure the 6th prince. Lu paralyzed was a bit confused by the question. He actually couldn't remember what Lu Yunzhong had done to him for a while. At this time, the most nervous person was Lu Tianba. How did his good second son offend the 6th prince? Based on the principle of confessing and resisting, Lu Tianba said in a deep voice, Yunzhong, what have you done to the sixth prince? Lu Yunzhong commiserated. I didn't do anything to the sixth prince. Yesterday, the sixth prince came to find the child. The child felt that the sixth prince was a kind person, a talented man, and a good speaker, so he let the old bod make arrangements for the sixth prince. The corners of Lu Paralyzed's mouth twitched slightly, and in his heart, he cursed how this bastard said everything. Lu Yunzhong, however, was not yet finished and continued. At that time, the sixth prince also readily accepted, and followed the old pimp with gusto. Real Zisha's face changed slightly. The crowd all looked at this sixth prince with strange eyes. Lu Paralyzed's back was instantly sweating. Chapter 38, I'm really crying. Lu Paralyzed instantly sobered up. He had just shaken someone on impulse. It's only now that I realize that I can't explain it at all. Since the explanation is not clear. Playing the rogue. As a villain. It makes sense to play a little scoundrel, doesn't it? Master. This Lu Yunzhong has bad intentions and wants to conspire against this emperor. Quickly take him down. Lu Paralysis is serious nonsense. Crowd. Even Wei Dong couldn't listen anymore. A 10-year-old kid with bad intentions towards you. A 20-something-year-old? On top of that, it's clear that you're the one who came to see someone's little friend. People are kind enough to entertain you and give you a clear arrangement. That's how you repay them? You Lu Paralyzed is the prince. This is right. But at least wipe the lipstick off your face before slandering a good person. Real Zixia was a bit hesitant, and a dry, thin old man with white hair next to him said, since the sixth prince has ordered it, let's take it down first. Slow down. Which law has my son Yunzhong broken? If you don't make it clear, wouldn't you be flouting the Longchuan Code? Flouting His Majesty. Lu Tianba gathered Lu Yunzhong behind him, his gaze like a torch, facing the imperial sun. He could only move the emperor's old man. If the royal children of the Longchuan dynasty were all such scum, the overthrow would only be a matter of time. As soon as he heard Lu Tianba move out his old man, Lu Paralyzed did not dare to be careless, and busily said, he instructed the old pimps of Tianxian Lu to plot against me, to do me wrong, then invite the old pimp to come and confront her face to face. Lu Tianba showed no weakness, even if the other party was a prince. He could never do whatever he wanted, let alone take action against his son. Go! Bring the old pimp here, Wei Dong said to the arriving city lord's personal soldiers. Lord City Lord, the old bod is unconscious. The personal soldiers had long ago checked the old bod's condition. Then, we'll put them in jail first. The Lu family can't be blamed for the attack on the sixth prince. No one from the Lu family is allowed to leave the Lu mansion for half a step before this matter is investigated clearly. The dry and thin old man's eyes were cold. In the face of imperial power, what are these great families of the world worth? How you take it is just a matter of words. Lu Tianba was shocked in his heart. It was hard to believe that this sixth prince had come specifically to target the Lu family. In the last few years, the old emperor of the Longchuan dynasty was unable to break through in his cultivation and had the intention of abdicating. And the battle of the imperial sons to take over the throne had become more and more intense. The great families such as the Lu family and the Yi family are also dependent on the imperial power. And to put it bluntly, they are also very close to the imperial princes. Only the Lu family could only be counted as the fourth prince's people, and the fourth prince did not get along with this sixth prince. It would make sense if that was the case. Wei Dong beckoned to the sergeant at his side. Take Mr. Lu into custody for the time being. Slow down. Take me into custody together. Lu Tianba's eyes narrowed slightly, his face shifting. All right, Pops, don't get involved in this. Go back. It's just to go to the prison for 2 days. What you should enjoy has been enjoyed. It's time to cultivate in peace. Lu Yunzhong waved his small hand, indicating that he had nothing to hang on to. Being the son of heaven's destiny come the son of chi luck, how could it be smooth sailing? You can't inspire a protagonist's destiny and chi without trials and tribulations. Lu Tianba was stunned at his words. The only thing he was worried about now was his son being poisoned when he was taken into custody. These vicious tactics are baseless for the royals. Lu Yunzhong winked at his old man to reassure him. The old father was apprehensive, but there was nothing he could do. Duke, tears fell from the eyes of Han Yan, Cheng Wan, Green Yao, and Zi Shao, indicating that they were unwilling to leave their golden father. And even more so, they didn't want their golden father to suffer any harm. Young master, Bao Hairpin also finally rushed around the corner and wrapped her young master into her arms. Master, let me accompany the young master. Bao Chai was pitiful. She had thought that the farce had been planned by the eldest young master, and that was why she had been hiding behind it. More than a month ago, Lu Fengyan had specifically found an opportunity to instruct her that she must let the second young master experience a little more frustration so that the second young master could grow. So whatever happens to the second young master, stay out of it. Bao Chai was convinced of this. After all, they are blood brothers. The older brother can still harm, the younger brother is not. Now it seems as if it is not such a thing. Before Lu Tianba could nod his head, Lu Yunzhong waved her small hand. No need. You're a delicate little maid. How can you stand the pain of prison? Bao Chai was directly dumbfounded that the second young master was actually considering for her. A little maid. I literally cried my eyes out. Outside the heavenly fragrance tower, on the second floor of a certain inn. From the second floor of the inn, one could just see the scene at the corridor on the third floor of the heavenly fragrance building. A table full of wine and food. Lu Fengyan held the fine wine in one hand and grabbed Lu Yudian's small hand with the other. Humph. Second brother has finally kicked the bucket this time. Looking at Lu Fengyan's face full of excitement, Lu Yudian frowned. Groove. Big brother. Why do I feel that second brother is going to be finished? Finished? Joke. Your second brother is the legendary son of heaven's destiny come son of luck. How can it be so easy to finish? Lu Fengyan picked up his wine glass and took a beautiful sip of the wine, stating that he only wanted to be a melon eater right now. Not to mention, this feeling of sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight is really too good, with no pressure to speak of. Ding dong! Detected that the Heaven's Fate Great Nemesis beloved maid has taken a liking to the Heaven's Fate son. The Heaven's Fate Great Nemesis loses 2,000 points of chi luck value. Put. Before Lu Fengyan wine could be swallowed, it directly sprayed on Lu Yudian's small face. Slot. Big brother. What are you doing? Lu Yudian hurriedly pulled her hand out of Lu Fengyan's hand and wiped her small face, indicating how big brother was always startled. Groovy. Is this even ing possible? I'm really crying. Eating melon and eating to his own head. Lu Fengyan angry face white. He swore that he no longer liked Bao Hairpin. Ding dong. Detected that the Heaven's Destiny Great Nemesis beloved maid has taken a liking to the Heaven's Destiny son. And the Heaven's Destiny son has gained 2,000 points of chi luck value. At the same time, a system beep sounded in Lu Yunzhong's mind. Yo! Bao Hairpin, this maid greatly conscience finally did not grow in vain. Not in vain this young master night and day pain you love you care for you. Lu Yunzhong glanced at Bao Chai in surprise, stating that he really couldn't bring her along to the squatting cell. Otherwise he wouldn't have the heart to cultivate it all. When this young master comes back, he will definitely make further efforts to climb the peak. Next to him, Lu Paralyzed looked at him with his eyes jumping and was about to lash out. Yi Yuntian smiled at the right time and said, "It's just a detention. When the matter is found out, if brother Lu's son is not guilty, he will naturally regain his freedom. The body is not afraid of a crooked shadow. Take it down quickly." Lu Paralyzed dropped 2 words and turned to leave. Several tall sergeants clad in battle armor immediately walked up and brought the tiny Lu Yunzhong down. Young master, Duke. Behind the beautiful sisters of Tianxian, Lu suddenly pear-blossom with rain, like a farewell. Chapter 39, How Did You Sleep? The Lu family residence. Inside some underground chamber. Bang! Each of the 3 ancestors of the Lu family had a gloomy face, and the old ancestor clapped his hands. A royal son actually made things difficult for my 10-year-old child in the clouds. The Longchuan dynasty has even degenerated like this. Why don't we just turn against it? This old ancestor was known to have a fiery temper and was known to rebel at the drop of a hat. If it weren't for the pressure of the great ancestor and the upper ancestor above them, I'm afraid that they would have already rebelled hundreds of times. Knowing his nature, Shang Zhu didn't bother to say anything, but only said worriedly, "My greatest fear is that the cloud child will be tragically assassinated." The great ancestor shook his head. With my 7-star pendant in place, it's not that easy to assassinate a child in the clouds. I'm only afraid that this is a battle for the imperial princess to take over the throne, to sacrifice our Lu family as a flag. When the words of the great ancestor fell, the remaining few people all fell silent. Throughout the dynasties, the battle to seize the throne has been incredibly bloody and brutal. And at the tip of the storm, these families of the world are either flat on their backs, one step ahead. Either you get backstabbed and your family exterminated. But whatever the case, the first ones out of the gate are almost always cannon fodder. According to the news that the Lu family had spied out, the 6th prince had just arrived in Weicheng, and without even entering the city lord's mansion, he named Lu Yunzhong of the Lu family. This was definitely aimed at the Lu family. The Lu family had managed to produce a few talented offspring over the centuries, and they didn't expect to be approached so soon. The most crucial thing was that when the 6th prince's accident happened, those few experts beside him were not there, which was completely out of line with common sense. Tianba. You immediately repair a letter and send it to the capital to ask the fourth prince for help. Yes, Lu Tianba answered. At this moment, only fourth prince Lu Che, who was also a prince, could save the Lu family. City Lord's mansion. Dungeon. Dark, damp dungeon passages filled with huge rats, cockroaches jumping across the floor, flies and insects. In a certain small and claustrophobic cell, Lu Yunzhong sat cross-legged, the veins on his body faintly flickering red. The chaotic bloodline was in an awakened state at this moment. There wasn't even a rat or cockroach in the cell. Even the flies and mosquitoes went around. My disciple Yunzhong is finally willing to cultivate. It's not easy. The ring-old grandfather expressed great relief. Witnessing the precious disciple with the qualifications of a great emperor go deep into the flowers every day. Even he was drooling with envy. I hate that I can't regain my physical body as soon as possible and teach my apprentice how to deeply communicate with girls by hand. Just then, a footstep came from outside the cell. Lu Yunzhong was arranged in a separate cell, separated from the many other cells, and also convenient for the sixth prince to visit cordially as well. A moment later, the door to the cell was opened and the chaotic bloodline in Lu Yun fell silent once again. He looked at the sixth prince with a face full of innocence, having the illusion that wool was once again delivered to his door. Lu Paralyzed lived up to Lu Yunzhong's expectations, and indeed came to talk to him in depth. Sixth prince, how long do I have to be locked up? Lu Yunzhong opened his big innocent eyes. What kind of bad thoughts can a 10-year-old have? The corners of Lu Paralyzed's mouth twitched, and he suddenly had the illusion that his conscience was being condemned. Although he knew that he must have been wool-gathered by this heavenly ordained son, he could not find conclusive evidence so far, and this was very fatal. But the system would never lie to him. Load. Keep pretending. A cold smile spread across the corners of Lu Paralyzed's mouth, indicating that he would definitely not be confused by Lu Yunzhong's naive appearance. Did the sixth prince come to see me for something? If there's nothing, I'm going to bed. Lu Yunzhong stated that he would not waste his time for such a villain unless he made a wool coat out of the wool and draped it over himself. Lu Paralyzed straight away. You still sleeping? How did you sleep? At your age, at your stage, you can sleep? A little out of the way yet? Lu Paralyzed with a key triple and sent out soul torture. Lu Yunzhong didn't bother with him anymore and directly settled in place. Slot. Lu Paralyzed said in his heart that the son of heaven's destiny was indeed unreasonable. Since everyone is being so unreasonable, let's settle for being unreasonable. His pupils shrunk slightly, and his demonic pupil's eye opened at this moment. In an instant, Lu Paralyzed's eyes turned blood red. The dark cell was illuminated by his demonic pupils in blood red, and a terrifying aura emanated from him. Ding dong! It has been detected that the Lord of Demonic Pupils is preparing to launch a sneak attack on the Son of Heaven's destiny with his demonic pupils. Is the Eye of Divine Pupils to be activated immediately? Lu Yunzhong's mind resounded with a system beep. Are all the villains so incapable of holding back these days? What a lack of patience. I was trying to get along with the villain as a normal person, but got alienated in return. Not loaded. I am the chosen one. I show my cards. Activate. Lu Yunzhong immediately turned around. In that instant, he saw two blood-colored red auras explode out of Lu Paralyzed's eyes. He was certain he would die on the spot if he was struck by the terrifying power of the demon pupil's eye. But he's the chosen one. He has the god's pupil's eye that specifically restrains the devil's pupil's eye. When it's too late, Lu Yunzhong's eyes also burst out two golden holy ons. Boom! The blood-colored red aura clashed with the golden holy aura, and the terrifying energy instantly stirred away. The whole dungeon shuddered and shook, and the earth trembled as if an earthquake had broken out. The invisible airwave impacted the narrow cell wall and changed its shape, and the shockwave scattered out from the cell doorway, sweeping along the dungeon passage all the way. The snakes, insects, rats, and ants on the ground were blasted into a pile of meat scraps on the spot. The prisoners in custody panicked and cried out for help. The guards of the dungeon were also scared out of their wits. At the same time, several silhouettes shot up and appeared at the entrance of the cell. Sixth Highness, are you alright? A few people poked their heads in and looked toward the cell, only to see Lu Paralyzed cloaked and in a trance, and across from him, Lu Yunzhong had already fallen to the ground. Zixia Realist rushed forward to check on Lu Paralyzed's condition, and seeing that the sixth prince was not injured, his heart was a little more at ease. She was about to take another look at Lu Yunzhong's condition when Wei Dong's voice came from outside. What's going on? The dungeon is an important place. If anyone dares to trespass, they will be executed on the spot. Yes. This was followed by the sound of countless footsteps rushing into the dungeon. Zixia Realist pulled Lu Paralyzed and dashed out of the cell. Hurry! Even the sixth prince. According to the Longchuan code, was not allowed to enter the dungeon at will to strike at the admitted prisoners. Not to mention that Lu Yunzhong should not have been put in the dungeon. And Wei Dong was already being biased by doing what Lu Paralyzed wanted. If you get caught in the act at this point, there's really no room for redemption. A few people instantly disappeared in front of the cell door. Not long after, Wei Dong appeared in the cell with the crowd. The moment he saw Lu Yunzhong fall to the ground, Wei Dong's heart thumped. Without thinking about it, he knew that Lu Paralyzed had instructed someone to do it. What exactly does the sixth prince want to do? Why was Lu Yunzhong so unforgiving and had to be put to death? He hurriedly went over to check and found that Lu Yunzhong had only fainted and was not heavily injured. That was a relief. Phew. Chapter 40, What Kind of Demon? Ding Dong. Detected that the Son of Heaven's destiny shocked the demon pupil lord with the eye of the divine pupil, nearly blinding the demon pupil lord's dog's eyes, gaining 3,000 points of chi value. Quack quack quack. Lu Yunzhong laughed out a duck call in his heart. What devilish pupil lord? Under the aura of the protagonist of the Son of Heaven's destiny we're all trash. It's not good to learn something, but to learn from others who do sneak attacks. When Wei Dong and the others left, he slowly sat up once again. City Lord's Mansion. Sixth Imperial Prince Lu Paralyzed's eyes were lifeless, both of them empty and stagnant. Real Zixia was worried and very puzzled. Your Sixth Highness is obviously not injured, so why is he in a trance? The dry and thin old man was also greatly perplexed. I really don't know what happened in the dungeon. Ding Dong. Detected that the demon pupil lord was shocked by the Son of Heaven's destiny using the eye of the divine pupil and nearly lit up his dog's eyes, losing 3,000 points of chi value. The system's prompt suddenly sounded in Lu Paralyzed in his head. Lu Paralyzed trembled and shivered. Sixth Highness, are you alright? As soon as Zixia realist cupped Lu Paralyzed's face, she inquired with concern. Don't. Lu Paralyzed's face showed horror. Just when he launched the eye of the magic pupil, suddenly he saw two golden holy ons shooting out from the face, directly disliked the bloody red ons of his magic pupil's eye, and disliked into his magic pupil. In that instant, he felt like his 24K titanium alloy magic pupil eyes were blinded. It's like two snipers sniping against each other on the battlefield, both shooting at each other almost simultaneously. And as it happened, the trajectories of the two bullets almost overlapped, and the two bullets collided head-on. In the end, his bullet was disliked by Lu Yunzhong's bullet, and it also disliked into his own barrel and directly blew up. The horror of that sight and the terrible shadows made his legs weak and his mind go blank. At that moment, Lu Paralyzed just wanted to go home to his mother. Sixth Highness, don't what? The dry and thin old man's face is iron blue. He now only wants to figure out what happened to the sixth prince. Don't shoot me. Don't shoot me ah. Lu Paralyzed blocked his hands in front of his eyes and waved them around wildly, his face in shock. Real Zixia, huh? Dry old man, did. The two were dumbfounded, thinking not so much. That little kid is only 10 years old ah. What kind of bad thoughts can a 10-year-old have? Even if there were bad intentions, the physical limitations are there. Is the kid gifted? How could the two think that Lu Yunzhong had shot the sixth prince with the eye of the divine pupil? Dungeons. Jia. My disciple Yunzhong really does have the qualifications of a great emperor. The ring old grandpa let out a villainous exclusive laugh, and Lu Yunzhong's eyes jumped straight up. He now seriously suspected that the fire cloud evil god was the villain, and Jia's laughter was the proof. Master, can you not Jia laugh? I'll easily destroy you as a villain if you do that. Ha? Then how should the master laugh? The ring old grandpa was 100% puzzled as to how Jia's laugh turned him into a villain. What villain is so beaten up that he's so shapeless that he can only cower in the ring and languish? Just giggle. Quack quack quack? Isn't that a duck? Grandpa Ring said he didn't want to be a duck. Then cluck. Cluck cluck? Isn't that a chicken? Grandpa Ring said he wouldn't want to be a chicken either. Right, child in the clouds. The two golden holy auras that shot out from your eyes just now should be the legendary divine pupil's eyes. Right? Master is really knowledgeable. But the sixth prince shouldn't let me go. I'm counting on Master to protect me. Lu Yunzhong nodded his little head honestly. Don't worry. With Master here, they won't even be able to hurt a hair on your head. Just how many more cards are you hiding as a child? Grandpa Ring sighed. The Lu family residence. Slot. Big brother. Second brother was beaten into the dungeon. This is finished. Lu Yudian's small face was slightly chilled with righteous indignation. Damn it. This sixth prince must be a big villain. I wonder how much will second brother has been gripped by him in this wave. Lu Fengyan clenched his fists, and the brothers adopted the strategy of avoiding their enemies, not daring to mess with Lu Yunzhong for months. waiting for the son of heaven's destiny to gather wool after this wave of wind. Who would have thought that the sixth prince had been killed halfway and had gotten there first? Big brother, what to do? This sixth prince really isn't a thing. We're just wool gathering a little bit, and he's going to eat mutton hot pot for the dog's sake. Lu Yujian was anxious. Ever since second brother awakened the chaos bloodline, villains have been coming one after another. It's just endless. The cake is so big. Of course it is not good to divide it when there are more people, and then it is inevitable to fight to the death. Lu Fengyan pondered for a moment. Don't worry. I have a way to save your second brother out. Lu Yudian's small face showed a pleased smile. It still has to be my wrong species big brother. Ah, big brother, cheer up. You're the fattest. He reached out his little white hand and gave his big brother a thumbs up. Into the night. City Lord's dungeon. A shadow passed by silently like a ghost. There was silence all around, with only the occasional squeak of a mouse from an unknown location. The shadow turned for half a day and finally came to a separate and inconspicuous cell. The door of the cell was locked, but that was not enough to keep the shadow from advancing. The shadow was seen swooshing along the gap in the cell door. In the middle of the cell, a 10-year-old child was sitting on his knees. The shadow was delighted and drifted over in a hurry. Just as he approached the child's eyes snapped open. Phew! A strong wind met his face. The shadow then felt a flash before his eyes. Snap! Woo! The shadow flew backwards and fell hard on the ground, and showed its original form, which was a teenager. Only this teenager was wrapped in black nightclothes and wore a black mask over his face. Ding dong! Detected that the son of heaven's destiny gave the great nemesis of heaven's destiny a dobby toodle, recapturing 1,000 points of chakra value. Ding dong! Detected that the great nemesis of heaven's destiny has been hit by the son of heaven's destiny, losing 1,000 points of chi value. What kind of demon? How dare you sneak attack this young master? Without saying a word, Lu Yunzhong pounced on him, and without knowing where he got 2 stinky socks and stuffed them into the teenager's mouth. Then he pressed the teenager underneath him, and his small white hands went into a frenzy against the teenager's face. Snap! Slap! Slap! Lu Yunzhong's small hands waved out residual shadows on the spot, and his big mouth fiercely smacked. Ding dong! Detected that the son of heaven's destiny gave the great nemesis of heaven's destiny a dobby toodle, recapturing 1,000 points of chi luck value. Ding dong! Detected that the great nemesis of heaven's destiny has been hit by the son of heaven's destiny, losing 1,000 points of chi value. Ding dong! Detected that the son of heaven's destiny gave the great nemesis of heaven's destiny a dobby toodle, recapturing 1,000 points of chi luck value. Ding dong! Detected that the great nemesis of heaven's destiny has been hit by the son of heaven's destiny, losing 1,000 points of chi value. Chapter 41 Mall of Luck. Woohoo! Slap! Ding dong! Detected that the son of heaven's destiny has accumulated 100,000 points of chi value. Opening the chi mall. The son of heaven's destiny can enter the chi mall to redeem the corresponding rewards according to their needs. Lu Yunzhong's small hand finally stopped. Or the wrong kind of big brother is good enough. He can also be on time delivery when he is squatting in jail. It's a shame that such a big brother isn't a courier and delivery boy. Woohoo! The one who came was no other than Lu Fengyan. When he saw his second brother let go, he rolled over and crawled to his feet, yanking the 2 smelly socks out of his mouth and dry heaving a few times. Vomit! You're crazy! It's your big brother me! Lu Fengyan's face swelled with flesh. If it wasn't for the fear that the commotion would be too loud and attract attention, he would have rolled over and pressed Lu Yunzhong underneath him. Who would have thought that the boy would stay up in the middle of the night and be so vigilant that he wouldn't even give him a chance to talk? Ha! Big brother! It's you! Lu Yunzhong's small face was filled with surprise as he pretended to look innocent. Nonsense! Who else would come to your rescue in the middle of the night but me? Lu Fengyan covered his face in pain. Who is the villain and who is the chosen one when you hit someone in the face and don't even talk about these most basic morals and qualities? Lu Yunzhong shrugged. You're masked in black, just showing 2 eyes on the outside. A dog can't even recognize you. I thought someone was coming to harm me. It makes sense to strike first when in danger, doesn't it? Lu Yunzhong said that he was innocent, and he only wanted to glean a wave of wool quietly. Lu Fengyan cursed in his heart. Damn it! Not only did I get beaten up on my trip out, but I also lost tens of thousands of chi luck values. Why does it feel like you're a huge ingrate? Stop it! I'm here to save you. Quickly follow me. Not caring about his already swollen face, he pulled Lu Yunzhong's small hand and was about to run outside. Lu Yunzhong hastily retracted his hand and righteously said, I'm not leaving. Ha! Lu Fengyan on the spot flax-stayed. He does not go? Your brother. I'm the great destroyer of heaven. You're asking me to come all the way here for nothing? It's not. Someone who wants to harm you. Hurry up and follow me. Lu Fengyan resisted the urge to go berserk. If this place wasn't a dungeon, he'd be high and low enough to smack Lu Yunzhong with two big mouths. I won't leave even if I die, Lu Yunzhong said with his head held high. Not. You soar. Lu Fengyan almost spit out blood in anger. He hurriedly gave himself a hint that he must not be angry. Angry and then have to lose the value of qi. So he said kindly, my dear brother, listen to your brother. He will not harm you. Lu Yunzhong nodded, and Lu Fengyan was overjoyed. I know Big Brother won't harm me. Big Brother's intentions are good, just a bit stupid. I'll only drag the Lu family down with me if I leave. Lu Yunzhong's face was full of determination. I believe in justice. Justice may be late, but it will never be absent. Lu Fengyan, ding dong, detected that the Son of Heaven's destiny has infuriated the great nemesis of Heaven's destiny to the point of being unable to do so, gaining 2,000 points of qi value. Ding dong, detected the great nemesis of Heaven's destiny being infuriated by the Son of Heaven's destiny, losing 2,000 points of qi luck value. Lu Fengyan, Big Brother, in order to prove that I'm innocent, I'm going to have to ask you to do it. Lu Yunzhong suddenly grinned, revealing the protagonist's exclusive naive smile. Lu Fengyan, huh? Someone is trying to save me from getting out. Lu Yunzhong threw up his neck and fought to shout. Asterisk. Lu Fengyan left behind a sentence of nationalism, and his entire body instantly disappeared from its original spot, transforming into a shadow that flew out against the ground. Ding dong! The Heaven's Destiny Grand Nemesis who detected the Heaven's Destiny Sun's Qi wants to hit the wall in place, gaining 2,000 points of Qi value. Ding dong! Detected the great nemesis of Heaven's Destiny being so angry by the Son of Heaven's Destiny that he wanted to hit the wall in place, losing 2,000 points of Qi value. Hit the wall in place? hate dying in place. Lu Fengyan inwardly let out an evil dragon roar. I've never seen a pit. I've never seen a pit. And I've never seen a pit. And I've never seen a pit. And I've never seen a pit. Lu Yunzhong, if I meddle anymore, I'm a dog. Lu Fengyan swore that in the future, he would only fall on the well and never send charcoal in the snow. He had thought to use this opportunity to trick his second brother into leaving home. As long as he left the family without his old father and third ancestor interfering, he would not only earn a wave of goodwill, but he would also be able to do whatever he wanted in the future. The most important thing is that by leaving the Acropolis, there won't be so many villains to share the cake with him. Who would have thought that the chosen one would be so brave? The dungeon once again returned to silence, and Lu Yunzhong grinned his protagonist's exclusive innocent smile. How could Brother Injustice Seed want him to leave the Acropolis? With so many villains here now, it's a protagonist's heaven and paradise. Go, it doesn't exist. Jesus would have to be gripped by this protagonist before he came and left. I can't wait to open the Chi-Luck Mall. And what comes to my eyes is the Cultivation Realm Enhancement card. 10,000 points of Chi can be exchanged for the first level of the Body Refining Realm. 20,000 points of Chi can be exchanged for the second level of the Body Refining Realm. By analogy, 90,000 Chi points can be exchanged for the ninth level of the Body Refining Realm. Lu Yunzhong said that he wasn't in a hurry at all, and that he would never waste his Chi luck value if he could break through on his own. So he sat down on his knees, his chaos bloodline awakening once again, and entered the cultivation state again. The next day, City Lord's mansion, the old pimp of the heavenly fragrance house. I vow to kill it. The sixth prince Lu paralyzed who had managed to come back to his senses cursed and said that he would kill a few people first to vent his hatred. Sixth Highness, my subordinate has already ascertained that this heavenly fragrance mansion is the property of the Grand Crown Prince. We can't act rashly. The dry and thin old man sighed helplessly. He also didn't expect a small acropolis to actually have crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Although the sixth prince's status is honorable. Above there are 4 older brothers. Below there are 5 younger brothers. None of these princes are dragons among men, and each has power behind them. Some people can be messed with, and some people can't be messed with. The most important thing is that the current emperor seems to be interested in letting the imperial sons compete with each other and win the battle of the fittest. What? Big Brother's estate. Lu Paralyzed's face changed drastically. The princes certainly all had their own power, but no matter which prince, their power couldn't be compared to that of the Grand Crown Prince. Longchuan Dynasty today's Prince Lu Qi, honored prince position has been 100 years. Cultivated forces have long been spread throughout the corners of the entire dynasty. With the battle for the first wife so intense, How could Lu Paralyzed dare to make a move on the crown prince? Wouldn't that be bunking next to a cesspool, looking for, to die? Not. Even if Big Brother's people can't. That. What? Lu Paralyzed now understand what it means to be mute and unable to speak. If he really took this matter to the crown prince, without him having to do anything, the crown prince would have abolished that old biddy. The key pimp is wasted. He also followed the wasted. The sixth prince of the hall stayed in the place of fireworks, but also by an old pimp to that. If this gets out, won't it be a large-scale social death scene? Even the history books have to give him credit. Slot. Lu Paralyzed. The more you think about it, the more angry. Suddenly feel egg pain. Chapter 42, we're supposed to be a couple. Ding dong. Detected that the demon pupil's lord was infuriated by the son of heaven's destiny and lost 2,000 points of chi value. Hiss. Hearing the system's beep, Lu Paralyzed hurt even more. Right. Sixth Highness. The Lu family's backstage is the fourth prince. Real Zixia made a slight addition. Okay. There's no need to talk. Go down. Lu Paralyzed waved his hand in a hurry. If he listened any longer he would have to be woolgathered by that little brat Lu Yunzhong again. He really couldn't afford to get hurt. All he wanted now was to be a beautiful man in peace and quiet. And he didn't want to hear any sounds. Especially system beeps. The two men nodded helplessly at the words and turned to leave. Lu Paralyzed looked at the backs of the two men and suddenly remembered something. A flash of light instantly flashed in his mind. Since the dark one doesn't work, let's go straight to the light one. How could I be so stupid? Right. The triennial martial arts selection will be held soon. Right. The corners of Lu Paralyzed's mouth rose slightly as the plan came to fruition. Real Zixia turned back and nodded, not knowing what this sixth prince was going to organize again. Arrange. Lu Paralyzed heatedly smiled and snapped his fingers. Ding dong. The lord of the demon pupil who detected the heaven's destiny's son's chi is in egg pain, gaining 2,000 points of chi value. Lu Yunzhong was halfway through his cultivation when he was disturbed by the system beeps, but he immediately stated that the system beeps weren't lively enough. He was obviously here quietly being a beautiful man. How did he make the dear sixth prince angry with his balls? He suspected the system of slandering him, but he had no proof. Admitted to prison although also collected in the dungeon. The only difference is that it was not convicted. Coupled with the Lu family is also a party of power in Weichang, so Weidong did not make it very difficult for Lu Yunzhong. If it wasn't for the sixth prince's death order, he wouldn't have been able to take Lu Yunzhong into custody in such a place. There are also special cells above the dungeon, which are said to be cells, but are actually better than ordinary homes. And the things on Lu Yunzhong's body were not seized. Lu Paralyzed couldn't wait for Lu Yunzhong to escape from the dungeon, so that he would have enough reasons to convict the son of heaven's destiny, and then the wool would not be pulled as much as he wanted. None of the parties held similar thoughts, so the storage bags on Lu Yunzhong's body were all still hanging on his waist. He took out the blended jade tree spiritual liquid from his storage bag and directly dried a large bowl. Don't tell me, this stuff is pretty good, almost like milk. After replenishing enough jade tree spiritual liquid, he once again settled down, awakened his chaotic bloodline, and began to cultivate. The dungeon was a good place to retreat. At the very least it was for Lu Yunzhong, leaving the world of flowers for him to quiet his mind. Otherwise, you can't help but listen to the music on the hook again and arrange flowers in jade. 10 days later, Wei Fu, the deputy city lord of Acropolis, came to the dungeon and personally opened the dungeon's cell door for Lu Yunzhong. He was accompanied by his old father, Lu Tianba. My son Yunzhong, you have suffered. Ooh. As soon as he entered the cell, the 9-foot-tall man instantly cried into tears, directly asleep squatting in front of Lu Yunzhong, leaning on Lu Yunzhong's white shoulders and crying in pain. Lu Yunzhong, full of relief, gently patted his old father's back and comforted him. Good boy, don't cry, let's go home. With a father like this, what more can a son ask for? Wei Fu was deeply touched by the sight. A good picture of the son's compassion and father's filial piety. Warm picture. Can listen to the dialogue how it feels. Seems like a bit of a reverse Big Dipper. The Lu family residence. Lu Fengyan followed by Bolian. Liu Dian followed by Baoyu. Only Baochai a small maid alone. But it looks like the upper half of the body and a fat circle. The rest of them were some of the Lu family's elders and descendants, all of whom were closer to Lu Tianba. A small welcoming ceremony of sorts. A few moments later, the Lu family's carriage slowly drove to the door and stopped. The crowd could even hear Lu Tianba and Lu Yunzhong joking and laughing in the carriage. It was true that the father was kind and the son was filial, and the crowd of elders showed envious eyes. Afterwards, Lu Tianba carried Lu Yunzhong out of the carriage. Second brother, Lu Fengyan took the lead in welcoming him, indicating that he must show his concern and favor for his younger brother in front of his lord father. Second brother, Lu Yudian followed closely behind, stating that he must show his love and respect for his brother in front of his lord father. Bao Chai is also very eager to walk up. 10 days have not seen. Young master seems to have lost weight again. Nope. Looks like I've gained a little weight too. People's fathers and sons were reunited. How dare she, a little maid, go up and compete for favor. But seeing as how the first young master and the second young master seem to be much closer, this is good. She was just thinking, but she saw Lu Yunzhong directly ignored Lu Feng and Lu Yudian, two brothers, directly took small steps, a nice jump to her feet and into her arms. Ha! Young master! No way! The eyes of the crowd all turned to Lu Yunzhong and Bao Chai. Bao Chai's little face instantly reddened, and she shook her head to indicate that she was refusing. But while the mouth says no, the body is honest. Bao Hairpin eventually reflexively wrapped Lu Yunzhong in her arms. Suddenly, Lu Fengyan felt like he had been stabbed in the chest on the spot. It hurt too much. What a regret. It was good that he was used to this kind of pain. And finally he didn't hear the dreaded system beep. Lu Yunzhong's eyes slightly narrowed. Very want to bury the chest in front of the face of the wrong kind of big brother, in the process of replenishing the nutrition. But considering so many elders present, it is better to hold back first. The elders nodded their heads at the sight, appreciation in their eyes. At a young age, he could be so considerate of his subordinates, treating his personal maid as if she were his own, and not judging him by his status. It also manages to be emotional and righteous. It's really rare. He will be a great man in the future. Lu Fengyan watched from the side with his jaw dropped. What did it mean for the elders to show this kind of look? My second brother just likes the plump ones. What are you guys floating around in there? I'm the firstborn son in the Lu family. Okay, look at me. Look at me. Just as Lu Fengyan was sweating anxiously and wanted to find an opportunity to show his true skill, Lu Yudian also followed Lu Yunzhong's example and jumped into Bao Yu's arms. Bao Yu is similar in age to Lu Yunzhong, and looks watery, and is a beauty at first glance. Lu Yudian raised her proud little head and flaunted. This is the maid that Pops found for me, called Bao Yu. Jewel? Lu Yunzhong nodded slightly, thinking that this name was very well named. Bao Yu and Bao Chai were originally a couple, if not a pair, at least half a pair. How bad it is to be separated like this. Right at this moment, Lu Yudian even winked at Lu Yunzhong as if provocatively. Lu Yunzhong glanced at his third brother, indicating that he had understood what he meant, and nodded knowingly. It's all said and done. As an older brother, you have to fulfill your younger brother. Pops, Bao Yu is so young, how can he take care of his brother? Where's the old mom? Lu Yudian, huh? Chapter 43, a full meal becomes a full meal. Lu Yudian was anxious when he heard. No, ergo, you what you? Bao Yu isn't even as old as me. Can she serve people? Lu Yunzhong directly interrupted him. Bao Yu, on the other hand, lowered his head in a pitiful manner. A small daughter-in-law to meet the in-laws of the immediate sense. Really heartbreaking and lovely. Lu Yunzhong immediately revealed Prime Minister Chao's exclusive majestic aura and said in a commanding tone, "Let her come over to my side first." Lu Yu electric heart thumped. Feel the top of the head suddenly more a green hat. A big thing is not good. What's the point of going over to your side? Lu Yunzhong shrugged. Of course it's to learn how to serve people from Bao Chai, and then serve you after you've learned. Otherwise we don't feel at ease. After saying that, he did not forget to turn his head to Lu Tianba and said, "Pops, do you think so?" Lu Tianba was slightly stunned, then gave a thumbs up in appreciation. That makes sense. It's still Yunzhong, my son, who was thoughtful. The old father stated that he was truly blessed to have such a son. The elder families nodded their heads in agreement, and directly a wave of combined efforts gave the precious jade to Lu Yunzhong, not giving Lu Yudian the chance to flip the coin at all. Lu Yudian froze on the spot. He had managed to get such a good maid with great difficulty, and had trained her with his own hands for so many days, but he had actually been shortchanged by second brother? Is there still a family law? Is there any more ancestry? It's ridiculous. In the end, it's all about being a burden to others. Lu Yudian suddenly realized that he seemed to be a wrong species. Only the big brother is the big wrong seed, and he himself is just a little ingrate seed. Ding dong! Detected the son of heaven's destiny taking away the heaven's destiny villain's beloved maid and reclaiming 2,000 points of chi value. Ding dong! Detected that the heavenly destiny villain had his beloved maid taken away by the heavenly destiny son, losing 2,000 points of chi luck value. Lu Yudian was directly dumbfounded. One did not calm down, but also was wool gathering. He swore that he would never in his life show affection for a mate again. It is better to have nothing than nothing. Move again and he's a dog. Not long after that, the Yunjong special courtyard. Lu Yunjong was bored with the family heirloom passed down to him by his old father. Of course, this heirloom is a proper heirloom. Definitely not a limited edition action romance miniatures book. Instead, it was a unique cultivation technique of the Lu family. But unfortunately, Lu Yunjong couldn't even look at it. On the way home, Pops had told him about it, signing him up for the triennial martial arts tryouts. The Longchuan dynasty's triennial martial arts selection contest was divided into youth and juvenile divisions. Youth groups range from 29 years old to 20 years old. Juniors range from 19 years old to 10 years old. Its purpose was to select young talents with potential and talent in the Longchuan dynasty. And Lu Yunjong just happened to have celebrated his 10th birthday. It's already enough to qualify for the martial arts audition competition. The Wushu Scholars Audition Competition was organized by the city lords of each city, and the capital city sent commissioners to supervise it. The Martial Scholar Selection Competition was also known as the Martial Selection Competition, and the importance of the Martial Selection Competition was self-evident to a cultivation world. A child from an ordinary family who scored well in the martial arts selection tournament would immediately be able to level the playing field and rise to the top in a single step. The sons of big families could also consolidate their family status by getting good results in the martial arts competition. In short, the triennial martial arts competition can bring in the world's talents. Lu Yunjong had been cultivating attentively in the dungeon for some time, and his cultivation had already broken through to the 4th level of the body refinement realm. This cultivation speed can't be compared to anyone else in the entire great wilderness, but he is the son of heaven's destiny and the son of fortune. The original horrifying cultivation speed placed on this identity was simply mediocre. Cultivation which was faster than earning chi luck value. Lu Yunjong casually threw the Lu family cultivation technique to Bao Yu, who was serving tea and water. Bao Yu. This is the Lu family's cultivation technique that is not to be outsourced. Young master rewards you. With that, he turned his head and walked away. Bao Yu trembled and almost dropped the teacup to the ground. But fortunately she was quite agile and actually copied the teacup that was about to fall to the ground with one hand. If this scene were to be seen by someone, they would definitely be greatly surprised. This stance is not something that an ordinary young girl can possess. When Bao Yu saw the second young master turn his head away, he quietly flipped open the book of feats and scanned it. It's true. Why? Bao Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. That said, she had gone through a lot of trouble to come to the Lu family as a maid for this. I thought I was going to have to go through another 9-death ordeal. But who would have thought that I would have gotten my hands on it just after entering the second young master's door? Or the second young master himself rewarded her. What kind of divine young master is this? Ding dong! Detected the beloved maid of the Heaven's Destiny villain developing a favorable impression on the Heaven's Destiny son. The Heaven's Destiny son gains 3,000 points of chi value. Lu Yunjong grinned. This little maid was too easy to coax. He's got the wool pulled over the small, angry seat of his third brother. The Rain and Power buying center. Lu Yudian blackened a small face, looking at the old mom in front of her. The old mom said with a smile on her face, "Third young master, are you thirsty? Can I feed you some?" Lu Yudian sighed. The little maid was snatched away just like that. It's useless to think more now. It's better to have a hot drink first. He was about to nod when he heard the system beep. Ding dong! Detected that the Heaven's Destiny villain's beloved maid has taken a liking to the Heaven's Destiny son, and the Heaven's Destiny villain has lost 3,000 points of chi value. Groove. Drink, drink, drink. All I know is to drink all day long. I'm not a kid anymore. Still drink Land Rain Electrics taking the road. A group of old moms looked confused. In the past, as long as the third young master was unhappy, as long as he was fed, he could calm his anger. But now, hey, the older you get, the harder you are to serve. Mom and pop feel life's hardships. Lu Yudian's little brain brainstormed on its own the image of second brother and Bao Yu together. I don't know what tactics second brother used to make Bao Yu feel good so quickly. His heart was scratching like a cat's. He was so curious. Acropolis, Yi family residence. The two carriages slowly departed from the Yi family and traveled towards the Tianlong mountain in the north of Wei City. Lu Yunjong crouched in a corner and frowned. After hearing that Ye Chen had left home, he felt very ashamed in his heart. Hey, why are men so hard on men? Although he didn't poison Ye Chen, he had an unshirkable responsibility. Such an upstanding villain. I can't believe I played him badly. A full meal becomes a full meal. It's a sin. Lu Yunjong swore that he would never make such a low-level mistake in the future. Amat Ba. He recited a Buddhist chant, stating that he must pay for his previous irresponsible behavior today. He decided that he would go to the Tianlong Temple in Tianlong Mountain to seek a period of opportunity for Ye Chen to make up for his previous faults. The only wish was that Ye Chen would return to him sooner. Now the two unjustly seated brothers in the family avoided him every day, and the opportunities for wool-gathering were diminishing with each passing day, and it was getting impossible to uncover the pot. It's an impossible life. At this time, in the Yi family carriage, Bai Susu was dressed in white, without powder, in a plain dress, looking noble and elegant. Chapter 44 Mrs. Once upon a time there was a mountain with a temple in it. The mountain is called Tianlong Mountain and the temple is called Tianlong Temple. There was an old monk and a little kid in the temple, and the kid told the old monk a story. What story is being told? He used to have a home with a dad and mom. Dad hit mom again and he left the house. Tianlong Temple, Maharishi Temple. Ye Chen was dressed in rough linen and knelt in reverence. In front of him was a 3-foot-tall golden Buddha statue. Ye Chen, don't think I've done anything bad in my life, so why am I being strangled by life? He prayed in a low voice. As a villain and having a villain-exclusive system, it makes sense to woolgather the protagonist, right? Other than that, Ye Chen thought that he hadn't done anything heartless and bad. All these years in the Yi family, he had been walking on thin ice and being cautious, and all he got in return was Yi Yuntian's scolding. Is there any law? Is there still a law? What the hell am I supposed to do? He bowed reverently. Just then, a familiar footstep came from the side. Ye Chen didn't need to know that it was the abbot of this heavenly dragon temple, Monk Shanton. Amitabha Buddha. Why should young cultivator Yi bother with mediocrity? Monk Shanton smiled up, holding a teacup in his hand. The strange thing is that the teacup on the dragon wrote a big word, stupid. Please teach me, master. Ye Chen sincerely asked for advice. After spending so many days with Shanton, he felt that this old monk's Buddhist teachings were profound and by no means comparable to ordinary monks. Please look, little Master Yi. This is a teacup. Monk Deepthorn slowly extended the teacup over. If I hold it upright I can easily use it for tea and water, but if I hold it upside down, then it is as useless as a stubborn stone. Do you understand? Ye Chen immediately fell into contemplation at the words. Monk Deeptong smiled faintly and without waiting for Ye Chen to reply, he turned around and left in a dashing pole. After a long time, Ye Chen suddenly smiled. I see, maestro, I got it. At this moment, he suddenly realized. Reverse, against. The teacups don't work because they're held upside down. Choice is greater than effort. And everything is over if you go in the wrong direction. As a villain, how can you walk on thin ice and be honorable? A villain should be villainous. A villain should do nothing. You're going to be punished for going to Tian Xianlu? Oh, if I, the villain, don't go to the heavenly fragrance house, should I let the chosen one go? It was wrong from the start. Ye Chen, should not be so bright and upright. Ji. Ye Chen lets out villain's exclusive arrogant laugh. In the distance, Monk Deeptongue nodded slightly when he heard his laughter. Junior cultivator Yi, I hope you can realize this truth. The truth is actually very simple. Because of the silly chant, cup, Monk Shamtong touched the word that he had spent a lot of time in carving up, and smiled in relief. This example of his has helped many people to realize the way. At the bottom of Tianlong Temple's mountain, two carriages stopped in front of the mountain gate. Bai Susu lightly moved her lotus steps and elegantly got out of the car. The sunlight sprinkled on top of her white skin, like the white moon falling to the ground. Beautiful and touching, she walks alone to the Tianlong Temple. And along the way there is a steady stream of worshippers going up the mountain to seek Buddha's blessing. When she reached the halfway point, she went up a fork in the road that led to the backyard of the Sky Dragon Temple. On weekdays, the Mahamudra of Tianlong Temple is not open to the public, so the only way to get into the Mahamudra is to go from the backyard. Ma'am, wait for me. Just then, a childish voice sounded behind her, but it was Lu Yunzhong who smiled and chased after her. Ha! Baisu turned her head, having thought it was someone who had recognized the wrong person. Only when he saw that it was Lu Yunzhong did he slate his face. You child, you're not big or small. This identity of mine was certified by Ah Chen. How could it be fake? Lu Yunzhong revealed the same smile as Prime Minister Chao meeting his human wife. A sentence dislikes Bai Susu dumbfounded. Bai Susu rolled her eyes and turned towards the Tianlong Temple. Even rolling your eyes is so beautiful. Ah Chen is really in a blessed state and doesn't know what's good for him. Lu Yunzhong hurriedly chased after him. He had already guessed that Ye Chen was here at the Heavenly Dragon Temple. There was no other reason. Simply because Bai Susu had been frequently running to Tianlong Temple in recent times, ostensibly to pay homage to the Buddha, but actually for her baby son. After all, Bai Susu's coddling of Ye Chen was notorious throughout Acropolis City. As Ye Chen's new father, Lu Yunzhong said that he had the responsibility to manage this good elder son. After all, a loving mother has many children. Raising a child without teaching the father, beating the child before it's too late. In case Ye Chen never made it in this life, he wouldn't take the blame. Ma'am, Chen is at the Sky Dragon Temple, isn't he? You. Bai Susu was called madam in one breath by him and her scalp went numb. I don't know how a child so young learns to call someone ma'am, and in a strangely affectionate way. Mrs., are the Yi family treating you well? If not, let's go back to the Lu family. Madam, is my husband's hair handsome today? Do you like it? Ma'am, my husband has been alone for many years. Do you want to think about it tonight? Call Auntie Bai. Bai Susu finally couldn't take it anymore. Why was this kid still a chatterbox? How can that be? Lu Yunzhong immediately refused sternly. How could an officially certified identity be changed just like that? He said arrogantly, "Humph, take a step back and you can only call out a good sister." He. Put. Bai Susu couldn't help but laugh out loud. She suddenly realized that Lu Yunzhong, the little kid, was cute and funny, although Chen had received a considerable blow this time. In all fairness, Lu Yunzhong had suffered more at the hands of Chen, even that one time before when Ah Chen nearly missed and killed the boy, and every time, it was Ah Chen who provoked him first. From an objective point of view, the conflict between the two children was all triggered by Ah Chen. Looking at the words this way is actually the fault of Chen, but who asked Chen to be her son? She couldn't help an outsider. Hey, when will this child Ah Chen grow up? Bai Susu sighed in her heart. Ding dong. Detected the son of heaven's destiny divorcing the feelings of the devil's way sword god's mother and son, gaining 5,000 points of chi value. Lu Yunzhong instantly stared in disbelief. Slander. The system is slandering me. Lu Yunzhong said that he was only saving the injured man's wife. The system slandered the good man. It's really hard to be a good person these days, but he was too late to sigh. Taking advantage of Bai Susu's mixed feelings was a good opportunity to strike. Only Lu Yunzhong immediately leaned over, tightly grasped Bai Susu's slender jade hand, and cheerfully said, "Madam, you're finally smiling." Bai Susu froze for a moment, but those small hands were as soft as bones and surprisingly comfortable to hold. As a motherly woman, she couldn't even remember how long it had been since she'd held her son's hand. At this moment, she actually received unprecedented satisfaction from Lu Yunzhong. What kind of woman can say no to a little boy who can make a woman happy, is well behaved, and is cute? Chapter 45, Thunder from a Clear Sky. Jia. I'm finally enlightened. Ye Chen issued a villain-exclusive Jia laughter. He felt that at this moment only this laughter can match his villain identity. Ding dong. Detected that the feelings of the devil Dao sword god's mother and son have been provoked by the son of heaven's destiny, losing 5,000 points of chi value. Jia. Trough. Ye Chen was halfway through laughing when he suddenly heard the system beep and couldn't help but break into a fit of rage. It's too tense. It's just too tense. That bastard Lu Yunzhong actually provoked my relationship with my mother. How can that be? Could it be that Lu Yunzhong had laid hands on Mother Superior? No way. He's a 10-year-old kid with no hair. How is he going to do it? What's more, my mother has always abided by the ways of women, and has always stayed in the inner house of the Yi family, so how did that dog thief Lu Yunzhong sow discord? Ye Chen frowned and fell into deep thought. The first thing to rule out is that Mother Superior was seduced by that dog thief Lu Yunzhong. After all, she is only 10 years old. Next, what Ye Chen doesn't know is, at this moment, Lu Yunzhong was grasping Bai Susu's jade hand, and the same smile of Chow Thief appeared on his white and tender little face. Instead, Bai Susu was thinking of another problem. How to make Lu Yunzhong make up with Chen. It's normal for children to fight a little conflict with each other. As long as they are well guided, they can naturally untie the dead ends. As for why the two children had been in conflict, the most important reason lay in the fact that there was an irreconcilable conflict between the two families, the Yi family and the Lu family. Sister, you're so pretty. Want to kiss? Ma'am, why have you lost weight lately? Do you want me to check your health? Sister, how old are you? And why are you still so young? Ma'am, I'm so tired of walking. I need a hug. Bai Susu rolled her eyes and grabbed Lu Yunzhong's small hand as she wrapped him into her arms. This naughty little guy, all the way to the sister missus, shouted non-stop. At first Bai Susu was refused, but it seems to get used to it over time. After all, what bad thoughts can a child have? Yunzhong Auntie Bai has something she wants to discuss with you. Go ahead. Ma'am, Lu Yunzhong said that in the future, we will each call each other. You call me Yunzhong, I call you ma'am. You let me call you auntie Bai. I call you sister. What's wrong with it? There's nothing wrong with it at all. Bai Susu was also too lazy to argue with him about the name calling. What was there to argue with a small child? That. I'll take you to reconcile with Chen. Okay? Good. I've always wanted to reconcile with Chen. But the point is that he doesn't agree. And every time he comes to me for a fight, Lu Yunzhong didn't even think about it and agreed directly. After so many years, he, the son of destiny, could be gripped by Yi Chen for a lot of wool. The truth was that Yi Chen had been looking for trouble from him. Something that Bai Susu, as a mother, was also aware of. Did you really promise? Bai Susu was a bit incredulous. She had thought that Lu Yunzhong, with such a mischievous and aggressive nature, would definitely not agree easily, but she had not expected it to be a matter of a single sentence. Of course, after all, tigers don't eat their children, not to mention the fact that Madam has given her word. How could my husband not agree? Gaga gaga gaga. Lu Yunzhong laughed out a duck call. The feeling of taking advantage of someone was just too good. Put. Looking at Lu Yunzhong's cute and cuddly but old-fashioned appearance, Bai Susu couldn't help but snort and laugh again. Her absolutely beautiful face was like a blooming rose. Her beauty was unbelievable. Lu Yunzhong couldn't help his heart beating faster as he felt the beauty that came to his face from a close distance. There was actually such a beautiful woman in the world. What kind of luck did the Yi family patriarch have? As soon as he thought that such a good beauty had already married a woman and had given birth to a child, Lu Yunzhong felt himself even more excited. Just as he was gazing at this blooming beauty, Bai Susu suddenly came over and gave him a kiss on his small white face. Lu Yunzhong was dumbfounded. He was actually being taken advantage of. No way. Be sure to take advantage back in the same way. Barking. Lu Yunzhong also came over and kissed Bai Susu on her jade-like face. Ding dong. Detected the son of heaven's destiny taking advantage of the devil's way sword god's mother. Reclaiming 5,000 points of chi value. Ding dong. Detected the devil's way sword god's mother being taken advantage of by the son of heaven's destiny. Losing 5,000 points of chi value. At the same time, Lu Yunzhong's and Yi Chen's systems sounded beeps together. Lu Yunzhong revealed Prime Minister Chao's exclusive happy smile. Yi Chen, on the other hand, stumbled, only feeling that a bolt from the blue hit his head, and his head was about to crack. Lu Yunzhong, you dog thief, what are you doing to my mother? He couldn't help but growl out. He had just ruled out the possibility of Lu Yunzhong's misbehavior towards his mother, only to have the system give this prompt. What does that mean? What the hell is a dog thief doing in my mother's honor? Yi Chen's body trembled as all sorts of terrifying images flashed through his mind. No way. Never. Lu Yunzhong. You dog thief. I want to kill you. Mother is mine. Mother can only be mine. He growled, his eyes red as madness. Ding dong. Detected the son of heaven's destiny inflicting a mental blow on the devil's way sword god, causing the devil's way sword god to suffer from insanity, gaining 10,000 points of chi value. Lu Yunzhong was gazing at the stunning lady near him with a face full of happiness when he didn't expect that the chi value had come back. Lu Yunzhong said that in order to celebrate this great day of joy, he had to give his wife another kiss. So when Bai Su wasn't looking, she came over and kissed him again. Good boy. Stop it. Bai Susu rolled her eyes and accelerated her speed up the mountain. Ding dong. It has been detected that the Devil's Way Sword God has received a mental blow from the Son of Heaven's destiny and has triggered a loss of heart, losing 10,000 points of chi value. Please remain calm. Host. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Yi Chen said that important words must be said 3 times. This is definitely not to match the dog author water word count. If this continued, the chi luck value would definitely fall off. The top priority now is to find Mother Superior and snatch her back from the hands of the dog thief Lu Yunzhong. Otherwise, Lu Yunzhong could have been remote wool gathering, and this kind of wool gathering could not be topped by the Tibetan antelope. Thinking of this, he rushed back to his room and packed his bags. When he had managed to pack his bags and was ready to say goodbye to the abbot, a familiar voice came from outside the door. Ah Chen, Mother is here. Bai Susu stood outside the door holding Lu Yunzhong's hand with a smile on her face. She hadn't laughed this hard in a long time. She had laughed more times on this journey than she had in all the years she had been in the Yi family combined. Yi Chen was shaken and hurriedly put down his luggage and opened the door of the meditation room. The same familiar stunning face that greeted me and groove. Lu Yunzhong, you dog thief. The moment he saw Lu Yunzhong, Yi Chen did not hesitate to turn back and draw a short sword. Chapter 46, How dare he? The surging waves. Short sword unsheathed. Yi Chen's eyes were crimson. Were they about to spew out fire? In particular, he noticed that the dog thief Lu Yunjong was actually holding his mother Sama's hand. How dare he? Dog thief! I'll kill you! Yi Chen stabbed his sword towards Lu Yunjong, who was barehanded. Shun! What are you doing? Bai Susu's entire body was stunned. She had thought that after not seeing him for a few days, Chen would be very happy to see him. Who would have thought that he would be as crazy as he was when he saw Lu Yunjong? She stretched out her hand and clamped Yi Chen's short sword with 2 fingers. With Yi Chen's current cultivation level in front of her, he certainly couldn't resist. Besides, Yi Chen couldn't possibly make a move against his own mother. The moment he saw his mother Sama blocking him, he wanted to stop. But it's just that a sheathed sword can't be retrieved that easily. The scene was at one point tense. Lu Yunjong pulled Bai Susu's hand. Madam, it's just, I won't bother with him. Yi Chen on the spot flaxen stayed. Well, showing love to my mom in front of me? Yi Chen felt like he had received a 10,000 point blitz at that moment. Ding dong! Detected the son of heaven's destiny showing love to the Devil's Way Sword God's mother, inflicting 10,000 bludgeons on the Devil's Way Sword God and reclaiming 10,000 points of chi value. Ding dong! Detected that the Devil's Way Sword God witnessed his mother showing love to the son of heaven's destiny and received a 10,000 point blitz, losing 10,000 points of chi value. Dog thief! Let go of my mother's hand. Yi Chen's face was hideous. At this moment, he only wanted Lu Yunjong to die. Bai Susu sighed, feeling that this son of hers had suddenly become like a mad dog. Was this still the talented young man who had comprehended the sword intent that he was so proud of? Was this still the calm and sophisticated, composed and silent rising star of the Yi family? Hey, she was so disappointed, but as a mother, she must be patient and teach her children. Chen, I brought Yunjong here to reconcile with you. It's better to reconcile your grievances than to end them, for my mother hopes that you can become good friends, not enemies. Yunjong has already promised. A good friend? Oh, Yi Chen laughed and laughed like crazy. Reconciling the villain with the chosen one? Is that possible? He and Lu Yunjong were in a predestined duel, and there was no room for compromise, both high and low, as well as life and death. No, can. Only Yi Chen's tiny face was filled with determination. I must kill this dog thief Lu Yunjong with my own hands. Dog thief, take your life. Yi Chen roared and snapped out suddenly, swinging out a fist that directly smashed into Lu Yunjong's face. Lu Yunjong did not even bother to hide. After all, the lady was right next to him, and how could he watch him get beaten up? Snap, crisp slaps on the wrist. Yi Chen's fist stopped hard an inch in front of Lu Yunjong. Just as his fist was about to hit the dog thief, Bai Susu struck like lightning. A big bikini pocket slapped him in the face. Yi Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. A hot sensation came to Tiny's face. Shun, you disappoint me too much. Bai Susu suddenly changed her usual gentleness and rebuked in a cold voice. She couldn't believe that her son would actually try to strike Lu Yunjong in front of her. Doesn't this stupid son know her pain? Or were all the Yi families breed such incorrigible people? She was disappointed to say the least. Ding dong! Detected that the son of heaven's destiny has disappointed the Devil's Way Sword God's mother to the core, recapturing 10,000 points of chi value. Ding dong! Detected that the Devil's Way Sword God's mother is disappointed to the core and has lost 10,000 points of chi value. What? Hearing the system's beep, Yi Chen panicked. Another 10,000 chakra points and a disappointing mother. Why the villain's life is so hard. At this moment, Yi Chen sighed in his heart why the protagonist was not himself. He just didn't think about where he had gotten his millions of chi value from over the years. Seeing this bitter mother and son, Lu Yunjong couldn't help but squeeze Bai Susu's jade hand and comforted. Ma'am, raising a child without teaching the father is a fault. The fault lies with me. Chen is innocent. You can't hurt him. Suddenly, the corners of Yi Chen's mouth twitched as he looked at Lu Yunjong with a shocked expression. Even at this ing time, the dog thief doesn't forget to take advantage of himself. Bai Susu was instantly moved. As for those epithets, she felt that they were no longer important. Yunjong, this child at a young age, has such breadth of mind, and is open-minded, repaying grudges with benevolence, regardless of former enmity. Bai Susu thought it would be nice if her son was in the clouds. This little boy is so nice. As soon as she took Lu Yunjong into her arms, she twisted her head and left, dropping a sentence without looking back. You reflect on this. Lu Yunjong rested his head on Bai Susu's fragrant shoulder, not forgetting to make a face at Yi Chen. Lulu. Yi Chen was instantly infuriated and his balls hurt. Ding dong! Detecting the Devil's Way Sword God's egg pain from the heavens destined son's chi, recapturing 000 points of chi value. Ding dong. Detected that the Devil's Way sword god has been infuriated by the Son of Heaven's destiny and has lost 2,000 points of chi value. Hold your hand and travel with your son. Lu Yunzhong expressed his realization of the same happiness as Prime Minister Chao. A month later. Acropolis. The sensational martial arts selection tournament has finally begun. The whole Acropolis was enveloped in a warm atmosphere. Both the great families and the commoners had great expectations for this martial arts competition. It was also thanks to the martial selection competition that every few years, a portion of the commoner children would rise to prominence and thus be promoted to the new nobility of the Longchuan dynasty. In order to prepare for this grand martial arts competition, the city lord's mansion had set up 4 large rings outside the gates of Acropolis City. The 4 rings were located in the 4 directions of southeast, northwest and north, with the 2 east and west rings used for the junior division ring, and the 2 north and south rings used for the youth division ring. In these few days, the Acropolis taverns and inns were almost completely full, and the flow of people on the streets of Acropolis had also increased several times, and the most lively one is also the Tianxian Lu. Tianxiang Lu's girls recently received legs soft, every day in and out of the endless stream of noble customers, and the vast majority of them were strong men at the peak of their powers, with cultivation skills. It's a good thing that the 4 beauties, Hong Yan, Cheng Wan, Green Yao, and Zi Shao, sell their art but not their bodies. Even so, dancing and singing night and day every day was exhausting and menstruation was irregular. And as a spoiled fanatic, Lu Yunzhong is not idle. Nothing to go to Tianxian Lu in the middle of the night to stroll, and in the meantime, pack a night. Just simply sleep with the 4 beauties for a veggie nap. The sisters were often moved to tears by this, and had to play and sing for Lu Yunzhong before they could sleep. This night, bang! What the hell? Selling your art without selling your body? A green-clothed strong man with a displeased face ordered Hong Yan alone to dance a few dances, and it was hard to get into the mood. His body was so hot and dry that it was hard to resist. And then add a clock, by the way. That makes sense, doesn't it? I didn't expect to be told to sell my art. Is there any professional quality? Is there any professionalism? Chapter 47, How was my performance? The green-clothed strong man slapped the table and glared in anger, demanding that the pimp, the general manager of the heavenly fragrance mansion, come and deal with it personally. Since the accident of the 6th Prince Lu paralyzed, the pimp has changed. Although the backstage of Tianxian Lu is very hard, even so hard that it passes through the sky, but the original pimp still not surprisingly had an accident. The new pimp looks even younger and prettier. Looks like it's in the early 30s. Slightly chubby, full of charm. Many customers come to Tianxian Lu to name their pimps, but unfortunately the pimps are also selling their skills. Egu. This master, Miss Ruyan, sells her art, not her body. The pimp laughed daintily and patted the strong man's pecs. The burly man's heart swam, and he suddenly felt that this old bod was even better than Redhead. Was hooked straight then. Jion Yang. Hong Yan bent down and bowed. This newly appointed pimp had a great deal of history, and everyone who knew her would address her as Jion Yang. Jion Yang nodded slightly, and the burly man hemmed and hawed. It's fine to change the old biddy. Jion Yang rolled her eyes and said in a flirtatious manner, Sister, I'm also a seller of art. The strong man was anxious when he heard this. This Tianxian Lu's girl is good at everything. But this is not good. How do you do business at the Heavenly Fragrance Mansion? One of you two must sell your body to me today. Arrogant. A crisp voice suddenly came from the doorway. Lu Yunzhong's small face was slightly chilled, and her large watery eyes were on the verge of freezing. Groove. Where did the kid come from? The burly man was dumbfounded. Is this a place for children? Who gave him the courage? Fish Liang? Mr. Yi. The red face next to him was overjoyed and went out to meet him. Mr. Yi? The burly man was completely taut, looking at the way Hong Yan's eyebrows were smiling. It was obvious that he was familiar with this kid. Is it the bastard son of a pimp? Egu. Mr. Yi. You've come to see me. Jion Yang also welcomed her out with a smile on her face. Strong man. Strong man with a head full of black question marks. Ah, even the little kids. Not brats. Who are you? Where did you come from? Lu Yunzhong crossed his arms and let out the protagonist's exclusive smile. Trance red hot. Say my name and scare you. The burly man's face was grave, and he also finally realized that this person's identity was extraordinary. Lu Yunzhong didn't say anything, but extended his arms to Miss Hong Yan. 3 words, to cuddle. Hong Yan understood and reflexively reached out to hug Lu Yunzhong. A 10-year-old child was not really small, but Miss Hong Yan was no ordinary woman, and easily picked up Lu Yunzhong in her arms. She tenderly pinched Lu Yunzhong's white and tender little face and proudly introduced, "This is Mr. Lu Yunzhong Lu of the Lu family of Wei City." At these words, the burly man's face changed drastically. "You're the Lu Yunzhong who awakened the chaos bloodline, comprehended the heavenly dipper sword intent, punched the elder brother, kicked the third brother, beat Ye Chen to call his father, pissed off Yin Cheng's fiancé, and the emperor had to be beaten by 2 dobby doodles when he saw him?" Crowd. Not. Are compliments so outrageous these days? Lu Yunzhong nodded in a serious manner. "Tianxian Lu. I shined. Farewell." The burly man twisted his head and left without saying a word. Not much longer. Acropolis. A certain inn. Hey, Mr. Lu, how did I act? The burly man tore off the mask from his face, revealing a handsome and foolishly youthful face. Lu Yunzhong flung over a sack of spirit stones. "One word absolute. Ha. Don't forget to call me next time you have this kind of script." The youth was full of simplicity. "No need to wait for the next time. Act now." Lu Yunzhong pulled out another sack of spirit stones from his storage bag and threw it on the ground. The young man's name was Zhao Ritian, a talented young man that Lu Yunzhong had met not long ago. From the moment he heard the name Zhao Ritian, Lu Yunzhong recognized that he was a promising talent. Zhao Ritian not only loves to act, but can act. Not long ago, his neighbor died. Zhao Ritian ran to offer condolences, and ended up crying more than the deceased's wife and daughter, fainting several times. On the spot was suspected of being the illegitimate son of the deceased. The deceased was once suspected of being a realistic version of the old king next door, while also triggering the rupture of the relationship between Zhao Ritian's parents. And Zhao Ritian's idea was simple. He simply wanted to inherit the next door king's family fortune, and by the way, live a happy life with the next door king's wife and daughter. So after a few days of cultivation, Zhao Ritian jumped to become Lu Yunzhong's royal supporting character. Lu Yunzhong immediately handed over the remaining few scripts to Zhao Ritian, preparing to harvest another wave of leaks before the martial selection tournament. At this time, Ding Dong detected that the Divine Destiny villain is practicing home-stealing tactics against the Divine Destiny's son. Is it time to spend 2,000 points of chi to return to guard the home? Trough. Get up and drive. Return. Yunzhong Beiyuan. Taking advantage of Lu Yunzhong's visit to the Heavenly Fragrance House, Lu Yudian put his home-stealing tactics to good use. In recent times, since being harvested by Ergo for several waves of wool in a row, Lu Yudian had become more cautious. It even deliberately avoided Ergo, not giving Ergo a chance to wool gather at all. Through 3 consecutive days of observation, he realized that Lu Yunzhong would secretly go to the sisters of Tianxian Lu every night. As the son of the patriarch of the Lu family, Lu Yudian said that he would harshly condemn such disgraceful behavior unless his second brother took him alone. But Ergo eats alone every time, so you can't blame him for stealing from the family. Sister Baochai, 5-year-old Lu Yu electric petite and cute, looks like a porcelain doll. Young ladies people love. Flowers see flowers, car see car flat tire. Ha! Third young master, why are you here? Bao Hairpin was sleeping in a daze, and when she heard Lu Yudian's voice, she wondered if she was dreaming. The bed next to him also immediately stirred. Third young master. It turned out to be Bao Yu who also got up with him. He. Sister Baochai, I'm hungry and need to eat nai to fill my stomach. Lu Yudian touched his little belly, his face full of droll cuteness. He believed that no girl could resist his cute offense, and if there was then he would sell it again. Baochai was speechless for a while. This third young master really did not fight for 3 days. Wasn't it bad enough to be lectured by the second young master last time because of the weaning? Come again. LOL. It's really true that what goes around comes around. Bao Hairpin hastily made a gesture of silence. Hush. Hurry up and go. The second young master will beat your ass again if he finds out. Cut. What are you afraid of? For Sister Baochai, I can go up the mountain of swords and down the sea of fire. Bao Hairpin on the spot linen stayed, for a moment actually cannot tell whether this child is for her or to eat a full stomach. Move. Hurry up and go. The second young master will punish me if he finds out. Baochai hurriedly shooed away. Cut. Second brother snuck off to sleep with the girls at Tianxian Lu long ago. Sister Baochai, I'm starving. Lu Yudian's calf stomped and pounced. Chapter 48, The Master's Hand. Baochai stretched out her jade hand to press Lu Yudian's small head, and pressed him against half a meter in front of herself. When she thought of the second young master's prodigal and unruly appearance when he was hooking and listening to music and arranging flowers and jade at Tianxian Lu, she felt her heart sour. A thought popped into her mind. I'm not supposed to be jealous, am I? Ding dong. Detecting the heavenly fate great nemesis beloved made being jealous of the heavenly fate son. The heavenly fate great nemesis loses 2,000 points of chi value. Being asleep Lu Fengyan woke up fiercely, and was almost scared by the system beat to pee. Trough. What are you jealous of when you're up in the middle of the night? Lu Fengyan vowed that he must take back his beloved maid. Ding dong. Detected the beloved maid of the great nemesis of heaven's destiny being jealous of the son of heaven's destiny. The son of heaven's destiny has gained 2,000 points of chi value. The corner of Lu Yunzhong's mouth rose slightly. The third brother is meaningful enough. This return trip's road fee is returned directly. In the end, it was Brother Injustice who carried it all. Third young master. The second young master is a man of integrity and uprightness. Never like what you say. You must be mistaken. Just as Lu Yudian was gloating, Bao Yu poured a pot of cold water down on him. Bao Yu states that whoever gives her the cultivation technique is her golden father, and no one is allowed to slander her golden father, including the golden father himself. As for Lu Yudian, this little kid is even more needless to say. The younger brother said bad things about the older brother. Inverted the Big Dipper. Lu Yudian was frozen on the spot. If he remembered correctly, Bao Yu should be his person, right? Backstabbing. Bare knuckle backstabbing. Wait a minute. You can't get angry. If you get angry, it's over. Only Lu Yudian's small face was first angry, then immediately turned into a smile. Although the smile was a little forced, it was ultimately a smile. You don't believe me, do you? Go in and see for yourselves. Lu Yudian pointed her small hand towards Lu Yunzhong's bedroom. If my second brother was there, he would have come out long ago. Bao Hairpin's heart stuttered as if that were the case. Did the second young master really go to the heavenly fragrance house again? You won't even take yourself, your personal maid, with you this time? Bao Yu nimbly turned around, lifted the beaded curtain, took a look inside, and then froze. Bao Chai hurriedly followed and froze as well. Jia jia jia. I said it. Lu Yudian issued a villain-exclusive jia 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 laughter, strutting in. Then, he saw Lu Yunzhong carrying a chicken feather duster in his hand, sitting on a seat. No, ergo, I clearly saw you go out. Right, I was out. And then what? Lu Yunzhong said that his title of honest and reliable little Langjun is not just for nothing, and he never denies what he has done. Then didn't you go to Tianxian Lu? Lu Yudian spread his hands, his face full of black question marks. Right, I did go to the heavenly fragrance house. Then, Lu Yunzhong graciously admitted. And then why are you here? Lu Yudian expressed his difficulty in comprehending. Was the son of heaven's destiny really so unreasonable? Lu Yunzhong had a calm face. Make it up. Keep making it up. Ergo, I was wrong. Lu Yudian finally lowered his head. A few moments later, it's reasonable for me as an older brother to teach my mouthy younger brother a lesson, isn't it? Bao Hairpin Bao Yu. Close the door. Second brother. Give me one more chance. Oh, Lu Yudian let out the same wailing sound of a husky. Snap. Ding dong. Detected the son of heaven's destiny using a chicken feather duster to leave exhausting wounds on the heaven's destiny villain. Gaining 1,000 points of chi luck value. Ding dong. Detected the heaven's destiny villain being left with exhausting wounds on his body by the son of heaven's destiny with a chicken feather duster. Losing 1,000 points of chi luck value. Woohoo. Snap. Ding dong. Detected the son of heaven's destiny using a chicken feather duster to leave exhausting wounds on the heaven's destiny villain. Gaining 1,000 points of chi value. Ding dong. Detected the heaven's destiny villain being left with exhausting wounds on his body by the son of heaven's destiny with a chicken feather duster. Losing 1,000 points of chi luck value. Outside the bedroom, the two little maids looked at each other and shook their heads. Bao Hairpin quietly turned her head. Her face secretly flashed a smile. The second young master did not go to Tianxian Lu. He must have reformed. After all, is still a child. What bad thoughts can a child have? Ding dong. Detected that the beloved maid of the great nemesis of heaven's destiny has increased her favoritism towards the son of heaven's destiny. Losing 2,000 points of chi value. Lu Fengyan, who had just fallen asleep, was once again awakened and sat up violently from the bed, his face pale with fear. Whoever keeps getting wool gathered like this while they're sleeping can't handle it. What? Can't we sleep anymore? Who's decent enough to stay up in the middle of the night and increase favorability? Where did the favorability come from? Lu Fengyan really can't hold back. One sleeps in bed. The air retreats from the body. I don't know if I can top that. Ding dong. detected that the heavenly fate great nemesis's beloved mate has increased her favoritism towards the heavenly fate son, and the heavenly fate son has gained 2,000 points of chi luck value. Meanwhile, the Temple of the Dragon, Mahamudra, a great battle is imminent, and this battle will be the battle for me, Ye Chen, to wash away my shame. Please bless the Buddha. With a pious face, Ye Chen expressed his hope that he would meet Lu Yunzhong in this martial arts selection tournament and then have a duel in a proper manner. Although he had been continuously reaped to death by Lu Yunzhong the previous times, he wasn't worried. As a villain, he had long had the realization that he would be suppressed by the protagonist. It's a known fact that the more the villain is suppressed, the faster he grows and the stronger he will bounce back. What he needed to practice now was mindfulness. Don't be happy with what you see. Don't be sad with what you don't see. Color is empty. Empty is color. Just then, familiar footsteps came from outside the great hall. Amitabha Buddha. Little Master Yi, it's late at night. Why don't you go to bed? Instead of sighing longingly here? Monk Shamchung folded his arms, very interested in the little guy. To be precise, it was very interested in the mother of this little one. After all, the mother of the other person had greeted to enlighten the boy. Ye Chen put his hands together in reverence and asked, Master, why are there protagonists and villains in this world? The Grandmaster's precious face suddenly fell into a brief state of confusion. The main character? The villain? I didn't understand much of it, but it felt awesome. Don't panic when it comes to this kind of thing. First of all, pretend to be calm. Then say something ambiguous. Let the other person to realize it by themselves. This process must come across as a high level of sophistication. It's time to show real skill. Amitabha Buddha. Little Master Yi, please look. Monk Deeptongue stretched out his own palm with his palm facing upwards. Dare I ask what little Master Yi has seen? Ye Chen froze for a moment. Saw the master's hand. The corner of Monk Shamtong's mouth twitched slightly, and he thought to himself that this child was really honest. He flipped over again, with the back of his hand facing upward, and asked, Dare I ask what the young master is seeing now? Ye Chen remained dumbfounded. It's still a master's hand. Monks of Shamrock. Chapter 49, The Master. I am enlightened. In the Mahamudra, the golden body of Buddha seemed to be gazing at the old and the young. The two were wide-eyed. Monk Shamtong was directly by Ye Chen whole speechless. This Ye Chen was at least a talented young man who had comprehended the sword intent. Why couldn't he comprehend something from his own hands? Admittedly, it is indeed the hand of this master. But this master's hands are not ordinary hands. If you don't comprehend something out of it, how can you embarrass this master? The children are unteachable. Monk Deeptongue helplessly flipped the plump one back and forth, and continued stiffly, Little Master Yi, now what do you see in it? Ye Chen didn't even think about it and was about to answer. Monk Shintong was busy interrupting. Little Master Yi, don't be in a hurry to answer. I have my own deep meaning. Ye Chen stared at the plump hand for a moment in thought, and came to a sudden realization. What the master means is that there are two sides to everything, and if there is a positive side, there will be a negative side. If there is a protagonist, there will be a villain. Thank you for your guidance, Master. Monk Shamchung smiled and nodded, indicating that you could interpret it however you wished. Anyway, the meaning you understood must have been preconceived and fit what you had in mind. And that can't be wrong. It is the task of this master to make the questions deeper and more profound. The legendary stunt. Amitabha Buddha. Young Master Yi has only comprehended the shallowest meaning. What I mean is that the palm of the hand can be facing upwards, and the back of the hand can be facing upwards. And as long as you wish, the positive can be the negative, and the negative can be the positive. An inscrutable smile appeared on his face. Color is not different from air, and air is not different from color. Color is emptiness, and emptiness is color. Therefore, there is no color in the air. After saying that, he turned around and left, leaving Ye Chen standing at the same spot in a daze. The night breeze was cool, brushing his cheeks and blowing his young green hairs in bits and pieces. After a long time, he muttered, The protagonist is not different from the villain, and the villain is not different from the protagonist. The protagonist is the villain, and the villain is the protagonist. So there is no difference between villain and protagonist in this world. Everyone can be a protagonist. Master, I am enlightened. Heaven's destiny and chi would rather have seeds. If the villain is good, the protagonist has to cry and run. Lu Yunzhong, it's not yet known who will die in this life. The moment he spoke, Ye Chen's aura skyrocketed. Above the Maharishi treasure hall, there was a sudden gust of wind, which rolled over the incense and candles, but could not shake the candles' flames in the slightest. It was as if something was sheltering everything on the Maharishi's temple. A trace of delight flashed through Ye Chen's eyes. In that moment just now, he actually had an epiphany. A majestic spiritual energy was being uncontrollably vented around him, along with the earthly sword intent pouring out as well, seemingly cheering for his epiphany. Breaking. It's just so easy. His cultivation reached the peak of the 9th level of the body refinement realm at this moment, and he was only 1 foot short of the threshold to enter the martial condensation realm. Jia jia jia. Ye Chen let out the villain's exclusive jia 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 laughter. The next day, Yi family residence. A carriage came slowly from outside the city. Bai Susu stood in the doorway all dressed in white and waited with bated breath. Not long after, the carriage stopped in front of the mansion, and the teenager's white clothes fluttered as he slowly stepped down with a smile on his face. Bai Susu took a few steps forward to pull Ye Chen's hand, as if she saw the confidence and arrogance from her son's tender face again. The teenager was as he had always been, except that he had grown a few inches taller. Mother! Ye Chen softly called out. Shun! Bai Susu responded in a low voice. A good pair of mother and son. If let Lu Yunzhong see this scene, cannot help but have to sigh. A family should be neat and tidy. How can less for the father? Just at this moment, a low wail came from not far away, seemingly someone who was seriously injured, as if his life was not long to go. Bai Susu pulled her son and was about to return to the house when Ye Chen stopped in his tracks. Slow down. Mother! He turned his head to look at the corner not far away, only to see a young man in rags, covered with injuries, lying in the corner of the wall struggling in pain. Amitabha Buddha. My Buddha is merciful. He slowly walked over to the young man and was about to ask something when he saw a line written in blood beside the young man. Lu Yunzhong, blood will be paid for blood. I will kill you. At this time, Bai Susu also followed. Ye Chen did not move and used his foot to wipe away the bloody words. A look of compassion on his tiny face. Mother! Saving a life is better than building a 7th-floor pagoda. Bai Susu nodded her head slightly, sighing in her heart that these days of Chen's stay in Tianlong Temple had indeed not been in vain, and that abbot profound venerable Master Shinton was indeed a profound Buddhist. Not long after, the Yi family residence, a certain small courtyard. Ye Chen was sitting upright, and in front of him stood a handsome and foolish young man in his 20s, but with scars vaguely visible on his face. Zhao Ritian washed up and changed his clothes, and he was also in human form. Please tell your story. Ye Chen's face was full of anticipation. He was curious to know what had happened to this young man and why he hated Lu Yunzhong so much. I wonder what interesting things have happened to the Chosen One during his absence from the Acropolis. He couldn't wait to have a close encounter with the Chosen One. Zhao Ritian howled at his words and immediately recounted his tragic ordeal. Of course, all the encounters were scripted for him by Lu Yunzhong. As a first-class third-grade actor in Acropolis, Zhao Ritian said that it was reasonable for him to say that he usually liked to go to the Heavenly Fragrance House, wasn't it? It makes sense to go to Tianxian Lu and meet Lu Yunzhong, doesn't it? There's nothing wrong with failing to compete with Lu Yunzhong for Miss Tian Shanglo, right? It's understandable to run away when you fail, isn't it? Being retaliated against not long after escaping is pretty much in line with the way the Chosen One operates, isn't it? That's probably the case. Please also ask Yi Xiao to make a decision for me. Woo woo. Zhao Ritian wept bitterly. Good. From now on you will follow me. Sooner or later that scumbag Lu Yunzhong will fall into my hands. When that time comes, I'll let you personally wipe out your former shame. Yi Chen waved his hand, indicating that he would help Zhao Ritian's scene. The Lu family residence. Wind Flame residence. Lu Fengyan sat cross-legged under a crooked-neck tree. The martial arts competition was about to begin, and for this reason he had been practicing hard for several months. And he never messed with the second brother during this period. Even if the second brother took the treasure hairpin to steal his chi value like crazy, he was able to hold his tongue. A little impatience goes a long way. When I think about it, the second brother by their brothers plus a Yi Chen take turns to press under the body for several years in a row wool gathering can remain firm, can be said to be undefeatable little strong, or even suddenly turn on the divine operation of turning the tide against the wind. What was the little setback he had suffered in the last few months? He is as strong as he wants to be, and the breeze caresses the hillocks. He is as cross as he wants to be. The bright moon shines on the river. Lu Fengyan said that these fortune values were originally gleaned from second brother anyway, so what was it worth? Not to mention that he had already exchanged what he wanted long ago, and his bottom card was not something that those mediocre people could know. After all, he, Lu Fengyan, had the qualifications of a great emperor, this time in the martial arts selection tournament. He will make a splash. Chapter 50, The Absolute Demoness. Yan City. Song family residence. Purple Fragrance Court. Song Ziyin stood in a long dress, The woman's age was the time to grow her body, so she had grown quite a bit taller compared to a few months ago, but she doesn't really care about height. She cares about looking down at his feet. They were almost uncovered. Could it be that he was really as mediocre as that dog thief Lu Yunjong had said? Phew. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Having already been unable to afford an A in her last life, she was motivated to become an S in this life. Dog thief Lu Yunjong, you wait for this holy maiden. It's best if you don't let me meet you at the martial arts competition. The martial arts competition. The auditions. The mechanism of the C election was very simple. Those who could survive 3 rounds of strong attacks from the city lord's condensed martial realm experts would qualify for the martial arts competition. Of course, they don't go all out, but rather, they take a small stab at the prescribed strength. There were very many people who participated in the martial selection competition this time, and the Lu family alone had more than a dozen sons and daughters participating. The morning of the audition. Early in the morning in front of the Lu family residence surrounded by 2 large groups of people, a group of old and a group of young. The elders of the Lu family sent their children out the door, hoping that all the Lu family descendants would achieve proud results in the martial arts selection competition. The Lu family's children had confident smiles on their faces. Living in a worldly family like the Yi family, it was hard not to be strong. After all, the family's resources were very abundant, and the elders spared no effort in nurturing their offspring. A few of these sons and daughters were very bright. Lu Fengyan stood in place with his hands clasped in his arms and a cold face. After a few months of being polished by his second brother, his mind had returned to its former composure and calmness, but Lu Yunjong still liked the unruly and untamed look of the wrong kind of big brother. He stood right next to Lu Fengyan, with his hands crossed and his head held high, with a look that whoever looks at me as unhappy can first beat up my wronged big brother's posture. Another group of people were clustered in front of a 17 or 18-year-old teenager, who was male and female, with a few moments of femininity on his face, and he spoke slowly, and his mannerisms and behaviors were quite enchanting. Lu Yunjong knew at a glance that this child had an endocrine disorder and too much estrogen. This child was no one else but Lu Qibo, the youngest son of the Lu family's grand elder. After half a year of special training in the Green Cloud sect, Lu Qibo's strength had greatly increased, and he vowed to make a name for himself in the martial selection competition. A group of half-grown children are obviously all Lu family children, but they are not all the way. The smart Lu family elders can see that the children are divided into 2 factions. They weren't smart enough, though, because the kids actually split into 4 factions. Today's martial arts auditions. All brothers and sisters should work hard together. Strive for all to pass. Lu Qibo clenched his fists and smiled at the crowd. Brother Qibo, we will definitely work hard. A 13 or 14-year-old girl's eyes were filled with little stars. Ever since Lu Qibo had been accepted as a personal disciple by the protector of the Green Cloud sect, his reputation had spread throughout Wei City, becoming the pride of the younger generation of the Lu family. Except for Lu Tianba's 3 good oldest children, Lu Qibo turned his head to look at Lu Fengyan and Lu Yunjong, and when he saw that the 2 brothers were indifferent, he walked over. At this moment, Lu Yunjong was trying to hold in his laughter. The grand elder was truly a talent. Goddamn Luigi Bo. Goddamn Qibo brother. Brother Windflame. Brother Yunjong. You guys have to work hard too. Lu Qibo had an expectant smile on his face. Lu Fengyan nodded with an expressionless face, not having any favorable feelings towards Lu Qibo, because in his opinion, the odds were that this one was also a villain, only hidden deeper. Lu Yunjong, on the other hand, gave a dry cough and said, "Ahem. Sorry about that. What's this brother's name again? I forgot." When these words came out, everyone couldn't help but look at Lu Yunjong in shock. There was actually someone in the younger generation of the Lu family who didn't recognize Lu Qibo. Although Lu Yunjong had recently gained a lot of popularity, and had even awakened his chaotic bloodline and comprehended the Heavenly Dipper sword intent, these were still inferior to the pair of personal disciples of the Qingyin sect. There are a lot of geniuses in this world, but not every one of them can realize their potential. A lot of geniuses end badly. It was a different story when it came to being seen by the Great Wasteland's 10 great sects. The geniuses chosen by the 10 great sects must be geniuses among geniuses, and they were the kind of geniuses that could easily tap into their potential. The smile on Lu Qibo's face froze. Truth be told, he had always felt that his name was very distinctive and should easily impress people, not to mention the fact that he was also the pride of the Lu family. This brother in the clouds had actually forgotten even his name, which was simply an insult to him. Of course, he was a broad-minded older brother, and would certainly not turn on his younger brother in public over such a trivial matter. Ha ha, then you can remember well. Brother Yunjong, brother's name is Lu Kibo, he said with a face full of favor. Put. Luki what? Lu Yunjong couldn't help but burst out laughing. Lu Kibo frowned slightly and raised his voice. Lu Kibo. Put. Lu what bo? Lu Yunjong burst out laughing once more. Lu Kibo's face was grim as he emphasized once more. Lu Kibo. Put. Sorry. One last time. Lu what? Lu Yunjong bit his lower lip in an effort to stifle his laughter. Lu Kibo violently rushed to Lu Yunjong and growled. Kibo. Lu Kibo ah. The crowd was all dumbfounded, not knowing why Lu Kibo was suddenly so angry. At this point, only a few people understood what Lu Yunjong was laughing at. Lu Kibo. Stay away from my brother. Don't force my hand. Lu Fengyan frowned. I thought that when this Lu Jibo gripped Lu Yunjong wool, was caught by him riding on the neck to beat, and then I do not know where to go to the whole point of flowery work. Cultivation has soared, but people are getting more and more girly. Others were afraid of Lu Kibo, but he, Lu Fengyan, didn't put Lu Kibo in his eyes at all. But Lu Fengyan didn't understand. In the past, the relationship between the second brother and Lu Jiabo was quite amicable. Why did he suddenly start to make trouble today? Could it be that eldest brother sensed Lu Kibo's villainous status? It is important to know that Lu Kibo, the person who is best at stabbing people in the back, can give a fatal blow when others are unaware of it. At this moment, Lu Yunjong still had a teasing him expression on his face. A few lines of information were displayed above Lu Kibo's head. Jedi Demon Lady, if you want to practice this technique, you must first self-circumcise. This system is evolved from the Demon Beast system. In order to obtain this system, you must first self-cruelty. The system strength according to the degree of self-cruelty increase. The more thorough self-cruelty, the stronger the system. This system can be used to gain luck and cultivation by striking the Son of Destiny and the Son of Luck, and can also be used to raise cultivation by constantly self-circumcising, and is a super strong system after advancement. Ding dong! Detected the Son of Heaven's Destiny insulting the Absolute Demoness in public. Striking the Absolute Demoness for the first time. Recapturing 10,000 chi value. Extra reward for the Demon Emperor's soul crystals. Lu Yunjong's small mouth slightly raised. If you want to blame it on your father's ability to come up with names. Great job, Grand Elder. Chapter 51, Crazy. What's the point of pretending? Demon Emperor's soul crystal, the soul crystal of the Demon Emperor of the demon race, with the strange effect of recognizing demonic charm and ordering 10,000 demons. Ding dong. Detected the Absolute Demoness being publicly insulted by the Son of Heaven's Destiny, suffering her first strike from the Son of Heaven's Destiny, losing 10,000 chi value. The system beep suddenly sounded at first. Lu Kibo was instantly confused. He had admonished himself countless times that he must not get emotional over the matter of his name. But in the end, he still failed. What does it mean to be insulted? Being insulted is a very subjective emotion, which means that similar emotions occur when you think you are being insulted. The problem is that Lu Yunjong is too expensive whole life. Land-based what? Luck what bo? Luck what? Who can stand up to this nifty one-button trifecta? At this moment, the originally smiling Grand Elder's face became extremely gloomy as he fiercely glared at Lu Yunjong, seriously suspecting that this brat was doing it on purpose. My son Kibo, there's no need to be generalized with others. You are the personal disciple of the protector of the Green Cloud sect, and you are going to inherit the position of the protector of the Green Cloud sect in the future. Set off. At the order of the Great Elder, Lu Kibo also regained his composure. The name is just a code name. Why should he take it to heart? This 10,000 points of chi luck value should be taken as a meeting gift to Brother Cloud. After all, he himself was able to raise his cultivation and gain chi luck value by constantly self-crypting. So the crowd set off. Not far away, a small head watched the crowd leave with wide eyes. Jia jia jia. Dear big brother and second brother, it's finally my turn this time. Isn't it? Trance red hot. Lu Yudian let out a villainous exclusive jia 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 laughter. Stealing homes he was a professional. Yunjong Beiyuan. Sister Bao Chai. Sister Bao Yu. I'm hungry. Lu Yudian walked with a six-parent pace, his two short legs almost catching up with the wind and fire wheels. Yes, after holding it in for so many days, he couldn't wait. Let me once eat it all. He couldn't help but hum a certain familiar melody from his previous life. Two good sisters. I'm hungry and I need Nina to be able to fill my stomach. Lu Yudian danced with excitement, finally experiencing the joy of belonging to an only child. Today, he wants it all. When he rushed into the house, however, he was greeted by three amiable faces. Pops. Lu Yudian was confused. What was going on? The kicker was that Pops had two unusually full-figured old moms next to him. Could it be that Pops got two old moms for Ernie too? Ahem. Lao San ah. I heard your second brother say that you don't have enough to eat lately, and you often come to him to ask for help. It's all my father's fault for not thinking carefully. You're in the middle of growing up. This is your second brother's hand-picked nanny for you. Lu Tianba's face showed a guilty expression, and he thought, it's still my son Yunjong who's considerate. He beckoned to the two old maids. Make sure the third young master is well-fed and well-drunk. Said, turned to leave, leaving Lu Yudian messy in the wind. Yes, the two old maids answered in unison, surrounding the tiny Lu Yudian in the center. Lu Yu Electric rolled his eyes and squeezed out a sentence from his throat. Second brother, why are you harming me? At this time, Bao Hairpin, Bao Yu and Bao Lian had already gone to the City Lord's Mansion martial arts arena to give shouts of support to the two young masters. Ding dong! Detected that the Heaven's Destiny villain failed to steal the family and was instead gifted with double punishment by the son of Heaven's Destiny, losing 5,000 points of chi luck value. Ding dong! Detected the son of Heaven's Destiny gifting the Heaven's Destiny villain with a double punishment, causing the Heaven's Destiny villain to fail in stealing his home and gain 5,000 points of chi value. Lu Yunjong said that the system falsely accuses good people. In order to fill his old brother's stomach, he has personally selected 300 pounds of old moms. Double happiness. The main attraction is a large quantity of food. Alas, Lao San, why don't you understand a piece of your brother's mind? The audition tournament ended quickly, and there was no doubt that all of the Lu family's children had passed, and also all of the Yi family's children had passed. In order to celebrate his first victory, Lu Yunjong routinely called Tianxiang Lu and told the good sisters at Tianxiang Lu about this great news, which attracted a lot of praise. 3 days later, the auditions were over and the promotion rounds officially kicked off. Acropolis, East Gate Ring. Lu Yunjong stood with his arms folded, his white face filled with arrogance, displaying a domineering aura that did not fit his age. Young master, it's great. Young master, so handsome. Bao Hairpin Bao Yu two personal maids are full of little stars. Next to Balian's complex expression, do not dare to speak. Originally, she should be the one standing here shouting and cheering. But now that the eldest young master Lu Fengyan is right next to her, she can only silently cheer for the second young master in her heart. A sea of people surrounded the large ring. Lu Fengyan stood messy in the crowd. Not, what are you pretending? He couldn't help but inwardly sputter. The match had already started 5 minutes ago, and this second brother froze in the ring and didn't move for half a day. Like a statue. The strange thing is that the opposite side of the teenager also did not move. Two people are like being cast as stasis like. The whole onlookers of the melon mass is a face of confusion. The point is, what are you doing with that cool pose? Can't you, a man of destiny, keep a low profile? I heard that one over there is the second young master of the Lu family's personal little maid. Some people around them were pointing and looking towards Bao Hairpin, instead not paying much attention to Lu Yunjong. After all, what's there to see in a little kid? I can't imagine how comfortable it is. The cows and horses next to him showed envious expressions. And similar sounds kept coming into Lu Fengyan's ears. Lu Fengyan's comb heart seems to be pounded non-stop, associated with the system beeps that popped up from time to time in the middle of the night every day for the past few months. He can't even imagine how comfortable this second brother is. In that case, don't blame me for being the older brother to defeat you in the ring myself. My foolish brother. Lu Yunjong vowed to make Erdi pay for this. It's moving. Someone under the ring suddenly shouted. The gazes of the crowd once again focused on Lu Yunjong, only to see that he had pulled out a short sword at some point, his left hand gripping the sword's body and his right hand gripping the hilt, in a stance that the short sword might be sheathed at any moment. The onlookers were staring at the sword in his hand. This is a great genius who has comprehended the heavenly dipper sword intent. Watching him make a sword strike once is more useful than practicing hard for 10 years. To summarize, it is infinitely useful. At this moment, the young man opposite Lu Yunjong had a grave expression, as if he was facing a great enemy, always ready to meet the battle. Rub. A little cold flash. In only a split second, Lu Yunjong had already completed his debut in the martial selection tournament. The crowd was dumbfounded. Lu Fengyan was even more frantically spitting. No, this person is insane. What's the point of pretending? Others may not see it, but he sees it clearly. At that time, Lu Yunjong's sword was only drawn about a centimeter.